Chapter 76. When Yamanaka Kei first left the cave to fuse, he left behind 2 shadow clones. When they came back, one of them took the initiative to release it. After being released by Shadow Clone, his memory returned to his original body, allowing him to quickly understand everything that had happened after he left. The other one was waiting in the dark for an opportunity to strike. Later, while Uchiha Madara and Yamanaka Kei were fighting, Water Style and Fire Style collided for the first time, and a huge amount of mist erupted, quickly approaching the Gedo statue. Although the original Shadow Clone, because the main body had not yet integrated the term immortal body, the chakra content was not deep. If you want to move a target as large as the Gedo statue, the speed will be a little slower. However, the extremely powerful attacks of the main body and the use of the image of Senju Tobirama always attracted Uchiha Madara's attention. Now the space technique is fully deployed. The Gedo statue has been completely wrapped in the ritual. Even if Uchiha Madara realized it belatedly, it was too late. Buzz. Strong spatial fluctuations spread. Ripples like water spread rapidly in space. Susanoo was in the 3rd stage of the Gedo statue, and she was just jumping back and leaping quickly. Uchiha Madara sensed the unusual spatial fluctuations and turned back in surprise. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan spun rapidly, and its extremely powerful pupil power penetrated the rising mist, and it could vaguely see the technique covering the entire Gedo statue. Boom! Without any hesitation. In the 3rd stage, Susanoo suddenly stepped on the ground with her left foot, and the tide-like chakra condensed into angular combat boots. As he twisted his body and hips, the mighty armor wrapped around Susanoo's entire body in the blink of an eye. That's not all. Susanoo's body had grown several times larger in the blink of an eye. The giant, who was over 100 meters tall, slashed with his sword as fast as lightning, directly slashing at Shadow Clone who was performing the Flying Thunder God technique. Speed, strength, and a sudden increase in size. The distance that was originally hundreds of meters was shortened to the extreme in the blink of an eye. This is full-form Susanoo. Who the hell can stand this? You're on your own. Swish! The hurried voice from the telepathic technique had not yet finished. Shadow Clone then disappeared with the huge Gedo statue, leaving only an empty stone wall. Boom boom! The unstoppable slash fell to the ground, and the terrifying sword energy spread 1,000 meters away. There is a faint sound of magma flowing hundreds of meters under the ground, which makes people feel scared at the first sight. This. Yamanaka Kei's pupil shrank. The moment he discovered that Uchiha Madara had used his ultimate skill, he also chose Flying Thunder God to escape. It doesn't matter whether Shadow Clone can successfully transfer the Gedo statue. Anyone who stands in the way of this thing is an idiot. In the original work, Susanoo's complete form almost chopped all 5 Kage to pieces with one sword. 5th Mizu Kage Terumi May even wanted to quit on the spot. If it weren't for the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's strong will and amazing ability in talking, he would have talked her back. There will be no subsequent war. You are able to force me to this point, young man. I am really happy about you. Uchiha Madara has an old, hoarse voice. Although he said he was happy, the murderous intent in his body almost solidified into reality. The stone chair that he was originally sitting on was thrown away somewhere when the complete form of Susanoo was initially formed. Standing between Susanoo's eyebrows, he was in the gem-shaped chakra shield. He waved his hand to cut off the broken Gedo statue pipe behind him, and his hunched body gradually began to straighten up. A huge sense of oppression, like a mountain, like an ocean, like an abyss, like a prison, comes towards you. When the complete form of Susanoo turned around again, it seemed that the height had exceeded 200 meters, which made Yamanaka Kei swallow hard. He is not Yafurui from Huaguashan, nor is he the cold and arrogant person from Guangjiangkou. We won't be happy. Without waiting for Yamanaka Kei to respond, Uchiha Madara either felt like he was being played around by an ant and was completely furious, or he could feel the life force in his body draining away quickly. Without hesitation, he drove Susanoo to attack again. Susanoo is over 200 meters tall, but her movements are incredibly fast. When swinging the sword, countless Yasaka Megatama blocked the surroundings at the same time. Boom boom boom! The fierce, domineering and powerful force destroyed everything in sight with overwhelming force. The earth is shaking and all the beasts are wailing. The topography of the mountain cemetery was easily rewritten. Under the feet of the complete Susanoo, destroying the world is no longer an exaggeration. Wood style. The flower and tree world is born. Before the smoke and dust settled, Countless branches surged out from the ground. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was included in the attack range. Branches thicker than Yamanaka Kei's entire body attacked one after another. Using the Flying Thunder God technique he had prepared in advance, Yamanaka Kei continued to dodge the continuous attacks. There was harassment from the trees born from the flower and tree world, and there was also the super powerful attack launched by the complete form of Susanoo as soon as it captured his movements. Yamanaka Kei was so exhausted that she could barely hold back her sweet words. God have mercy on me. In the original work, when Uchiha Madara fought the 5 Kage, he was not so serious. And is this really just a super shadow, Madara? If so, how strong should 6 paths be? And if this is not the case, God bless him, he is just a small Senju Tobirama Plus version, what good is that? Swish once again, he dodged Uchiha Madara's attack in his perfect form, Susanoo. Yamanaka Kei has a very wide range of perception. More than 10 wood-style clones of Uchiha Madara quickly ran in all directions. Although his perception ability cannot perfectly distinguish the difference between the wood clone produced by wood style and the original body. But Uchiha Madara's true form shouldn't be able to run that fast, right? Boom. Just a slight distraction. The complete form of Susanoo changed direction and swung the giant chakra blade backwards, almost separating Yamanaka Kei's head from his body. Wood clone, barrier. Are you planning to use a barrier that can block space and block my escape route? The flowers born in the world of flowers and trees are about to bloom. When the pollen is dispersed, many thoughts flashed through Yamanaka Kei's mind. Run? Somewhat reluctantly. It was obvious that he had pushed Uchiha Madara into a desperate situation. As long as the opponent could not hold on, he would be able to complete the achievement of killing Madara alone. Directly rewrite the entire world line of the Hokage world. If he doesn't run, he really can't stand the attack strength of Uchiha Madara, which is more exaggerated than most Satsuki in the original work. And Uchiha Madara can attack countless times. But if he makes one mistake, he'll have to say bye-bye to the world. At the end of the day, why are you still being stingy? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child, and you can't sacrifice your wife. I really can't sacrifice this. Yamanaka Kei was reluctant to give up the 2 opportunities for entry stripping and 2 opportunities for entry downgrade that he had finally obtained. But compared to the achievement of single killing Madara, it goes without saying which is more important. System, quickly strip this living father of his chosen Uchiha and Indra's power. Downgrade his sage body. Yamanaka Kei finished speaking. 2 black shadows that only he could see and 1 dark blood-red shadow had penetrated into Uchiha Madara's body in an instant. Click. The slight sound of bone cracking was barely audible over the roaring battlefield. But Yamanaka Kei, who was always keeping a close eye on Uchiha Madara with his perception ninjutsu, clearly saw Madara. Have you sprained your back? Chapter 77. It was as if something important in my body was taken away in an instant, and a strong feeling of weakness immediately came over me. Uchiha Madara only felt that his body had turned into a dilapidated house with leaks everywhere at this moment. The powerful chakra, the bottomless pupil power, and the little remaining vitality, all couldn't stop dissipating into the surroundings. His vision gradually became blurred and the sharp pain in his waist and back made him hunch over again. Followed by the sound of labored breathing like a broken bellows. The complete form of Susanoo, which originally stood between heaven and earth and was as majestic as a pillar supporting the sky, quickly disintegrated. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan that he forcibly gave birth to was also continuously degenerating, Manjiki, 3 Megatama, 2 Megatama, 1 Megatama, until it completely disappeared. Hoo-ha cough cough cough. Uchiha Madara stumbled to the ground, struggling to breathe the air around him before Susanoo completely dissipated. The smoke and dust that filled the entire battlefield made him start coughing uncontrollably. He held up his broken waist with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other hand to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Uchiha Madara's eyes, hidden under his long grey hair, revealed a bit of the cloudiness of an old man. He raised his head with difficulty and looked in the direction where Yamanaka Kei was originally. His blurred vision made it impossible for him to capture the enemy's figure and expression. Damn! That place doesn't have the Flying Thunder God spell, and this old man's combat experience. The moment Uchiha Madara showed signs of weakness, Yamanaka Kei immediately realized that this was the best time to strike. It's just that the opponent's positioning was too clever, and there were no Flying Thunder God coordinates in that area. When they appeared in the flower tree world, more than a dozen wood clones ran in all directions and used the instant body technique to the ultimate level. Quickly gather back to the main body. Some wood clones even stood on wood-style vines and branches, rising from the ground with their Chunin techniques ready to go. What a pity! Yamanaka Kei pursed his lips, and seeing that he had lost the opportunity, he no longer forced the attack. Now Uchiha Madara's true form is already at the end of its strength. The real threat was the dozen or so wood clones released by Uchiha Madara before their attributes were stripped away. Wood clone's chakra will eventually be exhausted. If he was in a hurry, he would have been overturned by the opponent's wood clone at the last moment. He had to vomit blood on the spot. Cough cough cough. The sound of violent coughing could be heard from far away on the battlefield, which was gradually returning to calm. Uchiha Madara stood up from the ground with difficulty under the protection of more than a dozen wood-style clones. He struggled to tear open the shirt in front of his chest. The place where Senju Hashirama's face was originally located has become shriveled and distorted. Although it has not completely disappeared, its power has been weakened several times. Without the continued vitality provided by the Gedo statue. After the Hashirama cells were transplanted, the immortal body obtained was greatly weakened due to an unknown force. Even the Manjiki Sharingan had degenerated into a normal eye. This feeling of dying. Really? Long time no see. Tisk ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara let out a low, meaningless laugh, and then his laugh became wilder and wilder and more wanton. Support your waist and back with the palm of your left hand, and tap hard on the lumbar vertebrae. Thanks to the perfect control over every inch of muscles and bones in the body after thousands of battles, the lumbar vertebra that was originally dislocated was directly put back. Pain? Weakness? Dejection? Regret? No. Even though his life was about to end, he would not allow himself to look embarrassed. He is Uchiha Madara. He is one of the two Sengoku heroes who stood at the top of the ninja world, worked with Senju Hashirama to end the Sengoku era, established the ninja village system, and then dominated the 5 countries. He is the most powerful Uchiha who controls mist shinobi, suppresses the tailed beasts, and plays with ninja villages and natural disasters at his fingertips. He is a fighter who has been fighting since he was born. The hunched body slowly straightened up again. Uchiha Madara slowly formed seals with both hands. All the potential and strength left in the body turned into a blazing flame of life the moment the hand seal was completed. Throwing aside all worries and hesitations, he regarded this battle as the last dance of his broken body and just wanted to fight hard one more time. Pa! Uchiha Madara tapped the ground with the tip of her bare right toe. 2 white zetsu rose from the ground beside him. One of them presented a small bottle containing 2-3 Tomo Sharingan. The other one also carried the sickle and Uchiha fan that had just been buried underground. The power of the immortal body has been weakened, and even replacing a pair of eyes has become a lot more troublesome. Uchiha Madara removed the 2 eyeballs from their sockets, which were almost completely blind, and replaced them with new eyes. The light of healing jutsu lit up in the palm of his hand, quickly connecting the optic nerves together. The faint feeling of rejection coming from his eyeballs made him frown slightly. True dog. Yamanaka Kei saw that Black Zetsu didn't even show his face, so he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, then stepped lightly and quickly retreated back into the thick mirage. Just when Uchiha Madara was wrapped by the wood-style clone and laughing wildly, he had already used the summoning technique to summon a giant clam. Absolutely, my will, you know what to do. Uchiha Madara's tone remained unchanged. The moment he finished speaking, he raised the Uchiha flame fan and sickle, and rushed towards the thick fog in front of him together with more than a dozen wood clones. The light and shadows in the mist before my eyes were distorted. The next moment, the figures of Yamanaka Kei and Summoning Beast Mirage appeared in a completely different direction. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan rotated in the eyes of Uchiha Madara's dozen wood clone, still locked on the location of the Mirage and Yamanaka Kei's body. Little Mustache's technique? I'm increasingly feeling that you're a pretty good opponent. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara's original 3 Tomo Sharingan has lost the ability to see through this move magic steaming tower, but wood clone can still. Yamanaka Kei naturally knew this as well. Just now, facing Uchiha Madara who had the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the complete form of Susanoo, he didn't dare to be so reckless. However, Madara is now at the end of his strength. If he wants to find Mirage and his figure, he can only rely on the wood-style clone. Once wood clone is entangled, as long as Mirage can attract enough attention, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill Uchiha Madara, who is no longer in his previous state. Thank you for your hard work. Your first battle is against a strong man of this level. If you can't handle it, just go back. Yamanaka Kei touched the slightly rough shell of the clam. The mirage also shook its clam meat slightly, responding to his words. Multiple shadow clone technique. Yamanaka Kei clapped his hands, and in the rising chakra smoke, more than 30 shadow clones appeared behind him. Oink oink. As soon as the shadow clones appeared, they immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to meet the wood-style clones. Various high-powered water styles and Rei's Nan swept away in an instant. The roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Yamanaka Kei clapped his hands again and activated the second Mizukage Hojiki's most powerful secret technique. Steaming Danger and Violence. Chapter 78. A huge chakra smoke rises up along with a large amount of water vapor. The water vapor generated by the previous large-scale collision between water style and fire style formed a sea of fog that covered the sky. With Yamanaka Kei's full effort, his chakra was far more powerful than that of second Mizukage Hojiki, and with the influence of time and place, 5 strange smiling faces appeared in the sea of fog above. Hailstones fell from the sky. The oil produced by the secondary transformation of the hydration technique was wrapped in a large amount of steam. Affected by the hail gradually falling from the sky, it quickly cooled and shrank, and finally turned into 5 water oil clones in the shape of young boys. The steaming explosive power is completely formed. The steam dangerous explosive power clone looks 80% similar to Senja Tobirama, with a creepy smile on his face. He moved his feet and rushed straight towards the oncoming Uchiha Madara. Because their bodies are made of water and oil, the speed of the 5 clones is no slower than when Yamanaka Kei uses his instant body technique at full power. The ninja sword condensed in the right arm of the steaming dangerous explosion power clone collided with the sickle in Uchiha Madara's hand, and his figure flew out. The remaining 4 clones attacked Uchiha Madara's neck, lower back, lower body and heart respectively. The sounds of metal clashing together were continuous. The sickle in Uchiha Madara's hand seemed to have become an extension of his body, slicing horizontally and pulling vertically, pulling back and turning, with extreme agility. He easily blocked the attacks of 5 steaming dangerous and explosive power clones. He drew out the Uchiha flame fan from behind with his backhand. Amid the howling wind, 5 clones flew out at the same time. You are such a coward. Not enough. How can such a weak attack satisfy me? Uchiha Madara's old voice was filled with unparalleled arrogance and haki. The flaming fan in his hand swung its tail horizontally. The sickle connected by the chain whizzed out and directly tied the neck of one of the steaming dangerous explosive power clones. The clone, which was still flying backwards, had only expanded less than twice its size before it was forcibly detonated by the suddenly tightened iron chain. Bang! The explosion, which was only slightly more powerful than a detonating tag, did not harm Uchiha Madara at all. The flaming fan cuts back between the horizontal bars. Not only did he block the 4 clones that attacked again after landing, but the sickle was also pulled back into his hand by the iron chain as the flaming fan swung. After the detonation, the steam dangerous explosive power clone shrank back into a young boy's form and joined the attack again while shooting out. Uchiha Madara once again squeezed out one of his clones in advance, but the power of the explosion made him fly backwards several meters. Looking at the 3 clones that were getting bigger and bigger, and the 2 little clones that were starting to gather their strength again, Uchiha Madara's eyes were flashing with excitement and enthusiasm like fire. 5 water and oil clones that can be resurrected and exploded infinitely. This ninjutsu was more difficult than he had expected. Is it similar to Shenung's technique of physical transformation? Yamanaka Kei stood in front of the summoning beast Mirage, his eyes always fixed on Uchiha Madara's every move. Although Madara now still looks old, he has not regained his youth like Shenung. But no matter the strength or speed, they are no longer comparable to before. This is the immortal body which has been weakened by 1 level and turned into the purple immortal talent. God knows how strong the physical skills can be in order for the opponent to fully recover. And, in theory, the steam explosion, which expands and explodes when heated, is a perfect counter to Uchiha Madara's ultimate fire-style ninjutsu. But it only relies on Ultimate's fighting skills. The 5 clones with explosive power were temporarily blocked by him. You know, in the original work, just 1 steaming dangerous explosive power clone made Gaara feel helpless and almost fell into danger. Boom boom boom. The battle between wood clone and shadow clone stirred up a large amount of earth, rocks, and trees. Countless branches and vines grew and spread wildly. The 2 wooden golem clones have already developed the 3rd stage of Susanoo, destroying everything around them with ease. Yamanaka Kei's shadow clone, using a large amount of chakra to condense, uses the big ball raised nan, which constantly collides with various wood dragons and wooden golems. Wood chips flew and soil and rocks shifted. The area within a radius of dozens of kilometers was turned upside down in an instant. Although Yamanaka Kei can produce more shadow clone, if he only pursues quantity instead of quality. Facing Uchiha Madara's wood clone, those shadow clones are no different from cannon fodder. If you pursue quality, it will only drag down the combat effectiveness of the entity at this time. You know, he actually divided the chakra in the bodies of these 32 shadow clones equally. The infinite explosion ninjutsu that followed, steam danger and violence, was a chakra-devouring machine. In the original work, second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu only condenses a powerful and violent clone, and his main body will fall into a weak state directly. Yamanaka Kei condensed 5 at a time, so that his main body would not fall into a weakened state. The entries for Traveler and Immortal Body are already very powerful. The active cellular energy of the Immortal's body continuously flowed into the meridians, merging with the enormous mental power accumulated and enhanced by the Traveler entry over nearly 20 years. In just a short period of time, Yamanaka Kei's chakra has recovered 20%. And this 20% is already dozens of times his previous total chakra amount. I'm almost recovered. Yamanaka Kei exhaled a breath of foul air and moved his neck slightly. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing next to a steaming dangerous and explosive clone. Senju Tobirama had already given him the best demonstration on how to make good use of clones in offensive ninjutsu. Just follow suit. The fusion of his steaming dangerous explosive power clone and Flying Thunder God will only be stronger. Sizzle. Boom. The big ball raised nan hits Uchiha Madara straight in the face. The horizontal flame fan barely blocked the attack of the big ball raised nan. At the moment of rebound, 2 steaming dangerous explosive power clones had already attacked Uchiha Madara's vital points from the left and right. That's it. That's it. Let me fully experience the joy of fighting for my life. Ha ha ha! 3 Megatama flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He retreated violently using the recoil force of the collision between the flame fan and the big ball raised nan. And behind him, a steam explosive power clone that was about to expand to its limit was detonated in advance by Yamanaka Kei. Boom! Once again, he protected himself with the flaming fan. Uchiha Madara felt severe pain in his internal organs and his body rushed forward uncontrollably. A wood clone who sensed something was wrong rushed over, blue chakra surging on its body surface, and the huge body of the third stage Susanoo completely enveloped Uchiha Madara in an instant. However, Yamanaka Kei appeared directly next to Uchiha Madara inside Susanoo. The flame fan. Uchiha Madara realized it immediately. The moment when the flame fan and the big ball raised nan collided. This guy directly left the mark of Flying Thunder God on the flame fan. And the reason why he didn't see this detail. It's because, summoning mirage. Magical steam tower. A mirage created by the mirage gas emitted by the summoning beast mirage. This illusion that had no effect against Wood Clone's eternal Mangeki Sharingan was enough to confuse his 3 Tomo Sharingan at this time. This guy took advantage of the fact that Wood Clone and the original body could not share vision in real time. What a great opponent! It is this kind of fighting method that does not show any sign of being a strong man, just like Senju Tobirama, which is full of tricks and schemes, that is really hard to like. Goodbye. Yamanaka Kei thrust forward with his right hand. The water-style raised nan, which is several times smaller than the big ball raised nan but emits a faint blue light, attacks Uchiha Madara in the face. Zzz. Boom. Uchiha Madara barely raised the sickle to block in front of him. But he only held on for a moment, as the water-style raised nan pierced through the sickle and exploded from his chest. Boy from Konoha. We will meet again. Chapter 79. The water-style raised nan has an extraordinary and terrifying killing power. Uchiha Madara's chest was completely crushed in an instant, leaving a hole as big as a human head. Yamanaka Kei teleported away using the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, the out-of-control water-style raised nan went completely berserk. Buzz! The water-style raised nan, which was originally the size of a human head, instantly turned into a terrifying spherical spiral with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In this spiral, countless tiny water blades that are difficult to see with the naked eye are cutting at high speed. The sharp beeping sound resounded throughout the battlefield. Uchiha Madara's body almost instantly turned into countless blood foam particles, dyeing the blue water-style raised nan crimson. Different from the Wind Style Rasen Shuriken, which may not seem to cause much damage, but actually completely cuts off the body's cells and meridians. Although it is also a micro-attack at the cellular level. But Water Style does not have as strong penetration as Wind Style. Conversely, it also has adhesion and friction that Wind Style does not have. Just hit the target. Not to mention leaving a whole body like the Wind Style Rasen Shuriken. If you could find a piece of meat on the ground, it was caused by Yamanaka Kei's ninjutsu going astray. The bone-chilling winter wind blew across the devastated battlefield. More than 10 wood-style clones of Uchiha, the chakra in their bodies quickly drained away like a floodgate opened. Susanoo dissipated and wood-style ninjutsu stagnated. Even they themselves began to gradually transform into trees of various strange shapes. But before they completely disappeared, all the wood-style clones simultaneously used their last bit of strength to transform the distinctive wood-style ninjutsu such as wooden golem and wood dragon into the most ordinary trees. Yamanaka Kei frowned slightly and immediately understood the purpose of this action. As the legendary ninja god who founded the ninja village, the wood-style bloodline limit used by Senju Hashirama represents an unrivaled power for most people. And he was once a top-level warrior who was as famous as Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's idea of dictatorial rule also frightened countless people. No one wants Uchiha Madara to be alive, and no one wants the living Uchiha Madara to learn wood style. He has been hiding in the ninja world for decades and has never appeared. I'm afraid that anyone who sees this will feel that there is a huge conspiracy hidden in this. In order not to affect the progress of Project Tsuki no Mi, the best solution is to prevent people from believing that he has survived until today. It sounds difficult. But in fact, as long as there is no irrefutable evidence, those who knew him only from legend would not have thought that he could still be alive. And those who have experienced his strength would never want him to be alive. People are always willing to believe what they want to believe. As long as there is not enough evidence, he died at the hands of Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End that year. As for empty words without any evidence, how many people can truly believe that there was a battle between the two of them when Yamanaka Kei, the enemy who suddenly appeared? This is not something he can control. Kill one of the villain bosses in advance, the world line development process is offset, and you will get 1 chance to copy a term, 1 chance to extract a concept term, 3 chances to extract a term, 3 chances to give a term, 1 chance to downgrade a term, and 2 chances to reset a term. The system prompt sound came late. Yamanaka Kei heard the familiar prompt tone and his eyes stayed on the word kill for a few seconds before he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had just witnessed Uchiha Madara being completely devoured by the water-style Raise Nan. After the ninjutsu dissipated, only a few light pink water stains remained in the elliptical hemisphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. After their original bodies disappeared, those mighty wood clones also disappeared one after another as if their power had been drained away. However, Uchiha Madara used the transcription seal to seal Izanagi in his eyeball and delayed his activation, thus successfully deceiving Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja. I just told him that we will meet again. It would be strange if he didn't think more about it. Suck. Yamanaka Kei took a deep breath. A glance is dazzling, there are a total of 11 system rewards. He formed a seal with one hand and first controlled the clone of Steam Danger Explosion, whose size was still rapidly growing, and stayed on guard around the battlefield. Then start the mind-body transmission technique. Connect your mind with Shadow Clone's mind. The 32 Shadow Clones that had just fought against Uchiha Madara had already maxed out their dodge ability thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique and zero-frame start. There were only 2 Shadow Clones, and unfortunately they were affected by the large-scale ninjutsu and exploded. The remaining 30 Shadow Clones began to move quickly under Yamanaka Kei's orders. A Shadow Clone followed the direction that the original Shadow Clone that moved the Gedo statue left. The 2 Shadow Clones came directly to the edge of the semicircular pit created by the water-style Raise Nan. Using the not-so-difficult C-rank ninjutsu, Earth-style. Earth Shore Return, he lifted up the ground inch by inch. All the ground that might have traces of Uchiha Madara's blood and body tissues on it was pried off 3 feet. Then all the soil was packed into a sealing scroll and thrown to the main body. As for the remaining Shadow Clones, they all used the Earth-style. Fish reflecting in the Earth technique and the Earth-style. Submersible in the Earth technique and dived underground. The previous fight between Yamanaka Kei and Uchiha Madara was extremely abrupt. The noise made by the 2 men fighting was so loud that the entire base collapsed and was buried. Even if the White Zetsu hiding underground are not afraid of life and death, it is impossible for them to move out all the things in a short period of time. After obtaining the enhancement of Sage Body, Yamanaka Kei now has all 7 chakra attributes. The Earth style, which originally consumed a lot of energy and had only moderate power, has also been improved a lot. Even going underground. In a fight, he won't suffer as much as an ordinary white zetsu. Of course, you should grab as many of Uchiha Madara's treasures in the base as you can. Even if you can't grab them, catching a few white zetsu is still a win. As a soldier transformed by the sacred tree thousands of years ago, this thing has a very special physique and is of high research value. It is also an excellent carrier of impure world reincarnation. If you don't catch more, what if you want to use them in the future and they are hidden too tightly and you can't find them? It should be fine now. Yamanaka Kei took the storage scroll handed to him by Shadow Clone, which was sealed with a large amount of blood-stained mud, and carefully stuffed it into his ninja tool bag. The first element of impure world reincarnation is to obtain some of the flesh of the deceased. The scene was cleared of the remaining information of Uchiha Madara's flesh and blood. He had done all he could. If Uchiha Madara could be impure world reincarnation, he could only say that he was awesome. After thinking for a moment and confirming again, there should be nothing major missing. Yamanaka Kei just turned his eyes to the system reward. The opportunity to copy entries will be rewarded only when the fate of the characters in the main storyline changes and the main storyline is affected. Needless to say, it is very precious. The opportunity to extract concept entries appears for the first time, and you will definitely be able to extract entries involving concept interference. Just think about it and you will know the value of this thing. Let's skip the entry extraction since there are many good examples before, and he has been cheated so many times that his trust in this thing is already negative. The term gift is also skipped. The entry was downgraded, plus the one time left before, it has accumulated to 2 times. Although this thing is not as powerful as the entry stripping one, its effect is equally good. If he really encounters a strong enemy unexpectedly, he will not be helpless. Reset entries. New gameplay. After confirming the reset entry, the entry will be randomly changed to an entry of any level in the same series. Yamanaka Kei read the explanation of the entry reset and blinked. Not sure, try again this. Are his white entries going to make a comeback? Etc. It seems like this thing can also be used to harm people? Chapter 80. Yamanaka Kei just imagined the scene of the enemy's confused face after resetting the enemy's attributes, and the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. It's just that this entry has been reset, and it has brought some gambler attributes to it. It would be fine if the enemy's red entries could be reset to purple, blue, green, white, grey, and black at once. In case the enemy's purple attribute is reset to red attribute directly. That would be a lot of fun. You can't expect that the enemy who was ready to fight to the death the moment before will, after discovering that you have suddenly become stronger, be grateful for your kindness and kneel down on the spot to acknowledge you as his adoptive father. This thing. Yamanaka Kei scratched his cheek. After hesitating for a while, he decided to exclude this thing from the battle sequence. He wasn't a gambler like Tsunade. It is better not to do things that make your heart beat faster and can cause sudden death on the spot if you are not careful. Usually, I use it to reset white entries and try to see if I can turn waste into treasure. Or you can just keep it, so that if your relatives or friends are troubled by black entries in the future, you can use it to deal with emergencies. Skip the entry reset for now. Yamanaka Kei looked at the concept term extraction opportunity which also appeared for the first time. In fact, he had drawn many entries with bizarre effects before. For example, the breakthrough mind given to Danzo, the crispy skin and tough life that has been stored at the bottom of the warehouse, and the nothing and expired milk that I got not long ago. Is this a concept term? If so, the value of this reward will probably drop by several levels. System, extract concept terms. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white entry lucky per capita. Average lucky, white when the host actively activates the entry, within the perception range. Once someone sends a 1v1 invitation and is accepted by the other party, the effects of the fate entries of both parties in the battle will all disappear, and the luck will be minimized at the same time. The probability of mistakes, explosions, lucky events, passive triggers, and reinforcements will be greatly reduced, the probability of injury will be increased, and the probability of death will be slightly increased. FKU 1v1, you're a real man, right? Yamanaka Kei looked at the bright white entries and for a moment he didn't know how to feel. Minimize the luck of both opponents at the same time. While weakening the enemy, you are also pulled to the same level. Against an enemy like Jiraiya, who has a luck attribute like Destined Mentor and cannot be easily killed before completing his mission, the effect might be surprisingly good. But when facing normal enemies, it seems to be completely useless. It is even possible that due to the influence of luck, the battle process and outcome will have many uncontrollable factors. Can you actively choose to turn it on and off, not just for yourself, but for everyone within the sensing range? Yamanaka Kei stroked his chin, considering whether to reset the entry. After activation, one can freely choose to turn it on or off, which is similar to an active skill. This is the first time he has encountered this kind of entry. Although the conditions for use are a bit harsh, if used properly, it can also serve as a trump card and a killer. And if he resets this entry, any entry of the same series with any level that appears should have a slightly better effect than this one. Not much is needed. Even if it is just a green item, it will make the enemy lucky, while your own luck will remain unchanged. Its value in actual combat is also difficult to estimate. It is said that lancers are lucky since ancient times. Think about the fate of those lancers. The more Yamanaka Kei thought about it, the more he felt that there was something to be gained from this matter, and he immediately gave the system an order in his mind. System, reset the white entry luck per capita E. Reset completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the black entry ominous struggle. Ominous battle, black when the host actively activates the entry, within the perception range. Once someone sends a 1v1 invitation, the other party will definitely accept the challenge. All the effects of the fate-related entries of both parties in the battle will disappear, and the bad luck and misfortune states will be triggered. The probability of mistakes, illness, misfortune, and accidents will be greatly increased, and the probability of injury and death will be greatly increased. 6. Yamanaka Kei was silent for a while, studying the detailed explanations of the states of bad luck and misfortune written for a long time before giving his final evaluation. Simply put, these two states include all the bad luck he can and cannot think of. As long as ominous battle is determined to be 1v1, it will begin. It was so severe that even drinking cold water would cause grit in my teeth, my legs would cramp whenever I lifted my feet, I felt like I had diarrhea before we even started fighting, and my pants turned yellow as soon as our hands touched. This situation, what the hell, it's clearly a matter of who can't hold on and dies first. I send an invitation, and the other party cannot refuse it. System, can you be so cruel? Yamanaka Kei looks like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. But I have already started to think about it in my heart. Next time when you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, should you ask Jiraiya to go up first and have an ominous fight with the opponent? He is thin-skinned and can't bear it. Jiraiya has been through many wars, so it shouldn't be a big problem. And even if he can't win, he can just go and save people when the effect of the entry is turned off. Then let Namikaze Minato continue. Akamichi Dingza is also okay. At least he has strong vitality and can't die under normal circumstances. After several rounds of fighting, Satsuki had to kneel down on the spot. How about, just this? Yamanaka Kei scratched his cheek, thinking that the opportunity to reset entries was still very precious and should be used sparingly. This ominous dispute may be a bit tiring for friends. If this happens a few more times, most of his close friends who he has grown up with will break up with him. But if you really encounter an enemy that you can't defeat, you can make a comeback in a minute. Best friends or comeback? The greater good of protecting the peace of ninjas and safeguarding the happiness of mankind ultimately prevailed. Yamanaka Kei, with the great idea of making my friend suffer and the whole ninja world happy, decisively chose to activate the entry. Looking at the only black entry on the system interface, he nodded slightly. It doesn't matter if he is a black, but if he is not black, he will be OJBK. I think I need to make more friends in the future, otherwise I'm afraid it won't be enough when the time comes. Yamanaka Kei grumbled inwardly. After deciding to go back, I started to contact those ninjas of the same period and improve my relationships. Of course, it doesn't have to be the same period. He looks good as Uchiha Obito Kid. Now that Uchiha Madara has been killed, is it reasonable for this little guy not to thank him properly? By the way, those old men in the village keep talking about the will of fire, and every word they say is for Konoha. When something really happens, they can't just sit there and watch. Judging from the fact that each of them is able to survive, I think they should be quite resilient. There are old people above me, young people below me, and close friends in between. Done. Yamanaka Kei nodded with satisfaction and looked at the remaining 3 entry drawing opportunities again. The final result of this concept term extraction is quite good. I just don't know if this ordinary entry extraction can give him a little surprise. System, it's been drawn. All 3 entries have been drawn. Chapter 81. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue entry Silent Walker, the green entry Master of Supporting Roles, and the grey entry Complete Childhood. Why? Yamanaka Kei's eyes lit up when he heard the system prompt. He immediately looked at the detailed explanations of the 3 entries. Silent Walker, blue walking in the dark night, sneaking in the shadows, silently and without a trace. The ability to hide breath, sneak, lurk, camouflage, and stealth speed are improved, and the probability of being discovered by perception ninjutsu is reduced. Expert in supporting roles, green a professional supporting role will never just talk without thinking. When talking to others, his eloquence and debate skills will be slightly improved. When talking to superiors, his level of praise, flattery, and fawning will be slightly improved. When talking to subordinates, his level of praise, encouragement, and comfort will be slightly improved. Sure. Yamanaka Kei's mouth was stretched into a smile, and it was a brilliant one. When he entered the mountain cemetery before, he had been in stealth mode since he was 5 kilometers away from the periphery. Not only did he use the breath-retaining technique taught in the ninja school, he also tried hard to restrain his own breath. He also used the ninjutsu, camouflage to hide his body. Although it barely managed to hide the dormant white zetsu scattered throughout the mountain cemetery. But as soon as he entered the cave, he was discovered by Uchiha Madara. Next, he will go to Cloud Shinobi Village to cooperate with the walking priestess Yakushi Nono to assassinate important figures in other countries' ninja villages. This kind of stealth entry is a timely relief for him. After all, Cloud Shinobi Village has no shortage of sentient ninjas. Even if he was discovered, he could evacuate quickly with his Flying Thunder God technique without worrying about being caught. But that would also mean that his mission had completely failed. After all, he is now a top-notch expert who has entered the Super Shadow realm. He can't afford to lose face for failing in such a small task, okay? Tisk tisk, this effect, this name, is much stronger than Cricket Pupa. The more Yamanaka Kei read the explanation of Silent Walker, the more satisfied he became. Nice name, powerful effect. It is not like Cricket Pupa, which carries the risk of significantly lowering one's personal image. The needle does not poke system, activate Silent Walker. As Yamanaka Kei finished speaking, a mysterious power quickly merged into his body. Just like when the blue term water style control was integrated. A large number of memories of practicing stealth and concealing one's breath came flooding in and poured into the memory palace. Having already had this experience twice, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Carefully appreciate this large amount of extra memory. Advanced breath-holding techniques, breath-stopping techniques, and special ninjutsu that can slow the heartbeat and blood flow by dozens of times. A ninja technique to eliminate one's own odor, deodorizing smoke prison. Polarized sand array and hot sand camouflage are more suitable for hiding your body in dry weather, frost concealment technique is more suitable for use in ice and snow weather, and straw raincoat invisibility technique is more suitable for use in rainy days. It seems that the hydration technique is more useful. In just a short moment, Yamanaka Kei seemed to have been practicing seriously day and night for several years. When I opened my eyes again, his eyes, which had always been as sharp as a knife before, now looked as dull as those of an ordinary person. His aura is as inconspicuous as a tree. Even without using techniques to hide his body such as ninja technique, camouflage hidden, his presence was several times weaker than before. This feeling of lack of popularity. Root ninja. Yamanaka Kei frowned. A weak presence, a faint aura, and a hostility that is not noticeable at all before taking action. This feeling is too much like that of a root ninja. As to why it's not like Enbu. The Enbu who are directly under the Hokage, because they have been working for the Hokage for a long time, are often unable to completely hide. Over time, they are really inferior to the roots in terms of stealth. While experiencing the enhancement brought by Silent Walker, Yamanaka Kei glanced at the remaining 2 entries, Master of Supporting Role and Complete Childhood. The former Master of Supporting Role is not as valuable to him as a white entry. Although he himself is not an expert in language arts, he is not so dumb that he cannot speak clearly. Besides, I'm too lazy to flatter others, so this entry is completely useless. The latter. Does Konoha have any naughty kids that it hates now? Yamanaka Kei thought about it. The three tribes of Ino, Shika, and Ch are Yamanaka Santon, Yamanaka Feng, Akamichi Tangdong, Akamichi Saidong, Nara Oval, Nara Zhenyuan. They are all very good and obedient children. It would be a sin to give them this entry. Obito. Yamanaka Kei subconsciously thought of Uchiha Obito again. After all, it seems that this is the only naughty young kid he knows? Wrong. I almost forgot, Sarutobi Asuma is also a BCH. It's just that he rarely sees him, and his personality isn't as different from Obito's. Who else? Is it the enemy? Is it the enemy? Except that Shisui opened Manjiki, his eyesight was still not very good, and he mistook Shimura Dance for a good person. It seems like the new generation of kids in Konoha don't have any major problems? Etc. I seem to have heard some time ago that Uchiha Fugaku had a child? Although the mother seems to be the daughter of an Uchiha elder and not Mikoto, but is said to be named Itaki? This World Correction Force. This is not the time to complain about this. New entry, now we have found the right person. It is said that some people use their childhood to heal their entire life, while others use their entire life to heal their childhood. In the original work, the reason why Uchiha Itaki went astray in the future was because he was too precocious when he was a child, and as a result he was taken to the battlefield by Uchiha Fugaku at the age of 4, and developed a mental illness. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku also has a scar on his brain. Unless you are seriously ill, who would be willing to take their 4-year-old child to see a bloody battlefield? You should be moderate in raising your child. Can't you really fly by yourself, and expect the next generation to be able to fly? Giving Uchiha Itaki a complete childhood would only make him get into more trouble and get beaten more. Just experience the feeling of the father sees that his son is still alive and draws out 7 wolves. It would not only make Uchiha Fugaku feel that his own child is not that mature, but it would also go a long way in preventing Uchiha Itaki from transforming into Wolf Mine in the future. Perfect. I am such a kind person. I don't know if this can be considered as changing the fate of Uchiha Itaki. He is an important character, so the reward should be greater than the cost. Yamanaka Kei pondered for a moment and looked at his system interface again. Host, Yamanaka Kei Occupation, Ninja Activated Entries, Time Traveler, Red, 0 Frame Start, Red, Immortal Body, Red, Yin Style Master, Purple, Water Style Master, Purple, Insight into Time and Space, Purple, King of the Ninja World, Blue, Silent Walker, Blue, Handsome, Blue, Ominous Struggle, Black. Inactivated Entries, Cricket Pupa, White, Crisp Skin and Strong Life, White, 9 Treasures in 1 Ladder, Blue, Nothing, Grey, Expired Milk, White, Master of Supporting Roles, Green, Complete Childhood, Grey. Entry Copy, 1 Entry Gift, 6 Item Downgraded, 2 Entry Reset, 1. Chapter 82. 3 Reds, 3 Purples, 3 Blues, and 1 Black. Compared to Uchiha Madara, there are 6 Reds, 3 Purples, 4 Blues, 1 Green, 2 Greys, and 1 Black. Yamanaka Kei completely crushed the opponent without the black entry. The effect is relatively reliable and is not a negative term in the true sense. The entries in other aspects are still far from Uchiha Madara. The old guy is really strong. Glancing at the opportunity to copy the entry, Yamanaka Kei has not yet decided on a copying target in mind. The wood-style bloodline limit entry that Uchiha Madara had previously possessed was directly integrated into Yin-Yang First Integration Remnant. When given the choice between the two, he naturally chose the body of an immortal. Now there is another opportunity to copy entries. How about I go back and learn Impure World Reincarnation? Yamanaka Kei placed one hand on the storage scroll at his waist that contained the Uchiha Madara blood, mud, and clay. I felt a little moved in my heart. Anyway, the original Impure World Reincarnation of Senju Tobirama is not that strong. As long as you are well prepared, you can use a sealing technique set on the opponent when the Impure World Reincarnation comes out. I guess it shouldn't be a big problem. 2. They all run faster than rabbits. A shadow clone, holding an unconscious white zetsu in each hand, emerged from the ground using Earth-style, underground navigation. He threw the white zetsu on the ground and started taking things out of his clothes and trouser pockets. The shadow clones that had gone underground began to return one after another. More than 40 white zetsu were thrown to the ground. A lot of various ninjutsu scrolls, sealing scrolls, training scrolls, and intelligence scrolls were also collected. 3 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan stored in special sterile bottles were taken back by Shadow Clone. Yamanaka Kei played with the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the sterile bottle, picked up the Uchiha flame fan at his feet, which only had a few scratches, and threw it to the Shadow Clone beside him to seal it. Unlike the Sharingan, which is not very light resistant, this Uchiha flame fan is a good thing. Even if he doesn't really need it. You can also exchange a lot of good things from the Uchiha clan on the grounds of accidentally seizing them during the mission. As a powerful ninja clan that has been passed down from the Sengoku period to the present and has never declined. The foundation of this clan is no less than that of the Senju clan. A large number of seized scrolls were sealed in storage scrolls according to categories. The 40-odd white zetsu received the same treatment. Most normal creatures would die instantly if they were sealed by a storage scroll. But white zetsu has essentially become a piece of tree, and its survival ability is stronger than that of cockroaches. You will definitely not die in 10 days or half a month. The Uchiha clan is so miserable. Yamanaka Kei put the small glass bottle in his arms, feeling that for most people, having a bloodline limit might not necessarily be a good thing. Look, how many pairs of triple Megatama has he seen before and after? Even after death, his eyes would be gouged out. He was even sniped to death for digging out his eyes. It's okay to be remembered by outsiders, but my ancestors also remember me. Blast blast. After dealing with a bunch of loot, Shadow Clone was released one after another. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Kei also completely released the oil and water clones of Steam Danger Explosion. Use the Flying Thunder God technique and follow the mark left by the previous Shadow Clone to the location of the Gedo statue. Thanks to Shadow Clone's unremitting efforts, the hill-like Gedo statue has been moved to a forest more than 50 kilometers away. The Gedo statue is sitting cross-legged with its hands raised in the shape of a lotus, and its 9 eyes are closed. The special atmosphere where nature and evil coexisted had already frightened the weak creatures around it. How do you do this? Yamanaka Kei walked around the Gedo statue. I stood in front of the Gedo statue with my arms folded across my chest, feeling a severe headache. Seal it. His sealing skills are terrible. Such a big thing is completely beyond his ability. Moreover, the Rinnegan has the ability to summoning Gedo statue. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, even though Uchiha Obito absorbed it into his body, he was forcibly summoned away by Uchiha Madara. If it was left like this, he was sure of it. It won't be long before Black Zetsu finds this thing and hides it somewhere else. After communicating with Shadow Clone, Yamanaka Kei, determined to not fail, used the water-style raise nan to cut off 2 corners of the Gedo statue and barely stored them in the sealing scroll. Together with the 2 Shadow Clones, they printed the Flying Thunder God spell on every corner of the Gedo statue. One of the Shadow Clone even went into the mouth of the Gedo statue. The inside of its body was also carved. Leave. After the task was completed, Yamanaka Kei summoning released Pidgeot. Taking advantage of the fact that Pidgeot had recovered most of his strength, he headed straight towards the land of lightning. In a dark underground cave hundreds of miles away from the mountain cemetery, Black Zetsu sat on the chair that originally belonged to Uchiha Madara with a gloomy face. The white Zetsu around were talking about the battle that had just happened. Their playful tones and relaxed postures did not show any sadness or fear at all. It was as if they were not the ones who were almost wiped out just now. Yamanaka Kei. Black Zetsu's fingertips slid across the intelligence scroll in front of him, and his black triangular eyes narrowed almost into a line. While Uchiha Madara hid behind the scenes, secretly controlling Kirigakure and spying on the entire ninja world, they had been working hard to collect intelligence from various ninja villages. People leave traces when they pass by, wild geese leave sounds when they pass by. Anyone who has existed in the ninja world must have left behind some traces. Eliminate all candidates who do not meet the requirements from the perspective of Grandmaster Flying Thunder God Technique, Illusion, and Water Style. After many more deductions, Black Zetsu finally locked on Yamanaka Kei's identity. Even though the other party always uses the appearance of Senju Tobirama, and even though the huge chakra is not consistent with the origin of the Yamanaka clan. But after eliminating all the impossibilities, this is the only possibility left. He evacuated from the battlefield of the Second Ninja World War 5 years ago, and used his military exploits and family connections to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique from the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. He disappeared for 5 years and was content to work in the analysis class. A month ago, he was transferred from the analysis class by the third Hokage and joined the normal team sequence to become the team leader. The first time I was sent abroad was on an S-level confidential mission. Even White Zetsu failed to obtain enough information. How can you destroy my 1,000 years of hard work? Mom. Black Zetsu stared at the intelligence scroll on the table with gnashing teeth, wishing he could dig a hole in the words Yamanaka Kei. Senior, you must have been cursing at me just now. If you just call me Mom, the other person will misunderstand you. A white Zetsu came up to Black Zetsu. The words that were spoken almost made Black Zetsu spit out blood. Fei. You were the one who ran the fastest just now. Black Zetsu turned around and stared at Fei with a bad look on his face, wishing he could slap this idiot to death. Was he cursing just now? Is he missing his dear mother? Learn from the senior. He hit underground right after the fight started. He was much faster than me. Fei saluted and didn't think there was anything wrong with running away. Black Zetsu's teeth itched with anger. The guy named Yamanaka Kei, while staring at Uchiha Madara, kept glancing at him vaguely. After he escaped underground, he searched for a long time. If he wasn't confident that his identity was hidden enough, he would have suspected that someone knew something. Otherwise, why would you keep staring at him? Senior. Fei spoke again in confusion. The Mizu cage of Kirigakure has a special restriction on him. Once Madara dies, the restriction will kill the Mizu cage directly. You and I will go to Kirigakure. We can't let things get out of control there. Hi senpai. You go out and search for the Gedo statue immediately. Once you find it, bury it underground. We'll see which base to move it to after some time. Black Zetsu stood up from his chair and once again gave orders to the white Zetsu below. Hey? Why should we listen to you? Isn't it good to be free? I haven't experienced the feeling of eating yet. Yeah, and it feels like shit. It should be very comfortable. I see they all look very happy. There are also times when it's very painful. I really want to experience it. How about you help me open a hole so I can try it? The white Zetsu strayed off topic with just 2 sentences and became a noisy mess. Quiet. Black Zetsu's eyes were fierce. As lives created by Tsutsuki Kagaya, he only had to think about it and all the white Zetsu became stiff and unable to move. They were just soldiers mass-produced by Tsutsuki Kagaya. Even though Black Zetsu is just an incomplete yin-yang creation, he still has the power to control them. Seeing the white Zetsu looking at him with confusion, Black Zetsu just spoke again. From today on, I am Uchiha Madara. You must obey all my orders. Do you understand, idiots? Chapter 83. The night was dark and thick clouds obscured the already dim moonlight in the sky, making the night even darker. 30 kilometers southwest of Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning, a bustling town called Crescent Street is brightly lit. Even though it was almost 12 o'clock, the noise, shouting and playing could still be heard. This place is similar to Adofa Street near Konoha, both of which are places for ninjas to relax and unwind after missions. However, due to its special geographical location, it is a must-pass place on the north-south trade route, and the frequent passing of merchants and travelers makes this town far more prosperous than Adofa Street. Fighting grounds, pubs, dance streets, hot spring streets, shopping streets. It has to be said that although the geographical location of the Land of Lightning is not as advantageous as that of the Land of Fire, the current daimyo is a good hand at managing the country. At least in terms of improving the national economy, it is the best among the 5 major countries. Among the bustling crowd, a young girl wearing black-framed glasses and with a gentle and pleasant temperament came here to relax after completing her mission. Carrying a full shopping bag in his left hand, humming an unknown tune, he walked briskly into the dark alley. In the izakaya along the street, many drunken men looked away with regret. Young, good figure, and such a cute face. If this wasn't a ninja. In this special era, ninja is often synonymous with killing without blinking an eye. They may not enjoy the most respected status, but they possess power that ordinary people cannot achieve. Even those great nobles who show off their power in the royal capital would not easily offend a ninja unless they were too stupid. Not to mention, they are just businessmen with a little wealth. Turning around in the dark alley. After a while, the girl came to a house that looked quite old. Seeing 5 small stones arranged in a 3-1-1 pattern on the left side of the door, Yakushi Nono confirmed the meeting place and listened to the faint music coming from the courtyard with a grim expression. It is normal for a ninja to have desires. Every ninja will vent his inner stress through various means after completing the mission. But he was so indulgent during the mission, which made Yakushi Nono doubt whether he was a qualified ninja. This mission is extremely important. If Konoha's current situation cannot be changed, once war breaks out, Konoha will be the primary target of attack by other ninja villages. At this juncture, she could understand that the one coming was not a root ninja. But the other party is so unrestrained. Could it be that the person who came is Jiraiya, the legendary man who is extremely lustful and *x hungry ghost? If it's him, it seems normal. Whoosh! A small stone flew to my feet, rolled twice on the ground, and disrupted the 5 stones placed at the door. Yakushi Nono's hair stood on end and his body stiffened slightly. With a peaceful smile on his face, she pretended to be surprised and turned to look in the direction where the stone came from. A middle-aged ninja wearing a cloud shinobi forehead protector, who looked to be in his 40s and had an unshaven beard, was standing in the shadow of the house, looking at her with suspicion. Mukai, what are you doing here? Senior Sissy, I didn't expect to see you here. I was just shopping and I seem to have gotten lost. Yakushi Nono scratched his head with a wry smile on his face. The image of a confused shinin who respects his predecessors is portrayed vividly. He quickly recalled Sisei's information in his mind. Cloud Shinobi Shinin, a member of the Magnet-style Troy team, is a cautious person with a lot of mission experience. He was widowed a few years ago and has a child named Musei, who just graduated from the ninja school and became a genin. It seems that this guy is suspicious of her. He is nearly 40 and still hasn't become a genin. His strength should be a flaw. As long as the traces are dealt with, silencing him is the best way to deal with it. Tisk, I have a cat that can do backflips, Mukai, do you want to see it? Sis's eyes were looking at Yakushi Nono's figure unscrupulously. The greasy feeling of the middle-aged man rushed towards Yakushi Nono. Ninja cats? I heard that in Konoha, the Uchiha and Izu clans have a close relationship with ninja cats. The corner of Yakushi Nono's eye twitched slightly. But on the surface, he pretended to be cute and tilted his head. Seemingly attracted by this topic, he subconsciously moved closer to Sisei. That's the Izuno clan. Yamanaka Kei, who transformed into Sisei, still had the greasy expression of a middle-aged man, with a malicious light flashing in his triangular eyes. Hey? Did I remember it wrong? Swish! Yakushi Nono's originally empty right hand flashed with light blue chakra light. The sharp chakra scalpel went straight to Yamanaka Kei's throat. But the next moment, Yakushi Nono stood stiffly in place, and then her body's chakra scalpel dissipated uncontrollably, and she stood there again as a well-behaved and cute girl. Sister, I've already given you the secret code, it's impolite of you to do this. Yamanaka Kei looked at Yakushi Nono in front of him with helplessness. My cat can do backflips and Izuno were all codes that had been set long ago. The fact that Nono was able to continue the secret code means that his identity has been confirmed. It's too much to attack him even after this. Yamanaka's secret technique? What's up with your appearance? This isn't a transformation technique. Yakushi Nono was controlled by the Shinran's technique and had basically confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed a Konoha shinobi. But this transformation technique has no trace of transformation, smells like middle-aged sweat, and has the stale air of someone who has done something bad. The facial writing technique is a secret technique of the Kidain clan of the Fire Country. It can completely imitate the target's face and breath. Even ninja dogs cannot tell the difference. The disadvantage is that the target must be nearby, and the technique takes a long time to perform. Yamanaka Kei shrugged and explained the secret technique he was using. The Kidain clan is quite famous in the Fire Country, but they did not join the ninja village. Instead, they relied on their family's secret techniques to become guests of honor for many nobles. There has never been a shortage of assassinations in the ninja world. The Kidain family, who are able to become perfect substitutes, have always been the best substitute candidates for the nobles due to their good reputation. The reason why he knows this secret technique? Or it was because the Konoha guard once captured a member of the Kitain clan who transformed into someone else's husband. That brother is also a talent. Because he fell in love with someone else's wife, he attacked her when she left the village, and then took over her nest. As a result, he was reported by a woman the next day after arriving in Konoha and was directly taken to Konoha's interrogation room. According to the woman, her husband would start at least 30 minutes at a time. But this man couldn't even hold on for 30 seconds. If this isn't a problem, then what is? Kidain, Analysis Class, Yamanaka Kei. Yakushi Nono frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then directly said Yamanaka Kei's name. No, am I that famous? Yamanaka Kei was a little stunned. Are all professional spies so scary nowadays? He just said something, how did you guess his identity? I happen to have heard of it. Yakushi Nono's eye twitched again. Ordinary people may not know these things, but in order to redeem this member of the clan, the Kidain clan agreed to a series of conditions from Konoha. One of them is to train members of the Anbu training institution in disguise and transformation for a period of time. The 30-second incident was a hot topic among many training members at the time. The story behind it was also dug out clearly. At that time, she also felt that the memory reading technique was really a very suitable ninjutsu for spies. Unfortunately, her mental strength does not meet the requirements and she cannot learn such a technique. Chapter 84. Yakushi Nono didn't know Yamanaka Kei, and he only knew that there was such a person in the analysis class. But after the first contact, the other party gave her the feeling that at least. Are you capable enough? The Kidain clan's difficult to decipher facial writing technique, the stealth technique that she had not discovered despite her vigilant observation all the way, and the mind-confusing technique that instantly made her lose the ability to resist. It seems that it is indeed suitable for carrying out some difficult assassination missions. Only. How could there be outsiders at this meeting and location? Yakushi Nono frowned slightly and asked about the situation in the room. Spies hate unexpected situations and meeting irrelevant people the most. These will increase their risk of exposure. This lousy place you chose is like a place sprinkled with poison. I hid in the corner for 2 hours and at least 8 pairs of wild mandarin ducks came. If you don't make some noise, everyone will want to come here. Yamanaka Kei rolled his eyes in annoyance. 2 hours ago, he had just arrived here to scout the terrain when he heard someone humming and working in the corner. After they finally got up and left, another couple came in a few minutes. It looked like the shooting was about to begin. He quickly used magic to move the two of them to the next alley. Finally, someone came again. If we don't bring out 2 white zetsu and let them make some noise, how can people stay there? Irrelevant people. Yakushi Nono looked around the room and reiterated the key points. Dead. Yamanaka Kei waved his hand. White zetsu has nothing to do with humans except that it looks like a human. Is there anything wrong with saying that someone is dead? No problem. Can you do water style? Yakushi Nono nodded slightly. Accustomed to the darkness of the ninja world, she was no stranger to the use of disposable tools. Although she instinctively disliked this style of behavior, she was a qualified ninja and all she could do was to restrain herself from doing so. More than that, she was powerless. I understand a little bit. Earth style. I really only have a rough understanding of this. There are only about 20 people who can use them skillfully, and the rest can only make do with them. Yamanaka Kei saw Nono's suspicious look and could only tell the truth. His earth style doesn't even have an entry. If it weren't for the powerful blessing of Sage Body, he would have become a ninja with all attributes. Strengthened his affinity to the earth attribute. I'm afraid his earth style won't be able to be used in actual combat. Of course, what he calls actual combat must be at least at the Jainin level. It's no problem to bully the weak ones. Choose one of the two. Disguise the scene. Yakushi Nono unbuttoned the front of his shirt, reached into his bosom, and pulled out a small scroll as long as a finger. He raised his hand and threw it to Yamanaka Kei. After completing the handover, he glanced at Yamanaka Kei's face and turned away. Greasy, vulgar, sloppy, empty. Well, this face of Sisei is easy to remember. Good. Yamanaka Kei took the scroll which still had a bit of warmth in it and responded with some hesitation. This scroll. It's hidden so deeply. Watch Yakushi Nono leave the alley. Yamanaka Kei opened the scroll in the dim light of the moon. After taking a look at the contents written in a diary, he curled his lips speechlessly. Anbu likes to do this kind of thing. This is something that can be explained clearly in one sentence, but you have to rack your brains to come up with something like this. Without checking the code book, you have no idea what is written. Yamanaka Kei looked at the hidden arrangement code on the scroll, found the corresponding code book in the memory palace, and began to decipher the content word by word. Redby, 3rd generation Ray, nephew, Jainin, support, attack, Mist Shinobi. 26 years old, good at, lightning style, swordsmanship. On a small scroll. The target's personal information, daily schedule, and how to meet again after the mission is completed are all marked out. Yamanaka Kei rubbed his sore eyes. The raised nan in his hand was almost formed, and he rolled the small scroll into dust. Damn, Lao Zi's cheat sheets for the exams back then didn't even have words this small. He muttered something cursing. Yamanaka Kei was about to enter the yard to collect the two controlled white zetsu. A middle-aged man, impatiently unbuckling his belt with one hand and holding a charming woman with the other, rushed into the alley. I saw Yamanaka Kei, who was about to push the door open. Listening to the lascivious music coming from the courtyard, the two were stunned for a moment and then showed strange expressions at the same time. What are you looking at? If you continue to look, I'll drag you along. Yamanaka Kei glared at the two of them unhappily. What a lousy place this is. The most chaotic roaming areas in the Fire Nation are more reserved than this place. If you want, Ninja-sama, it's not impossible. Grass. Yamanaka Kei saw the hidden excitement in the middle-aged man after his silence, and his defense was broken on the spot. Just give them both an illusion package and let them have fun. This place is poisonous, absolutely. He quickly put away the two white zetsu that had been controlled by both sealing and illusion techniques for more than an hour. Yamanaka Kei, who was very angry, turned around and blended into the darkness. We all know the assassination targets, so there is no time to strike. Finish early, claim your rewards early, and go home early. More than half an hour later. After checking the identity information at the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village and chatting with the familiar gatekeeper ninja, Yamanaka Kei said goodbye to the two gatekeepers under the pretext of going home early to see the kids and sneaked into Cloud Shinobi Village openly. Read the memory of the owner of this face, Sisei. After entering the village, he found his assassination target, Redby, who was drinking with 7 genin in a pub with almost no effort. After thinking for 2 seconds about how to pass the blame to Miss Shinobi, Yamanaka Kei secretly exuded a bit of murderous intent against Redby. Ninjas who often walk on the edge of life and death are often extremely sensitive to murderous intent. The wine glass in Redby's hand paused for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he continued to toast with his companions as before. He put his arm around his companion's shoulder, pretending to reminisce about the past, and secretly completed the information exchange. It only took less than 5 minutes. Redby, who looked drunk, stood up, said goodbye to his companions, and staggered out of the pub. After walking a few steps on the main road, I turned into a remote alley. It was obvious that she wanted to use herself as bait to lure the assassin into the trap. Swish! Yamanaka Kei once again camouflaged himself with a layer of transformation technique, and suddenly emerged from the shadows of the alley with a kunao in hand. The drunken look on Redby's face disappeared. He drew out the ninja sword from his back and directly faced the enemy who was attacking him. The next second, Redby's ninja sword cut through Yamanaka Kei in the hydration technique state without any hindrance. The two figures passed each other. A head with wide open eyes rolled to the ground. Redby. Damn it! It's the water transformation technique of the Kizuna clan. Cloud Shinobi Jainin, who was following closely behind Redby, shouted loudly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Lightning style. Thunder ball. Lightning balls shining with golden light quickly blocked the alley. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yamanaka Kei directly crashed into the wall of the house nearby. After avoiding the blockade of lightning style, he used the instant body technique to quickly escape from the scene. Even though the Cloud Shinobi Jainin were chasing closely behind him. But after Yamanaka Kei dived into a well connected to an underground river, he could only release lightning-style ninjutsu repeatedly at the well with an unwilling look on his face. Relying on the hydration technique and the water-style wave attack that allows free movement underwater. After circling around a few times, Yamanaka Kei found another well and quietly returned to Cloud Shinobi Village. Originally only half of the street lights in the village were turned on now, and all the houses towering on the rock pillars also lit up. The alarm sounded throughout the entire village, waking up many ninjas who had already fallen asleep. They rushed to the place where lightning style was frequently released into the sky with nervous faces. Yamanaka Kei, who was merely maintaining his facial expression technique, blended in with the crowd and watched the excitement inconspicuously. Uncle, what happened? A soft and sticky voice came from the side. Yamanaka Kei turned his head and looked at the little loli who was even shorter than Yui Kurane. After seeing her face clearly, he subconsciously took a step back. Depend on. The two loli versions are by Wooden Golem. Two Tails. Chapter 85. Yamanaka Kei's subconscious action undoubtedly hurt the young hearts of the two wooden golems. Jinkrikki's experiences in each village were actually quite similar. Even when Killer Bee later on recruited disciples and held concerts in the village, those looks of disgust, fear, panic, and rejection always followed him like a shadow. The only difference is that Killer Bee has a brother to take care of him. He also has the courage to be willful, isolate the entire village, and live in his own world. And others. Most of them are alone, and even if they are hurt or wronged, they can only lick their wounds alone in a corner. Sorry. The two wooden golems' golden hair, which should have been as dazzling as the sun, seemed to have lost its luster at this moment. The little head was lowered and the two little hands were clenched tightly together. He bowed to apologize to Yamanaka Kei, and slightly moved on his toes, obviously preparing to escape from here quickly. Just the next moment, the touch on her head made her body stiffen. Like a frightened kitten, he dared not move at all. Ahem, I just came back from a mission outside the village. I'm a little stressed. You should understand, I don't know what happened in the village. How about we go and take a look together? Yamanaka Kei rubbed the little girl's head with one hand. How to say it? Soft and fluffy, feels great. The original owner of this appearance, CZI, was honest and dull. After decades of ninja career, he fully realized his ordinariness and mediocreness, and lived his life with a bit of the timidity of a mediocre middle-aged man. Logically speaking, Yamanaka Kei's behavior at this time is not consistent with the original owner's character. But he couldn't stay for a few days. After completing the mission, he returned to Konoha quickly. If it doesn't comply, then it doesn't comply. The little girl was hurt by his backward movement, and she looked like a wounded kitten, so pitiful no matter how you looked at her. If he wasn't comforted, he was afraid that he would have to give himself a big fight when he lay in bed at night. By the way, I added, I deserve to die. The warm touch from above their heads made the two wooden golems' originally stiff bodies slowly relax. I believed Yamanaka Kei's words almost without thinking. The ninja who just completed the mission and returned to the village must have gone through a fierce battle and must be very nervous. Yes. That's it. The uncle doesn't hate or exclude her. Yamanaka Kei patted the two wooden golems' heads in response. His eyes paused for a moment on the other party's entry, and he was ready to push his way into the crowd. Name, 2 by wooden golem. Occupation, ninja school student. Entries, two-tailed jinchuriki, red, flexible and light, blue, strong, green, lonely, grey. The second one, led by wooden golem, followed closely behind Yamanaka Kei, and tentatively grabbed the corner of his clothes with his small hands. The uncle in front of him did not react to this. Her big eyes became brighter, and a smile unconsciously broke out on her little face, which still had a little baby fat. If you keep doing this, I'm going to kidnap you. Yamanaka Kei kept complaining in his heart. To be honest, he was just here to carry out an assassination mission. Assassinate some high-ranking members of Cloud Shinobi Village to confuse the public and divert firepower from Konoha. Jinchuriki and the like have nothing to do with him. And if anything happened to the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Cloud Shinobi Village would probably go crazy right there. According to their style of doing things, which is more important than brains, they can't find out who kidnapped my Jinchuriki? I'll call you all once and see if you will confess. Is it okay to think so? Yamanaka Kei quickly shook his head, getting rid of the random thoughts in his mind. In the current Konoha, if Tsunade was the Hokage, he would definitely tie him up and take him back without saying a word. Third generation and Danzo are in charge. He was afraid that as soon as he tied up the Jinchuriki, the Yamanaka clan would produce a modern Hyuga Hisashi who would be sent to the Cloud Shinobi village to atone for his sins. After all, his identity is here. The strongest of the Yamanaka clan, a hardcore Hokage faction, Nine Tails Jinchuriki's fiancé. As for the third generation and Danzo, as long as they don't want the village to complain and Nine Tails Jinchuriki to have problems, his safety won't be a problem. But if he is just an ordinary Yamanaka. Xiaoluo, ahem, little girl, you are lucky this time. Yamanaka Kei glanced at the little girl behind him who was holding onto his clothes tightly. The two of them were greeted by the wooden golem. He immediately looked up and showed a bright smile with a hint of shyness. As if she had grasped the most precious thing, the little girl is trying hard to show her best side. Yamanaka Kei raised his hand and rubbed her little head again, with the same kind smile on his face. Replying to @Sarah_McDonald's, I sighed in my heart again, but nothing happened again. Position, current situation, and ability. No matter which one it is, it makes it impossible for him to be kind-hearted and take on everything by saying or doing anything. There are towering rock pillars on both sides of the street. The two Cloud Shinobi Anbu stood on a steep rock face, their eyes always following the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the two wooden golems. Captain, who is the person that the two-tailed Jinchuriki is following? An obviously very young Anbu asked in a nervous tone. Sisei, Chnin, a nice old man with a kid who just graduated from the ninja school. The older Anbu ninja stared for a moment, then turned his head to look at the center of the attack. Compared to Jinchuriki, he was more concerned about what the situation was there. If it was just an assassination, even if the person who died was a high-ranking official, it shouldn't have caused such a big commotion. The whole village was alarmed, but the alarm never stopped. Aren't you afraid of causing unnecessary unrest? Or is it that someone wants to achieve some purpose through this assassination? You mean don't be nervous? The young Anbu was obviously still uneasy. You don't understand. When people who have children see other children of the same age as their own children, they always feel some worthless sympathy and pity. Even if the other party is a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki is not some evil monster. You are an Anbu, not an ignorant villager. Use your brain. Hi. Captain. The older Anbu captain punched his subordinate member on the head. He knew very well that the power of the tailed beasts always awe-inspiring. Being able to recognize the truth and being able to treat Jinchuriki like normal people are two completely different things. Just like him. As the captain of the Anbu team, he participated in the sealing of 8 tails and the sealing of the 2 tails. He watched helplessly as the people around him fell one after another under the power of the tailed beasts. No matter how many times he told himself, the Jinchuriki were not the tailed beasts, they were the heroes chosen by the village to seal and control the tailed beasts. But the hatred, sadness, and resentment caused by the death of their companions always surge into their hearts the moment they see Jinchuriki. He can't do it. Faced with the collision between reason and emotion, and the self-condemnation of morality and conscience, all he could do was probably stay away from it. Don't confront, don't hurt. Sisei, if you can, make her life easier. The mask on Captain Anbu's face concealed his complicated expression. I was thinking in my mind whether I should say something nice to Sisei in a tactful way when reporting to Lord Rakage tomorrow. After all, his child and Sis's child are teammates. Chapter 86. Reidei has been advocating to attack Kirigakure. This is obviously revenge from Kirigakure. But aren't they having a hot fight with the Sand Shinobi recently? Other ninjutsu may be faked, but the water transformation technique involves the bloodline limit of the Hojiki clan, so it can't be faked. I still think this doesn't fit the style of Mist Shinobi. They are not always seeking secrecy. Secrecy. Look at the 7 ninja swordsmen, every one of them is arrogant and conceited, carrying big swords and wandering around the ninja world every day. Have they ever been secretive? Can you please stop being so judgmental? Is it true that you only have muscles in your head? We have been targeting. Shut up. Swish. The third Rakage AI, a figure surrounded by lightning, fell from the sky and hit the ground in the center of the crowd. As he finished speaking, the endless arguments among the top executives came to an abrupt end. At that time, the second Rakage suddenly died in the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and the third Rakage took the stage with great strength. Over the past 20 years, he has already conquered all the forces in the village with his absolute strength, tough tactics, and convincing demeanor. The prestige he had accumulated over the years made him the backbone of everyone the moment he arrived. Yamanaka Kei watched this scene from a distance. I have to admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen can't even catch up with such deterrence and influence. The village alarm is lifted. Anbu Team 1 seals off the scene, and the remaining teams without missions immediately seal off and check all water sources. Dode, send a document to Mist Shinobi and ask their Mizukage if they want to start a war. Send it out as soon as the document is written. Immediately evacuate the ninjas and villagers, and the guards maintain order. Do not cause unnecessary chaos. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, Third Rakage AI suppressed his anger and issued 3 orders in succession. He went to Yunli Gorge early this morning to visit his son and Killer Bee. I had only returned halfway when I saw the chaos in the village from a distance. Mist Shinobi's blatant assassination, the pro-war faction in the village stirring up trouble, and some high-ranking officials putting on a show to win over the people. All these things made him angry. He was just away from the village for half a day. Not dead. Rakage AI's green eyes swept over every village leader present. Some people avoided their gazes and remained silent, some pretended to be calm and lowered their eyes in thought, and some were furious and filled with righteous indignation. But no one dared to look him in the eye. I'll be waiting for you in the conference room. Take this time to think about how to explain it to me later. Reikage AI snorted coldly, suddenly exerted force on his feet, and soared into the sky. In the dazzling flash of lightning, Yu used the rock pillars to gain leverage several times and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Tisk third generation lay is still so powerful. Yamanaka Kei looked at Reikage's receding figure, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. This old man is truly a tough guy who can fight 8 tails in close combat and battle with 10,000 Earth-style ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights. This little entry is really eye-catching. Name, AI occupation, film entries, the strongest spear, red, slightly flawed shield, purple, powerful thunder, purple, strength to move mountains, purple, wild thunder, purple, accumulated prestige, blue, accepting advice, green, licking the calf, white. Hiruzen a Hiruzen. You lost again. Yamanaka Kei followed the guidance of the security team and began to slowly disperse with the people around him. After evaluating the aura revealed by Reikage when he appeared just now, he raised the opponent's strength rating again. According to his guess, the third generation mind should initially have at least 2 red entries. The strongest spear, the strongest shield. After all, his physique was so strong that the wind-style Rasen Shuriken only caused some scratches. If it weren't for the weak spot on the right chest created by my own Ippon sword attack, this entry would have been 100% red. The strongest attack, the strongest defense. Under the nourishment of the thunder, his physical fitness has been slowly improving, as well as his control over lightning style and the defensive power of his lightning armor. The innate power of pulling up mountains, the combat skills of Mad Thunder and the tenacious willpower. Not to mention what would happen if Sarutobi Hiruzen faced this kind of ruthless person. Even Yamanaka Kei, who has a complete advantage in terms of entries now, would have a hard time facing third generation Lei. Naruto's wind-style Rasen Shuriken, even with attribute restraint, didn't do anything to the opponent. His water-style Raise Nan is probably pretty badass too. Illusions and family secrets can indeed make third generation Lei fool around, but if you want to defeat or even kill him, you probably have to rely on Gui Lantern Huan Yu's steam explosion to inflict damage. The only way to win quickly. Perhaps only when the opponent uses a special technique, he can use illusion or family secret techniques to replicate Naruto's tactics. Let the other party intervene for you? If I can fully master the spiritualization technique, maybe I can try using the spiritualization state? But it's too fatal that my main body is not protected. Tisk should I copy the third generation Thunder's strongest spear? Yamanaka Kei rubbed his chin with one hand, still feeling a little unreliable. The strength of the third generation Thunder is the result of all the attributes being superimposed in one direction. A tanky warrior with a serious bias. If he only wanted to copy one entry, his basic physical strength would not be enough to fully exert the optimal effect of the entry. Uncle, can I come to your house to see you tomorrow? As they were about to part, the two of them rubbed their hands nervously and asked softly with their heads down. I will report to the mission center tomorrow morning, and I guess there will be nothing to do after that? Cloud Pillar number 36, 1701. Yamanaka Kei reported the address of this body's home. In my heart, I have already begun to mourn for the 2 wooden golems. If the girl knew that he was a spy lurking in, she would definitely become autistic on the spot. Or, when the mission is over and you leave, fake an accidental death. Those 2 Anbu probably can't withstand his illusion. If that doesn't work, can he secretly give the little girl a Yakang-style parting gift? Your 2-tailed Jinkraki is actually fostered by my family at your house? Reikage will cry to death. I am so damn kind. Good. The wooden golem has a pair of big eyes that sparkle brightly. He ran a few steps with an excited look on his face, turned back and waved vigorously at Yamanaka Kei, then turned around and ran into the house. Dad, is this my stepmother's daughter, or my stepmother? The resentful voice of the young man sounded from behind him. Bang! Yamanaka Kei's cheek twitched, and without saying a word, he turned around and slapped the boy on the back of the head. It is only natural for a father to beat his son. Although this kid is not his son, he borrowed the image of the original owner, so he has no psychological burden when fighting. Listen to what bullshit this guy just said. There are 2 Anbu hanging on this rock wall. Aren't you really worried that your father will be asked by Anbu for questioning and his reputation will be ruined? Besides, Laozi is not a copper smelter. How could he not know what can be done and what cannot be done? Musei. If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them. His dad, you're too strong. It hurts. I just saw the girl holding your clothes and walking all the way, why are you still quibbling? Go to the hospital to sign the donation agreement tomorrow. Are you really my biological father? Bang, don't be a ninja anymore. Try raising pigs instead. The animal husbandry industry is very developed here. Wild boars are easy to raise and sell. I'll take you to sign your retirement application tomorrow. Dad. Are you serious? Bang, listen to daddy. Your eyesight is worse than that of a guy with eye disease. If you don't raise pigs, you will die outside sooner or later. I just came up and said something, but I got slapped 3 times and was forced to retire. Oh, what else? The Anbu team leader, who was hanging on the rock wall and was in charge of monitoring the two-tailed Jinkriki, couldn't help laughing as he watched the father and son gradually go away. It's great to have a kind father and a filial son. The Anbu team members standing by couldn't help laughing. This kid named Musei probably has something wrong with his eyes. These two are from the wooden golem. Two Tails. You followed your father all the way, but you never even looked at her face carefully. You were just thinking about finding a stepmother? Chapter 87. The next morning, Yamanaka Kei, who had easily spent his first night in Cloud Shinobi Village, walked to the mission center with an old man's face. After handing in the sea-level task previously completed by the original owner of this face, I bought some calla lilies at the flower shop to commemorate the dead, and walked all the way to Cloud Shinobi's cemetery. Most of the ninjas who have been walking on the edge of life and death for years instinctively hate death, so except for the anniversary of the death of some important people, not many people are willing to come to the cemetery. Place a calla lily in front of the tombstone where I agreed to meet Yakushi Nono. Yamanaka Kei found a deceased friend who had once been a close friend in the memory of the owner of this face, and walked to the other's tombstone. According to the agreement on the scroll, he should have left after placing down the calla lily and conveying the message that the mission was accomplished. Wait for the other party to send another message about the agreed meeting time and place, and then get information about the next assassination target. But this is too troublesome. If you have that time, spend time with Xiao Luo. Well, isn't it great to experience the beauty of childhood with like-minded children? After spending more than half an hour in front of the tombstone remembering my good friend, Yakushi Nono, wearing black-framed glasses, came late with a bouquet of chrysanthemums. Seeing a calla lily placed in front of the agreed tombstone from afar, she felt a little relieved. Last night, when she learned that Reedy Eye was assassinated by a ninja using the hydration technique, she doubted for a moment whether it was really Kirigakura who took action. If that were the case, the plan she had made in advance would probably add many twists and turns. Seeing this bouquet of flowers, she felt at ease. Seeing the figure standing in front of the tombstone not far away and mourning silently, Yakushi Nono subconsciously doubted his eyes. This. Greasy, vulgar, sloppy, empty. Well, I guess I was not wrong. Good morning. The sudden voice in his mind gave the unprepared Yakushi Nono a startle. Pretending to be silly and cute, she looked around before she was sure that the voice was definitely related to that guy from the Yamanaka clan. Mind-body transmission technique? This guy's voice is unexpectedly young? I'm still 2 months away from turning 20, so of course I'm young. Yamanaka Kei's voice once again sounded in Yakushi Nono's mind. This time, Nono, who was already on guard, did not change his expression at all. He walked to the tombstone of his friend and put down the chrysanthemum in his hand. After pausing for more than 10 seconds, she took the initiative to speak in her mind. What's up? You were able to control your emotions so quickly and not let yourself speak your mind. You are indeed a walking shrine maiden. Business. Just give me the task directly. It's too troublesome to hand it over again and again. I'll think about it. Yakushi Nono was silent for a moment, constantly thinking about the pros and cons of doing this. First of all, delivering all the assassination missions at once is a right that only the core team leaders of the route have, which is not in accordance with the procedure. Secondly, killing them one by one can constantly cause psychological pressure, allowing the Cloud Shinobi high-level officials to divert their conflicts with Konoha as soon as possible under the threat of death. Finally, the phased transmission of intelligence can ensure intelligence security to the greatest extent possible. Where there are advantages, there will naturally be disadvantages. The mist shinobi ninjas that come out of the blood mist usually don't attack unless they know how to attack, but once they do, they are extremely ruthless. If an assassination order was issued, it would be impossible to carry out the assassination every few days given the long distance between them. If the situation of being assassinated every few days happens several times in a row, Cloud Shinobi might start a large-scale spy screening, and their risk of being exposed would increase greatly. Yamanaka Kei's attack last night was extremely successful, and Miss Shinobi has been firmly blamed for this. No matter how much she denies it, it probably won't have much effect. But now the Cloud Shinobi top brass has also become more vigilant. They were also aware of the Miss Shinobi's style of operation. If they acted too early, the danger level of the assassination mission would increase by several levels. If Yamanaka Kei is captured alive and can't stand the torture, she will give him away. I am happy that you are worried that the assassination mission will become dangerous, but I don't like your subsequent worries. Why can you still hear my voice? Yakushi no frowned. As a spy, it is necessary to learn how to restrain distracting thoughts, hide emotions, and even resist illusions. She was very sure that she had just gathered her randomly scattered thoughts. The Yamanaka clan's telepathic technique shouldn't have the same effect as the memory reading technique. So why could this guy still hear her thoughts? I said telepathy. Okay, you have actually guessed it right. In order to facilitate communication with summoning beast, I added a little bit of memory reading technique to my telepathic technique. Yamanaka Kei saw that Yakushi no was about to turn around and leave, so he quickly stopped his silly behavior. Lance, 34 years old, Jainin, skilled in lightning style and ninjutsu, trains every afternoon at the training ground below the 22 rock pillars. Yakushi no quickly spoke out the information of the 9 high-level and mid-level Cloud Shinobi. Some of them require to be as clean and neat as Reedii, some require to pretend the assassination failed, and some even require not to use water style, but to use fire style or wind style. After passing on all the information, she turned around and left the cemetery while trying to recall all kinds of garbage memories in her mind. The hurried footsteps seemed as if they were hiding from something dirty. Wow, there are people chasing you in Cloud Shinobi village? Tisk, a black-skinned sportsman, a black-skinned taijutsu ninja and a white-skinned genjutsu ninja? Genjutsu ninjas are all little dogs? What a fallacy! While Yamanaka Kei was amazed, Yakushi no fled in panic. Watching the other person disappear in the cemetery. Fearing that the girl might get into trouble, he said goodbye and immediately untied the telepathic technique. In fact, at first, he didn't intend to spy on Nono's inner thoughts. I rushed all the way to the land of lightning. I got used to talking to the falcon Pidgeot on the way, and I also learned some usage of the memory reading technique. After all, anyone facing a summoning beast that can only make cry has to think of more strategies. Just didn't expect it. This trick works quite well when used on humans. Even a professional spy like Yakushi no couldn't deal with this technique well when he first encountered it. I can only force myself to recall those unnecessary memories to interfere. This was the result of Yamanaka Kei taking the initiative to tell Yakushi no about the effect of the technique. If you don't say it. If he had asked a few more questions today, he would probably have been able to find out the color of the girl's underwear this week. The needle doesn't poke. Yamanaka Kei stayed in the cemetery for another half an hour, thinking about the assassination method, technique, time, and sequence in his mind. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, he slowly walked home. As a minor member of the Magnet-style Troy team, he had little presence in the village. Unless Troy calls for a mission, given the current situation where mission resources in various ninja villages are seriously insufficient, we should be thankful if we can take on 2 missions in 3 months. I just completed a sea-level mission. For a long time afterwards, he could stay in Cloud Shinobi village with full justification. The next few days for the Cloud Shinobi village leaders. Yamanaka Kei walked leisurely back to the doorstep of his home. I saw 2 small wooden golems squatting on a rock pillar with their knees hugged. He stepped closer. Juice, milk? Have you had breakfast? Fruit, juice, not yet. Chapter 88. With just one simple question, Wooden Golem's little face broke into a bright smile. Facing the sunlight, stand up from the corner of the rock pillar. The little girl's smile from the heart is so pure and beautiful. It was only then that Yamanaka Kei could really see clearly that the wooden golem's hair was not golden like his, but a color closer to light beige. It is not as dazzling as gold, but it appears softer and warmer. The wooden golem's hair is very beautiful. Yamanaka Kei praised from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. Wooden Golem's face turned slightly red, and he seemed a little confused by the sudden praise. In all the years she had been a Jinkraki, she had experienced very little kindness. Even though some people were kind to her at first when they didn't know her identity, after knowing her identity, these people would only show disgust and fear that was deeper than others. 2 simple fried eggs, a small portion of steak, a specialty of the Land of Thunder, and a small portion of corn noodles and bread toast. Take away a glass of sweet and sour juice. It took Yamanaka Kei less than 10 minutes to prepare a delicious breakfast that amazed Wooden Golem. His eyes narrowed as he watched the little girl eat. After sensing the 2 Anbu ninjas outside the house whose auras were slightly different from yesterday, he did not rush to do anything. Instead, he took a glass of juice and sipped it while asking about the daily life of the Wooden Golem. Perhaps it's because 8 tails frequently goes berserk, while 2 tails is less of a worry, or perhaps in the minds of the Cloud Shinobi high UPS, 8 tails power far outweighs 2 tails? In short, the Wooden Golem is obviously not as respected as the killer bee in the village. The education they received was also completely different. Killer Bee has been training with 3rd Raikage AI's son, the future 4th generation Raikage, since he became a Jinchuriki. As for Wooden Golem, he entered the ninja school step by step. Occasionally, an Anbu would send scrolls that recorded the Jinchuriki's training and improvement methods. Yamanaka Kei could probably guess what 3rd generation Lei was thinking. The other party probably thinks that as a girl, you, the Wooden Golem, need more company from your peers. The so-called exclusion and isolation of the children is simply because the Wooden Golem is not strong enough. Children always admire the strong. To sum up in one sentence, 3rd generation Lei is a little more attentive, but not much. The idea that strength is supreme applies to most people in Cloud Shinobi Village. But those children in the ninja school who have not yet been exposed to the cruelty of the ninja world will not think so much. Ineffective companionship will only increase the loneliness and anxiety of the Wooden Golem. Thank you for the treat. After having breakfast with Wooden Golem, the little boy had a happy smile on his face and saluted with his hands clasped together. Play chess? Play cards? Or do you have a better suggestion? Yamanaka Kei casually collected the dishes on the table and threw them into the kitchen sink. That kid Musei grabbed the bread and ran away early in the morning. Washing dishes is a job that is perfect for him. The ninja world has always been so cruel. If you are not strong enough, others will sleep in your bed, beat your children, and spend your money. I don't really know how to do that. The Wooden Golem snapped his fingers awkwardly. She had never played these games before. She had only seen her classmates play them from afar a few times and only had a vague understanding of the rules. It's okay, I'll teach you, well, then try everything and see what you like. Yamanaka Kei smiled and eased the embarrassment caused by the Wooden Golem. From the small box under the desk, he took out shogi, reversi, shogi, kiruta, and playing cards. The little girl listened with great interest to the instructions for each game. Just like the 7 Tails Jinchuriki Fu from the future Takigakuer. After simply listening to the rules, the little girl chose the double 6, which is more interesting and will not be boring even if there are only 2 people playing. This is a game similar to Monopoly in the previous life. You throw the dice to determine the points, and then move the squares on the board. Various situations will occur on the chessboard, and whoever reaches the finish line first will win. Although Wooden Golem's luck doesn't seem to be very good. There are always some strange emergencies, such as requiring the chess player to imitate the barking of a puppy, turn left and right 10 times with eyes closed, cry first and then laugh 3 times for 5 seconds each, or imitate the walking of a noble lady while holding a book on his head. But every time she smiled very happily. The small room was always filled with her silvery laughter. Such experiences were too precious to her, and always made her feel like they were a dream and not quite real. The 2 Anbu outside the house were stunned at the scene before them. Cheerful, lively, and outgoing, with a bit of naive cuteness. Is this Jinchuriki still the one they know, the Wooden Golem who likes to hold up his little face and is cold and arrogant in the ninja school? Yamanaka Kei is still cooking for lunch. After a simple meal, the 2 of them tried several games, and they didn't feel bored at all because of Wooden Golem. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and after dinner, the Anbu in charge of surveillance couldn't help but knock on the door, reminding Wooden Golem to go home early because he had to go to the ninja school tomorrow. The little girl said goodbye and left, looking back every few steps. Yamanaka Kei half leaned on the railing, looking at Anbu who had not left his side, sighed helplessly, and took the initiative to speak. Do you need me to go to Anbu to cooperate with the inquiry? No one doubts you, Raikage-sama is happy to see someone accepting Jinchuriki. Anbu's shifts are always in 2 shifts. At this moment, the enbu in front of Yamanaka Kei has been replaced by the team leader from last night. That. I heard you want your boy to retire. In life, we must acknowledge the ordinariness of our parents, acknowledge our own ordinariness, and then acknowledge the ordinariness of our children. Recently. Well, I'm just afraid that he will die on the battlefield. Yamanaka Kei's nonsense just comes out of his mouth. Captain Anbu followed his line of sight, looking at the houses standing in the clouds and the cloud shinobi village with flickering lights. Listening to the sigh in those words, I suddenly felt a sense of empathy. He nodded slightly and left instantly. It's better to die before leaving, otherwise it's too deceptive. Yamanaka Kei watched the other person's back as he left, and he understood more and more why a spy couldn't stay a spy for too long. The encounter between life and life will inevitably give birth to new feelings. Although he couldn't sense good intentions or bad intentions, he could guess that someone must have given him a guarantee that he was not taken to Anbu for questioning. Even though he knew very well that being kind to his enemies was being cruel to himself. Whether it is for the wooden golem or for other reasons, dying seems to be the best option. Thump 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 with hurried footsteps, Musei ran to the door of his house like a gust of wind. He glanced at his old man who was staring at the sky in a daze, threw on his shoes and rushed into the living room, filling his cup with water while asking loudly. Dad! What's for dinner? Look at the kitchen yourself. Dad, am I still your biological child? Just a bowl of leftovers. Child, there is something I have never told you. I am actually your stepfather. It was snowing heavily that year and you were dying in the snow. I was wondering why I got beaten 6 times in 3 days. You old, I was wrong, I was wrong. Dad, I was wrong. Bang 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 bang. After feeling the heavy fatherly care, Musei obediently ate a bowl of leftovers. Dad, I went to ask this morning. I can fill out the retirement application myself. I also told my teammates that I might retire and raise pigs, but they advised me to raise cattle. Alright, mixed breeding. Yamanaka Kei looked at Musei with a strange expression when he heard this. There are not many such honest children these days. How many cows and pigs can we buy with our money? It seems that renting a place also costs money. Do we have that much money? Are you really willing to stop being a ninja? Dad, my teammates saw you buying flowers this morning. Calla lilies, for memorializing the dead. Good. What? Submit the application tomorrow and I'll rent you land and buy you cattle. Dad, you haven't told me how much money our family has. If we only have 1 or 2 cows, we won't be able to survive. I won't starve you to death. Chapter 89. Being a spy is not a job for humans. 12 o'clock midnight. Yamanaka Kei repeated this sentence in his mind once again, and with an illusion, he knocked down Musei, who was talking to him about the cattle breeding business. Using the transformation technique, he transformed into a standard cloud shinobi Anbu appearance. Use the flying thunder god technique directly to the corner of the cemetery that you visited once in the morning. Carefully scan the area around the cemetery with perception ninjutsu. Seeing that there was no one around, Yamanaka Kei just stood up and wiped off the flying thunder god mark left on the corner of the tombstone. He clapped his hands, and 8 shadow clones appeared beside him in the rising chakra smoke. After shadow clone appeared, he immediately acted according to the assassination plan made in the morning and quickly disappeared into the cemetery using the instant body technique. Yamanaka Kei himself flashed to the drinking pool on the side of the training ground in the southwest of the cemetery. Using the water transformation technique, you can integrate yourself into the water pipe little by little. Following the winding pipeline, he slowly headed towards the home of Chuchita, the only one among the assassination targets who was required to pretend that the assassination had failed, the bloodline limit ninja. Foundation. Cloud Shinobi Jainin, Lava-style bloodline limit holder, 3rd Reikage AI's right-hand man. His position as Cloud Shinobi is almost equivalent to that of Narashikaku, who was in charge of all Jainin affairs during Tsunade's tenure as Hokage. As a staunch supporter of Attack Konoha. This time, Yamanaka Kei will play a Konoha shinobi who assassinates the opponent. The mission requires that the person who looks like a Konoha shinobi at first glance be the one to act, but upon closer inspection it is revealed that it is a mist shinobi ninja, and that the assassination attempt be disguised as a failure, and finally a successful escape. If a root ninja were to complete this kind of mission, they would probably choose to leave a tiny insignificant mark on their body, and if the assassination attempt fails, they would simply die there in the standard mist shinobi suicide method. Yamanaka Kei hasn't been brainwashed, so he naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, this kind of troublesome task can only be undertaken by the main body himself. Going around in circles all the way. When approaching the earthen platform residence, Yamanaka Kei, who was hiding in the water pipe, discovered the perception barrier and early warning barrier covering the entire house. It was obvious that last night's assassination attempt had made the Cloud Shinobi higher UPS very uneasy. Even an elite-level Jainin like Dode was on high alert at this moment. But this is just right. I don't have to think about how to subtly point out the identity of Miss Shinobi later. Avoid the barrier above the ground and follow the water pipe into Tutai's house. Yamanaka Kei used the effect of Silent Walker to the ultimate level and silently emerged from the sink. I glanced at the study room where the lights were still on. He slowly moved to the door of the study and observed the scene inside the room through the gap in the door. Tutai, whose left eye had long been blind, still wore a small wooden plaque with the word lay written on it in front of his eyes. He sat upright in front of the desk, writing on the scroll quickly with his pen. His aura was exactly the same as Tutai himself, and there was no difference in appearance. But the system interface did not respond at all. Lava Style's rubber clone? As expected, none of the famous ninjas are simple. Yamanaka Kei grumbled in his heart, but was not in a hurry to reveal himself or look for the location of the platform. Sometimes, you still have to cooperate with your opponent's performance so that the play can be realistic. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the old-fashioned wall clock on one side of the study rang on time. The man in front of the desk shook his slightly dizzy head, looked at the pile of documents that were still there, closed his eyes and patted his cheeks with both hands, trying to wake himself up. And at the moment he closed his eyes, Yamanaka Kei formed a seal with one hand, and while sensing the full activation of the ninjutsu, he took out the kunao from his waist with his backhand. Secret Sword Moon Shadow. Using a kunao instead of a sword, he performed the half-baked Konoha-style swordsmanship. Yamanaka Kei's figure was like a phantom, leaving a trail of after-images, and in the blink of an eye he was beside Dode. Even though he is not very familiar with swordsmanship, his perfect control of his body from zero frame start and the physical enhancement brought by Sage Body make him look like a perfect fit for the impression of a swordsman ninja. Sizzle. The kunao cut through Dode's neck, easily splitting his head and body in half. This rubber clone instantly turned into flowing rubber and wrapped around Yamanaka Kei's body. While dodging instantly, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind Style. Great breakthrough. Boom. The rubber that was coming towards him was violently pushed away by Wind Style. The roar resounded throughout the entire mansion, and the perception barrier and early warning barrier all issued sharp alarms. The study room, which originally looked like a wooden building, gradually turned into a rubber appearance under the ravages of Wind Style. This entire study is actually made of rubber. There isn't really any simple ninja who can leave a name in the ninja world. Yamanaka Kei's perception ninjutsu has already locked onto the earthen platform hidden in the attic mezzanine. Faced with the rubber layer that is shrinking and getting thicker around it, he formed seals with his hands and used Wind Style again. Wind Style. Multiple wind cut technique. After Yamanaka Kei entered the study, a series of sharp wind blades shot towards it, quickly closing the door. Squeak 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 with a harsh friction sound. Yamanaka Kei dodged and rushed out from the gap forcibly cut by Wind Style. Facing the earthen platform that was falling from the sky with a kunao and hitting him in the face, he quickly blocked it with the kunao in his hand, leaned sideways to relieve the force, and kicked 3 times under the earthen platform. Dode bent down, slapped Yamanaka Kei's instep with his left hand, and used the force to leap upward, minimizing the force of the attack while forcibly taking the kick, his fingers tightly gripping his ninja shoes. With a grim expression, he endured the severe pain that made his eyes go black, and turned his right hand around and directly scratched Yamanaka Kei's hamstring. No matter how strong a ninja is, his fighting power will be greatly reduced if his hamstrings are broken. Bang! Yamanaka Kei's other foot flew up and kicked the Dotai's wrist hard. After kicking the kunao away, he used the force to spin around, breaking free from the opponent's restraints and continuously turning over and retreating. Damn! I met a ruthless person. I would rather be a Bakugan boy than to cripple one of his legs. Lava Style. Trapped rope. Tutai, whose face turned pale, felt his legs going a little weak, but his hands were still forming seals quickly. The rubber in the room behind him transformed into ropes of varying thicknesses, attacking Yamanaka Kei who had retreated to a corner of the room from all directions. Swish swish swish. Yamanaka Kei dodged quickly and attacked frequently with the kunao on his waist, looking like he was still looking for a chance to kill Dode. He used his external perception ninjutsu, but always kept an eye on the movements in Cloud Shinobi Village. When they saw two figures covered in lightning armor, rushing towards here at a high speed like thunder less than a kilometer away. While dodging, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Wei, Wu, Si, Chen, Zi, Zhou, Yin. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Yamanaka Kei shouted loudly. Tutai was startled and quickly raised the lava-style Humo Jade to protect himself. But the ninja in Anbyo costume in front of him clapped his hands and dived directly into the ground. Fire? Earth? Earth style. Watch the enemy disappear from sight. Tutai's teeth were almost broken. There's nothing wrong with the handprints and the shouting, but in the end you played Earth style? Are you bullying honest people? Earth style, dig up the earth. Tutai slapped the ground with both hands suddenly, and the earth and rocks within a radius of dozens of meters around him rolled up. As the owner of the lava-style bloodline limit produced by the fire and earth nature transformation, he himself has a high level of earth-style attainments. Even if the enemy escapes underground first, he is confident that he can dig him out. However, as the excavation continued to rise, it had to be admitted that the underground platform covering an area of 100 meters had been hollowed out. The enemy ran away in front of him. Run away! Shishi, the underground water pipes had long been broken due to the squeezing caused by excavation, and water was now constantly bubbling out. The rolling earth and rocks turned everything around into ruins. The adrenaline surging in Tutai's body gradually subsided. He glanced at his crotch which was causing him dizziness and pain, and when he saw the blood which had soaked his entire pants, his pupils trembled wildly. Then, that grandson, there is a knife on his shoe? There is a knife. Tutai felt dizzy and suppressed his fear as he untied his belt. After just one look, he fell to his knees in pain. Which BD from the ninja village is so rude and mean, and he even wears a sword on his ninja shoes. Not a human being. Not a human being. Woo 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 oink oink. Amid the crackling arcs of electricity, Third Raikage AI arrived with his son. When they saw Tutai kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face, both of them looked terrified. Tutai is one of the important and indispensable high-level officials in Cloud Shinobi Village. If anything happens to him, the village will be in chaos. Dode! Where are you hurt? Damn it! Which ninja village is this ninja from? Boss, quickly call a male medical ninja over. Tutai spoke with difficulty. Ah? Medical ninja. Yes, yes, yes. Medical ninja. Male. Don't ask about gender at this time. It has to be a boy. The veins on Tutai's neck bulged, and his voice was clearly filled with tears. It's all over. He hasn't married yet. Chapter 90. At Sissy's home. Tutai, you are so damn intolerant. Yamanaka Kei muttered to himself as he took off the ninja shoes that were damaged and deformed after being pulled so hard. After seeing that there were no signs of destruction of the body, he temporarily sealed it into the storage scroll. I found a pair of old ninja shoes in the shoe cabinet and put them on. He clapped his hands and used the ninjutsu, deodorizing smoke prison to completely remove all the smell from his body. Just now, he had escaped underground using earth style. Earth style of the earth platform, when digging up the soil, the surrounding soil layers will be turned over on a large scale. Originally, he was planning to leave directly using the Flying Thunder God technique, but he never expected that the water main buried deep underground would be directly destroyed by excavation. So, he used a combination of water technique and water style. Wave riding attack and escaped far away through the main water pipe. It also washed away all the dust and stains on the body. I just returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique. After finishing the cleanup, Yamanaka Kei sat at the windowsill, looking at the warning lights that were rapidly lighting up in Cloud Shinobi Village, and listening to the piercing alarms that were ringing in his ears. Pretending to be facing a formidable enemy, he rushed into the room where Muse-ai was. The alarm's ringing. Why aren't you awake yet? After giving the boy 2 slaps to wake him up, he grabbed the boy's collar and ran downstairs. Dad! Dad! What's wrong? What's going on? Muse-ai woke up from the illusion with a start, as if he was in a daze and had no idea what was going on. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the entire ninja village. In many places, one could even faintly hear the sounds of ninjutsu colliding and fighting. This made the young boy, who had just become a ninja and had never experienced blood and fire, panic. Remember the assassination yesterday? Yamanaka Kei responded in a deep voice, and joined the other ninjas who had also woken up from their sleep, and together they rushed towards the help signal that rose in the air. According to his previous plan, the time when the battle at the Today residence ends is the time when the shadow clones begin to carry out the assassination plan. The importance of the Earth platform to Cloud Shinobi Village and Third Raikage AI. As long as a battle breaks out between him and Dode, the Raikage will definitely rush to Dode's mansion first. The remaining shadow clones can take advantage of this opportunity to launch surprise attacks on the designated assassination targets. Even if the noise is a little louder, third generation Lei probably won't have time to deal with it. And everything happened just as he had imagined, even though it caused quite a bit of noise and alarmed quite a few people. But all 8 shadow clones completed the mission requirements perfectly. What puzzled him was that this distress signal doesn't seem to be the location of any of the people he assassinated. Killer Bee seems to live here? And the sound of battle. Could it be that it collided with an assassination plan from some ninja village? Which unlucky kid is so unlucky? Don't you think he has walked into a trap? Genin, retreat. Chnin, block the surrounding blocks. Jainin, tighten the encirclement. Capture him alive. Genin, don't join in the fun. Get out, get out. Damn it. I finally caught someone who didn't run away. I want to see which ninja village this BD is from. If they dare to come to my Cloud Shinobi village to assassinate me, I must destroy them. Chnin, surround the surrounding blocks, quick, quick. Mixed with chaotic instructions in the noise, Yamanaka Kei threw Muse AI out and whispered a warning. Stay away. Those who dare to assassinate you are not simple people. You too, Dad. Muse AI nodded repeatedly and hurriedly retreated to the group of genins in the distance. Yamanaka Kei turned his head and frowned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. The huge octopus tail danced wildly in the dark night, and the sound of thunder was endless. More than 10 minutes later, the lightning surrounding the center in the distance just gradually dissipated. From beginning to end, the so-called assassin was unable to break through the blockade of the Cloud Shinobi Jainin. All Jainin and Anbu, check each other's ninja shoes. Those that are damaged, have mechanisms, or are not wearing them, leave them behind. The rest of you continue to check the Chnin and Genin. An order came from the center of the siege. Yamanaka Kei raised his eyebrows and glanced thoughtfully at the ninja who issued the order. Tutai, is he planning to use shoes to identify someone? But it's too late, he had already changed his shoes. Moreover, the ninja shoes he wore before did not have any mechanism. However, when fighting with Tutai, due to the super-fast reaction brought by zero frame start, he saw that the opponent was actually preparing to withstand the kick, so he suddenly activated the medical water style. Water mantis, and a small section of the mantis blade extended from the tip of his shoe. Medical water style, the usage of water mantis is somewhat similar to chakra scalpel. But thanks to the water style master entry, Yamanaka Kei is easier and more convenient to use. Not only does it not require any hand seals, but its speed is also faster than the Rei's Nan. There are clear instructions given. All the ninjas present took quick action. 7 ninjas were left behind, and the remaining ninjas checked all the Chnin and Genin present one by one. Muse AI, who was dragged out directly from the bed without even having time to put on his shoes, was unsurprisingly also one of those who were dragged out. Why aren't you wearing shoes? The Cloud Shinobi Jainin in charge of the inspection narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Muse AI in front of him. I fell asleep, and my father heard the alarm, rushed into my room, slapped me twice, and ran away with me. I didn't even have a chance to put on my clothes. Muse AI pitifully showed the slap marks on his face. To be honest, these 2 slaps really hurt. In other words, he was beaten since he was a child, so his skin is thick and tough, and the pain will disappear by tomorrow at the latest. If someone else came here, his face would probably swell up like a pig's head. Go stand over there. Cloud Shinobi Jainin's mouth twitched slightly, not wanting to comment on such a father-son relationship. My son. This is my son, this. I'll stay with him. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Kei hurried over to echo him. Accompanying Muse AI, he stood among a group of suspects. What happened tonight really confused him, so he took this opportunity to stay and see what was going on. Not long after, 2 medical ninjas came from the direction of the Dode residence carrying a stretcher. Dode, with a pale face, lay on the stretcher, his eyes closed, his hands forming seals. using his bloodline limit lava style to sense and control the rubber around him. Earlier, when he was holding on to the enemy's shoes, his own lava style bloodline limit ninjutsu was still running. The ninja shoes the other party was wearing were made of leather and rubber, and the rubber part inevitably retained a large amount of his lava style chakra. This type of chakra mark is extremely difficult to remove. As long as the distance is not too far, he can use it to identify and lock the assassin. After sensing for a long time, he shook his head helplessly at Captain Anbu beside him. Those without shoes follow, Janin join the task queue, and the rest of you disband. Captain Anbu nodded slightly and gave new orders to everyone. Yamanaka Kei accompanied Muse Ai to catch up with the team on the stage. During round after round of screening, more than a dozen barefoot ninjas followed the stretcher on the earthen platform and entered the center of the battle. Within 100 meters of the combat area, large areas of houses collapsed, and the sounds of wailing and screaming were endless. The medical ninjas were busy treating the injured one by one. In the center of the battle, in a large pit with a diameter of more than 50 meters, several medical ninjas were surrounding a burly ninja with a white turban and sunglasses on his face to rescue him. Third Raikage AI and his son, as well as several Cloud Shinobi high-ranking officials, also gathered around the man with serious expressions. Killer B. Eight Tails Jinkraki? The other party's assassination target is Killer B? No. Which big brother is so cruel? Chapter 91. Yamanaka Kei frowned and recalled the result of activating large-scale perception when fighting with Dode. At that time, the third Raikage and his son were the first to rush to the Dode residence. Killer B's movements were only slightly slower than the other two. There were also several Cloud Shinobi masters who moved towards the Dode residence after hearing the noise of the battle. The key point is that he didn't find any particularly strong people around Killer B. In other words, there is no assassin who can pose a threat to Killer B. Then this. Jinkraki out of control? Why? Yamanaka Kei is very sure that there is no record of Eight Tails Jiki going berserk after Killer B became Jinkraki. In the original work, during the Third Ninja World War, Killer B was able to use the power of Eight Tails well to cooperate with the future Fourth Raikage to fight against Namikaze Minato. To achieve this, one must first adapt the body to the power of the tailed beasts. Then he won the battle against the tailed beasts, and finally made peace with them. None of this can be accomplished overnight. Even Naruto, the destined protagonist, had to train with Jiraiya for 3 years before he could initially adapt to the power of Nine Tails Four Tails. Even though Eight Tails is not as strong as Nine Tails, its strength should not be underestimated. Based on this calculation, during this period of time, Killer B should have at least adapted his body to Eight Tails' power and had some initial communication with him. If that's the case, why would he suddenly go berserk? Was he tricked just like the previous Jinkraki Bulabai? What on earth is going on? Third generation Lei had a heavy expression on his face, his arms folded across his chest. His imposing aura without even being angry made many of the surrounding ninjas tremble. Boss, before tonight, Killer B had no abnormalities. He was ready to support Senior Dode, but for some reason, he sprained his ankle as soon as he went out, and when he jumped towards the roof, he hit his head on the eaves. Anbu, who was in charge of looking after Killer B, answered third generation Lei's questions tremblingly. Talk about what happened tonight. The expression on his face under the mask was as weird as it could be. Not to mention spraining his ankle when going out, he could also consider that the fact that he wanted to jump onto the roof and run fast but ended up hitting his head on the eaves was a sequelae of spraining his ankle. But after landing, he stumbled and fell into the stinky ditch. Before he could get up, a large piece of brick and stone fell from the roof that had just been broken, smashing him into the stinking ditch, and he swallowed a large mouthful of mud. It only took less than 3 minutes. Things that normally happen once and can be talked about for a long time happen continuously without interruption. The end result is Eight Tails went berserk. After struggling for a long time, seeing that the third Raikage and others had arrived and Jinkraki was about to lose consciousness, Eight Tails inexplicably shrank back again. Third Raikage AI glared at Anbu beside him. Are you sure you're not kidding him? How could a person be so unlucky? And he started to run wild for no apparent reason, and when he arrived at the scene, it ended for no apparent reason. Is this reasonable? Could it be that Eight Tails was scared of being beaten by him? Is it possible? That guy is a stubborn guy. Even after fighting him until he was exhausted and was eventually sealed away, he never gave in. I think I understand. Yamanaka Kei pricked up his ears, listening to the faint conversation between the third Raikage and his subordinate Anbu in the pit, and quietly turned off the effect of the black entry ominous conflict. Ominous battle, black when the host actively activates the entry, within the perception range. Once someone sends a 1v1 invitation, the other party will definitely accept the challenge. All the effects of the fate-related entries of both parties in the battle will disappear, and the bad luck and misfortune states will be triggered. The probability of mistakes, illness, misfortune, and accidents will be greatly increased, and the probability of injury and death will be greatly increased. During this period, the effect of the ominous battle has been turned on. But he has never invited anyone to a 1v1, and no one has ever said such a thing to him. For fear of exposing his identity, he never dared to use large-scale perception ninjutsu. Who would have thought? Tisk Killer B actually won the lottery. This guy was probably habitually chatting with 8 tails in his body while preparing to support the platform. Result. What a tragedy. Call. Third generation Lei's face darkened to the extreme, and he finally suppressed the irritability in his heart. He looked at Dode, who was being carried on a stretcher with more than a dozen barefoot ninjas following behind him, and asked in a deep voice. Any results? No, the enemy has probably all evacuated. You're suspect? At first I thought it was Konoha. After all, whether it was my position or the other party's swordsmanship and ninjutsu, they all seemed to be consistent with the characteristics of Konoha shinobi, but it was not Konoha. Just say what you want to say. The third Raikage frowned slightly when he saw that Dode was still keeping the secret. If this guy hadn't just been attacked and had some irreversible injuries on his body, he would have lost his temper on the spot. It's already this late, can't you speak more directly and clearly? Ahem. My family's protective barrier is divided into a surface barrier and an underground barrier. There are not many ways to invade the barrier without setting off an alarm. And just now, the Anbu ninja also detected traces of chakra that had not been completely dissipated by the hydration technique at the broken water pipe underground. Currently, Anbu is following the traces and continuing to track down the source. Seeing that his boss was beginning to get impatient, Tutai quickly told him all the known information. Mist Shinobi. A cold light flashed in Third Raikage AI's eyes, and the suppressed and powerful lightning-style chakra in his body surged undercurrent. Including Reedy Eye last night, that's a total of 10 assassinations. Except for Tutai, who was strong enough to survive this deliberate assassination, all the others died. If it weren't for Dode's confession, based on the traces of water style, fire style, earth style, and wind style mixed at various locations at the scene, he would naturally have suspected Konoha first. But now, the most crucial evidence directly points to Mist Shinobi, whom he had never taken seriously before. Those trace evidences that were placed in the open seemed to be deliberately concealed. And Killer B's inexplicable experience also reminded him of Blue B's sudden rampage. There is no memory, no reason to be found, and even when recalling it afterwards, there are no clues. Mist Shinobi. Very good. Very good. The incident with Bulabai was also secretly caused by you guys, right? Faced with repeated provocations, Third Raikage AI was filled with anger. Cloud Shinobi Village had not encountered such a large-scale assassination in many years. Since Mist Shinobi wants to fight, then fight. Raikage glanced at the high-level executives who seemed to be somewhat excited, and conveyed his will to everyone in a cold voice. In his opinion, everything is now clear. There is no way Mist Shinobi will admit what she did, and the inquiries sent yesterday will not get the answers she wants. In that case, let's use our fists to tell Mist Shinobi what will happen to those who provoke us. Ding S-level career mission change Cloud Shinobi's strategic goals and provoke wars in other countries has been completed, and you will get 2 entry extraction opportunities, 1 entry gift opportunity, and 1 random white entry upgrade opportunity. A familiar system prompt sounded. Yamanaka Kei looked at the Cloud Shinobi ninja who responded loudly from afar, and was secretly amazed. Just a statement makes the system believe that the task has been completed. The prestige of the third Raikage should be the highest among all the Raikage. A&D. This wave of Mist Shinobi is going to explode. With so many big pots passing by, I don't know if they can handle it. Mist Shinobi, I am so wronged. Chapter 92. After Killer B's condition stabilized, he and Dode were taken to Cloud Shinobi's hospital. The senior executives of Cloud Shinobi, also escorted by Anbu, headed towards the conference room of the Cloud Shinobi office building. Third Raikage AI looked at the dozen or so barefoot ninjas standing at the edge of the ruins, and cast a questioning look at the Anbu beside him. Boss, we just followed Lord Dode's instructions and conducted a preliminary screening of the ninjas in our village. The Anbu ninja quickly explained what had happened. Third Raikage AI nodded slightly and strode over to the group. He understood Tutai's desire to catch the assassin as soon as possible, but doubting his own people in public was not his style. Seeing the dozen or so somewhat nervous cloud shinobi ninjas, he spoke in a deep voice. You are my most trusted subordinates. I don't believe that the ninjas who rushed to support their companions without even bothering to put on their shoes when they heard the alarm would be scum who betrayed the village. Woo 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 boss. Boss, it's great that you believe in us. After hearing the words of the third Raikage, the anxiety and grievances of more than a dozen barefoot ninjas disappeared. Some were so emotional that they burst into tears on the spot. When everyone doubted them, their boss always believed in them. Such trust directly pierced through all the pride in their hearts, making them more determined to follow their boss. A man's tears shouldn't be shed so easily. Now everyone disperse and go home to have a good rest. Third Raikage AI turned and waved, striding in the direction of the Raikage building. The strong and resolute back looks extremely majestic at this moment. Yamanaka Kei turned around and saw Muse AI, whose face was blushing. He silently patted the other's shoulder and put his arm around him as they walked towards home. This young man's face wasn't flushed with excitement because he was so excited by the third generation. The reason why he was not wearing shoes was that he was sleeping so soundly that he didn't hear the alarm in the village at all. How embarrassing! Rescue companions? Doesn't exist. The many ninjas who were left behind dispersed and went home, feeling deeply moved. Another Enbu team leader quickly came to the side of third generation Lei in a few instants and landed. Lord Raikage, we have quietly checked everyone's homes just now, and there are no suspicious signs. Starting tonight, the village will be sealed off. All ninjas and villagers are not allowed to leave. Self-inspection will begin tomorrow. Third generation Lei's voice is steady and rich. He did trust his subordinates, but as Tutai said, spies are everywhere, so it's always better to be careful. Moreover, 9 people were assassinated at the same time tonight. If you include the problematic killer B, that makes 10 people. He didn't believe that those guys who sneaked into the village could all escape from Cloud Shinobi village in such a short time. Spies and insiders are bound to exist. The only thing that is uncertain is whether this spy or insider is an ordinary person or a ninja. It is imperative to wage war against Kirigakuer. If we can't find the infestation before the war begins, who knows how much damage it will cause to Cloud Shinobi village. Raikage, you are rough on the outside but delicate on the inside. When things are almost clear, come out and win over people's hearts. Tisk. The moment Yamanaka Kei pushed the door open and entered the house, he realized that someone had come into the house, and the positions of various things had changed slightly. Ordinary ninjas might not be able to detect traces of this restoration search. But his observation ability is extremely strong, and the king of ninja world has given him an unparalleled memory. The difference of that millimeter was too obvious for him. He pretended to be unaware, closed the door, and kicked Musei back to the bedroom to sleep. Yamanaka Kei stood in front of the windowsill under the night sky, and finally had time to pay attention to the system reward just now. 2 chances to draw entries and 1 chance to give away entries. Is there another chance to upgrade the random white entry? It looks like a lot. But its value is not as good as the reward for completing the S-level task for the first time. Does this mean I have passed the novice period and lost the novice benefits? Yamanaka Kei scratched his head and said this, but he actually didn't feel much. The death of Uchiha Madara, the big boss behind the scenes, made the sense of urgency he felt disappear in an instant. There is still a long time in the future and he has plenty of time to develop slowly. System, extract entries. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white entry Yaeja's turnaround and the purple entry magical girl transformation. The sister of the brothel turns over. White, your rich experience in hand-to-hand combat has given you more agile skills and a more seductive posture. Your body is more flexible and agile, and your charm to men increases, while your favorability to women decreases. Magical girl transformation, purple. By shouting magical girl transformation, you can absorb special magic energy and integrate it into yourself, perfectly condensing it into a special energy outfit, and awaken your own exclusive abilities, obtain exclusive magic equipment or weapons, and greatly improve your strength, speed, defense, physical strength, casting speed, and willpower. Oh my god! The moment Yamanaka Kei heard the entry, he was quite excited, thinking that his luck had turned and he would have a big hit. The result is Monkey Soju? System, are you FG me? There was a white entry in front, and at first glance I thought it was a kite turning over, but it turned out to be a kill sister. She stopped pretending to be a magical girl. I'm AFG man. Yamanaka Kei's face was as black as ink. Although magical girls looked cute, from what he understood, their upper limit was ridiculously high. But as a grown man, if he really activated this entry, God knows what terrible things would happen. The system's moral integrity has never been very high. This is such a rip-off. Yamanaka Kei cursed at the system for a long time. I was thinking whether I should give this entry directly to Kushina later. After all, she is my wife, so it's not a loss to give her a purple entry. I thought of Kushina shouting magical girl transformation and then changing into a beautiful outfit. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Tisk system, I also got the chance to upgrade the random white item. Yamanaka Kei imagined what Kushina would look like when she transformed, and casually gave an order to the system. In his opinion, white entries are basically chicken ribs that are tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. And he couldn't control such random things. No matter which upgrade you get, at best it's just a green item, how heaven-defying can it be? Congratulations to the host, the white entry expired milk has been upgraded successfully, and the green entry medicated milk has been obtained. Medicated milk, green when performing medical ninjutsu, the nature of the ninjutsu will undergo subtle changes that are difficult to detect. The proficiency of medical ninjutsu, chakra control, treatment speed and treatment effect will be improved, and the person being treated will have a slight positive reaction. Good. Yamanaka Kei raised an eyebrow and casually activated the green entry medicated milk. Although he has the body of a sage and recovers from injuries incredibly quickly, he generally does not need to use medical ninjutsu. But it's better to have this thing than nothing. Who can guarantee that the people around you will never get hurt? It's better to be prepared. Moreover, the development of a ninjutsu similar to the self-reincarnation jutsu for Kushina has not been finalized yet, and Tsunade is somewhat unreliable. If he improves his medical ninjutsu, he can be self-reliant, right? Chapter 93. A large amount of memories of practicing medical ninjutsu poured into Yamanaka Kei's mind. He quickly mastered the healing jutsu, yin healing technique, fine disease extraction technique, living regeneration technique, chakra scalpel and other ninjutsu. The medical water style, which I was already very familiar with when I obtained the Water Style Master, was also reviewed again. Chakra scalpel, it feels more refined than the medical water style. Water mantis. Yamanaka Kei clapped his hands, skipping the tedious steps of making hand seals. The light blue chakra quickly condensed into an extremely thin and delicate chakra blade in his hand. As he controlled it with his mind, the size and length of the blade tip kept changing. Different from the medical water-style water mantis which has stronger cutting power. Chakra scalpel does not have such strong cutting power, but the higher chakra precision requirements also make its effect turn to the other extreme. A medical ninja who has gained full control of the chakra scalpel. It is even possible to create a chakra scalpel that can directly pass through the skin and attack the human body's muscles, meridians, and internal organs. Of course, this bug-level ninjutsu is not without flaws. The more refined the chakra control, the further it is from the body surface, and the higher the chakra control required. In the original work, Yakushi Kabuto used this move to directly cut off the muscles of Tsunade's right arm and thigh to prevent him from exerting his supernatural power. But it is limited by chakra control. During the battle, his chakra scalpel was extremely short and could not directly cut off Tsunade's heart vessels and defeat the enemy in one blow. Is it possible that the fat is too thick? Yamanaka Kei looked at the slender chakra scalpel between his palms that had extended to nearly 20 centimeters. After silently estimating Tsunade's heart, he sympathized with Yakushi Kabuto for a second. It's not that Yakushi Kabuto is not strong. The enemy's armor is really too thick, and it's difficult for anyone to resist. You know, his chakra control, which has been amplified by zero frame start, is among the best in the entire ninja world. Even if medicated milk is just a green entry. But his control over chakra scalpel definitely exceeds that of 99% of Konoha's medical ninjas. Even so, his chakra scalpel could only extend to a length of about 20 centimeters. In the heat of battle, the length will only be shorter. It's okay to use Harano Sakura, Kuratsuki, Karin, and Karui in their youth, but when it comes to the talented Tsunade, Samui, and Terumi Mei, we should be more realistic and change our ninjutsu. The probability of a slight positive reaction, what is that reaction? Yamanaka Kei looked at the detailed explanation of the previous entry, thought about it, and dispersed the chakra scalpel in his hand. He clapped his hands and used the healing jutsu, the most frequently used medical ninjutsu. As soon as the light green chakra touched his arm, Yamanaka Kei gasped and quickly moved his hand away. This feeling is like entering an air-conditioned room during the dog days of summer, and your whole body feels refreshed. I looked at the hairs on my arms that stood up. He placed his palm on it again. A different feeling than before. This time, it seems like taking a hot spring bath. It's more comfortable than taking a hot spring bath, and it seems to make me feel a little more refreshed. What is this? Ninjutsu type stimulant? The effect seems to be okay? As time goes by, the effect is getting stronger? It's a bit. Damn. Yamanaka Kei shuddered and quickly moved his hand away again. He looked at the emerald green A-level medical ninjutsu healing jutsu on his palm. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Just now, he seemed. I encountered something dirty. System. Are you sure the medicine added in this entry is a legitimate medicine? Yamanaka Kei's expression changed and he dispersed the healing jutsu in his hand. I made up my mind that from now on I would never use medical ninjutsu on anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. After using this thing, it's ruining someone's reputation. If it weren't for the fact that once an entry is activated, it can only be removed by stripping the entry, and he had already used up the opportunity to strip the entry. He was afraid that he would have to throw the entry away on the spot. With an indescribable weird expression on his face, Yamanaka Kei wiped his face and went straight into the bedroom to sleep. The next morning at 11 o'clock, Yamanaka Kei walked out of the Reikage office building with Muzei, who had completed the retirement procedures. In Cloud Shinobi Village, where strength is worshipped and strong people are admired. Unless they encounter serious injuries that cannot be cured, few people choose to retire after becoming a ninja. Therefore, Cloud Shinobi's retirement procedures were much simpler than Konoha's multiple approvals, multiple re-examinations, and personal persuasion. I filled out the retirement application at 8:30 in the morning, and at 9 o'clock Third Reikage directly approved it. At 9:30, the ninja forehead protector that was originally issued was returned and the employment file was revoked. Yamanaka Kei and Muzei also used the remaining time to rent a piece of land to the east of Cloud Shinobi Village, which was relatively barren but flat and had convenient transportation. Because I only leased it for 2 years. The original body, Sisei, had been a ninja for nearly 30 years, but had only used up about half of his savings. The remaining money was more than enough for them to build sheds, buy feed, and purchase calves and piglets. Muzei was feeling a little disappointed after returning the ninja forehead protector, but that feeling disappeared without a trace the moment he received the land lease contract. The life of a big boss, just thinking about it made him fascinated. Genin. Those are the people who work for his farm. Once the farm is back on track, I will definitely go to the task posting center to post a few more tasks and assign my teammates to do them. Muzei held the land lease contract in one hand, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Yamanaka Kei glanced at Yakushi Nono, who was passing by on the street and dropped the book in his hand on the ground as if accidentally, and felt a little puzzled. The title of the book is Ryan. This is the signal used for emergency contact on the original mission scroll. Once this signal is activated, the situation in Cloud Shinobi Village, or Yakushi Nono's situation, will become extremely critical. Go, 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 and say goodbye to your teammates. Yamanaka Kei glanced at the two boys standing at the intersection and waving at Muzei, and slapped Muzei on the back of the head. Hey, Dad, then I won't go home for lunch. Muzei laughed twice and ran towards his teammates as he spoke. Eat it if you want. Yamanaka Kei pretended to smile helplessly. Use the instant body technique and disappear from the spot. With his right hand inserted in his trouser pocket, he took advantage of the chakra fluctuations generated by the instant body technique and silently completed the single-handed seal. With his current level of Yin attainment, it would be impossible to kill him unless he was stared at with perception ninjutsu the whole time. Otherwise, ordinary ninjas would not be able to distinguish the subtle chakra fluctuations hidden in the instant body technique. What's wrong? Yamanaka Kei's voice rang out in Yakushi Nono's mind. During last night's high-level meeting, Cloud Shinobi Village has decided to wage war against Kirigakure. Our mission is accomplished. At the same time, this morning, Cloud Shinobi Village also began a strict ninja review, preparing to uncover all spies hiding in the village. My identity cannot be checked. I need to evacuate immediately. Do you want to come with me? Yakushi Nono's voice is extremely steady. As a veteran spy who is well known throughout the ninja world, she knows very well that the more critical the moment, the more she cannot panic. Once you panic, you are not far from being caught. Cloud Shinobi Village has been sealed off, are you sure you can evacuate? Yamanaka Kei raised an eyebrow. About 70% sure. 70%, what's the difference between that and no confidence at all? Yakushi Nono's eyelids twitched. Is this even human language? Spies are inherently dangerous. With the entire ninja village under blockade, most spies were helpless and could only leave the rest to fate or commit suicide. She is 70% sure, which is already very high. Would you mind getting some sleep? Yamanaka Kei chose a remote alley where no one was paying attention and fell from the roof. Through the mind-body transmission technique, the route to here in the future was directly transmitted to Yakushi Nono's mind. And you? Yamanaka Kei had a lot of questions in his mind and was about to ask something. Yakushi Nono's voice sounded again. How confident are you that you can evacuate safely? 100%. Next time you want to cheat a girl, remember to say less so it will be more believable. Also, change to a less sloppy and greasy image. Chapter 94. Sloppy? Greasy? Yamanaka Kei touched his face subconsciously. Well, his current appearance did fit the description. However, this was the first time in his life that someone disliked his appearance. No. This is not the point. The point is, who wants to cheat on S**X? Is he that kind of person? Hey, when I say sleep, I mean you sleep for a while, not me. Yamanaka Kei took several deep breaths and patiently explained to Yakushi Nono. Secret route. Yakushi Nono frowned slightly, but felt relieved in his heart. She knew that some routes were extremely confidential, and when transferring people, they would be blindfolded or put to sleep to ensure the safety of the route to the greatest extent possible. If there was such a route, it would indeed be much safer than the retreat route she had prepared in advance. Well, do you want to go? Yamanaka Kei scratched his cheek and asked back. It wasn't difficult for him to leave Cloud Shinobi Village safely when the whole village was on lockdown. The simplest way is to use Flying Thunder God to directly transfer space. As for what to say when the third Hokage asks about it when I return to the village to hand in the mission, that depends on the attitude of those old guys. If it doesn't cause him any trouble, he wouldn't mind living a peaceful life for a while. The hydration technique can be used to transfer groundwater to deal with the next task. But if the old guys are looking for trouble, then I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, you should abdicate and it will be the era of the young people next. Can the secret route support the transfer of multiple people? I discovered 2 spies from Konoha before. Yakushi Nono asked again. Although intelligence members do not know each other at all, in principle they are not allowed to contact each other or reveal their identities. But when she was collecting intelligence earlier, through observation and summary, she also discovered 2 spies who were also from Konoha. Given the current situation in Cloud Shinobi Village, they would definitely be caught if they didn't retreat soon. Once the important information of the village is leaked, no one knows what dire consequences will result. No problem, in 1 hour, we'll be at the 14th training ground in the east. Yamanaka Kei paused and designated a location very close to a branch of an underground water vein. Although he didn't know how many Konoha spies were mixed in with Cloud Shinobi. But since they work hard for Konoha, he naturally wouldn't mind helping out if he could. Clear. Yakushi Nono did not go to meet Yamanaka Kei again, but turned and went to the mission reception desk. An hour later. Cloud Shinobi Training Ground number 14. Yakushi Nono and 2 male ninjas rushed to the number 14 training ground from different directions. Yamanaka Kei, who was hiding underground with Earth Style, Earth Submersible, glanced at the entry pages of the 2 people. It was clear that they were indeed Konoha's spies. He slowly rose from the ground and gave a secret identification signal to Yakushi Nono and the other 2. The 2 male ninjas showed joy on their faces and quickly responded with the same secret signal. This morning, when they learned that Cloud Shinobi Village was under complete blockade and a large-scale search for spies had begun, they felt like the sky was falling. We can only prepare for the worst, destroy all data and intelligence, and wait for follow-up investigations in the hope of getting away with it. No one knows better than them what will happen to spies if they are caught. Now that they have the opportunity to evacuate, it is like a way out of despair for them. Let's start. Yamanaka Kei did not call Yakushi Nono by her name, but by her code name. As soon as possible. We are moving too hastily. I cannot guarantee that there will be no loopholes left. Yakushi no nodded. The other two male ninjas also nodded. Nirvana Vihara technique. Yamanaka Kei clapped his hands and white feathers fell around the three people. The three people who were looking at him felt a trance in front of their eyes, and the next moment they could not resist the invasion of sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. With his right hand, he supported Yakushi no who was about to fall to the ground. With his left hand he held the belts of the other two ninjas. With his eyes closed, he used the purple term space-time insight to gain super-spatial perception, and quickly captured the coordinates of Flying Thunder God, which was dozens of kilometers outside Cloud Shinobi village. Yamanaka Kei activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared right away with the three of them. Swish, the scene before my eyes changes. The rock pillars and loess of the original number 14 training ground have turned into lush forests and shrubs. It is located more than 50 kilometers west of Cloud Shinobi village. They had long since left the Cloud Shinobi village guard's daily patrol area. When Yamanaka Kei was rushing from the Iron Kingdom to Cloud Shinobi village, he stopped here to rest and let Pidgeot recover. Take out a map of the ninja world from the storage scroll. He roughly marked the current location of the three people and stuffed it into Yakushi no's hands. After taking a look at Nono, who had fallen asleep, his face lost some of the cuteness and pitifulness he usually pretended to have, and he looked more calm and peaceful. He grinned, closed his eyes for a moment, then raised his hand and patted the other person's thigh. I hope you like this gift. With a smile full of evil humor, Yamanaka Kei clapped his hands, leaving behind a shadow clone, and quickly returned to his home in Cloud Shinobi village. Shadow Clone observed the surrounding environment. He formed seals with his hands and used his half-baked earth-style, earthquake core to sink the ground where the three of them were. We also used earth-style soil cover to create a layer of camouflage above the sinking ground. After making sure that he would not be seen by accidental passers-by, he hid underground and concealed his figure. It was approaching midnight. After sleeping for nearly 10 hours, Yakushi no struggled to wake up from the dream created by the Nirvana Vihara technique. Crushing the special paper map in her hand, she carefully looked around in the darkness and confirmed the safety of herself and the other two Konoha spies. After groping for a while, he finally used a kunao to cut a hole in the earth-style soil cover above his head. The starlight lit up her eyes. With the help of starlight, she checked the marks of several people's locations on the map, and her tense body relaxed slightly. I returned to the pit and checked the status of my two companions again. Seeing that the two of them would not wake up for a while, Yakushi no looked towards the river, which was only 100 meters away. With the idea of redisguising herself, she set up a simple warning trap and jumped into the somewhat icy river. Quickly wash off the disguise on your face and body to remove the body odor. After a while, I looked at the front of the thigh and saw a palm-sized, extremely eye-catching mark. She wiped it for a long time, unconvinced. At this moment, even though she had received professional training, she still almost couldn't hold back her tears. 10th, 17th. Just borrowing the secret route. Doesn't seem to be. Yakushi no carefully felt the condition of her body, and after confirming that she was fine, her tears retreated, but her face turned pale and blue. The good news is that she wasn't really bullied. Bad news, she doesn't believe that the mark was printed on clothes. And this thing obviously involves sealing techniques, and with her ability, it can't be removed at all. If she explains it to others, will anyone believe her? How can she go to the hot spring in the future? How to go swimming? Is this acceptable to people? Rogue. Shameless. Pervert. Scum. Hateful BD. Despicable, dirty, greasy man. Yakushi no kept muttering to himself. Even if he presented the other party's favor, he escaped safely from Cloud Shinobi village. But the price? Far away in Cloud Shinobi village, Yamanaka Kei and most of your Yuaki sneezed one after another. Feel the memories sent back after Shadow Clone disappears. He grinned. It seems that Yakushi no likes his gift very much. Let's see if you dare to make malicious assumptions about me again in the future. I muttered to myself. Yamanaka Kei stood at the window, looking at the Cloud Shinobi village, which was still brightly lit at past midnight. I silently observed a second of silence for the spies from other ninja villages. Tonight all ninjas were restricted to their homes and were not allowed to go out, and in the area that he could see alone, 3 battles had broken out from evening till now. That is to say, at least 3 spies were caught. In order to eliminate the hidden dangers in the village as soon as possible and officially declare war on Kirigakuer, the top leaders of Cloud Shinobi Village are really ruthless this time. Boom! Just as Yamanaka Kei was staring at the night sky in a daze, a ball of dark blue flame mixed with dark light rose up from the streets several kilometers away. The chakra flame of the two-tail. By the wooden golem. Cloud Shinobi executives, you all should eat shit. Your brains are not as smart as Danzo's. The 8th Jinkriki killer bee just had an accident. At a time like this, you didn't actually guard against the spy's dying counterattack, allowing them to get close to the wooden golem, the second-tailed Jinkriki? And those Anbu, aren't you all usually more arrogant than each other? Why do they all have diarrhea at the critical moment? Yamanaka Kei's expression changed several times. Logically speaking, as a Konoha shinobi, what does the Jinkriki of Cloud Shinobi Village have to do with him? But wasn't the reason he stayed in Cloud Shinobi Village just to get rid of the wooden golem? If he killed the little girl because of his butterfly wings, would he be able to sleep well at night from now on? Thinking of the little girl squatting at his door with her knees hugged, looking pitiful, and the happiness and joy on her face when she was playing games, thinking of Cloud Shinobi seniors, you guys deserve to die. Yamanaka Kei cursed through gritted teeth, opened the door and rushed out. Chapter 95. Dad. Musei was originally lying on the sofa, flipping through the pig farming guide in his hand out of boredom. Seeing his father rushing out of the house like the wind, he couldn't help but exclaim. Stay home and wait for me to come back. Yamanaka Kei's voice came from far away. Musei stood in front of the gate, looking at the blue chakra flame rising in the distance, his pupils shrank sharply. He wanted to stop it but didn't know what to say. He could only watch his father's figure quickly disappear in the cool night breeze. Because of the order given by the third Raikage near dusk. In the entire Cloud Shinobi village, except for the Jainin and Anbu, all ninjas and residents were kept at home and not allowed to go out. Yamanaka Kei made his way smoothly to the neighborhood where the two wooden golems lived. A large number of residents ran out of their homes under the azure flames erupted by the second tail Matatabi. Some Chunin and Genin who were also affected continued to command and guide the panicked civilians to evacuate towards the safe house. Yamanaka Kei went against the flow of people and moved quickly on the roof. Soon they arrived at the edge of the battlefield and saw clearly the situation in the center of the battlefield. Over a dozen Cloud Shinobi Jainin were currently besieging 4 ninjas dressed in standard Cloud Shinobi Anbu attire. There are also 6 Anbu ninjas who surround the wooden golem, forming a ceiling barrier that can help suppress the tailed beasts, and try to help the wooden golem control the runaway two tails in its body. Around them, there were about 7 bodies dressed in Anbu attire scattered around. The Anbu costume that looks all over the place and is hard to tell whether it is real or fake. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether the dead person was a real Anbu or a member of another force disguised as Anbu. But at this time, Yamanaka Kei no longer had the heart to pay attention to these people. The wooden golem, who was in a simple ceiling barrier, knelt on all fours, his eyes rolled back, his body slightly arched like a civet cat, and he let out low growls of pain one after another. The originally lovely little girl's face became somewhat hideous and distorted because of the unbearable pain. And within the ceiling barrier that 6 Anbu ninjas were working together to cast. The blue chakra flame is still raging and seems to be getting more intense. It was obvious that even though wooden golem had tried his best, he still couldn't suppress the mad second tail. Illusion? A pupil-based bloodline limit illusion? This seems to involve hallucinogenic drugs. Yamanaka-jin stared at the 2 wooden golems in the barrier, frowning slightly. These 6 Anbu obviously have some experience in dealing with Jinkriki and tailed beast rampages. Although the ceiling barrier they cast was not of high level, the combined strength of 6 people was able to alleviate the pressure from the wooden golem to a great extent. But the chakra of the two-tail is not right, and the state of the wooden golem is also not right. The Yin Style Master entry is a purple entry that Yamanaka Kei has improved bit by bit through his own talent. When it comes to the understanding of Yin Style, there are few people in the entire ninja world who can compare with him. He could clearly feel the extremely obscure Yin Style energy lingering in the tailed beast's chakra. Unlike ordinary illusion-type ninjas when they perform illusions, the Yin Style energy is pure. The atmosphere was filled with gloomy, dark, and bloody smells. Sharingan illusion? No, the power of Sharingan is more extreme and darker, and it doesn't have such a strong smell of blood. It's Blood Dragon Eye. The Blood Dragon Eye of the Blood Pool clan. And by wooden golem. The violently trembling pupils and the extremely unstable mental fluctuations clearly showed that he was under the influence of some kind of drug. Just like how Orochimaru used powerful hallucinogenic drugs to trick the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Bulabai, a similar method is now being used on the wooden golem. However, the opponent's hallucinogenic drug is obviously not as powerful as Orochimaru's. He can only use the Blood Dragon Eyes Genjutsu to strengthen the effect on the Jinchuriki and the two-tailed Matatabi. The current situation is, because of the runaway chakra of the two tails, wooden golem has escaped the control of the illusion, but due to the influence of drugs, he is unable to fully control the seal and suppress the tailed beast, let alone awaken the two tails. As for the two-tailed Matatabi, it's more like, are you unwilling to wake up from the illusion? You stupid, mindless cat, why are you imitating Tsunade when there are so many people you can imitate? Yamanaka Kei cursed inwardly. If the situation is allowed to develop, the wooden golem's body would certainly be the first to be unable to withstand the power of the tailed beast's runaway force, and would eventually die tragically like Blubby. In order to solve the problem, the two tails must be awakened and suppressed by force. Yamanaka Kei can easily find a lot of techniques of that level in his arsenal of illusion techniques. But his identity as a mere chunin is such that no technique can protect him. In a close distance, with contact, pure yin dun, minimize chakra spillage, and use the runaway chakra of the two-tail to cover up. Several feasible plans quickly flashed through Yamanaka Kei's mind. He used the flickering technique continuously and came to the edge of the ceiling barrier cast by 6 Anbu ninjas. All 6 Anbu turned their gazes towards him. They were on guard and alert, and 2 of them almost couldn't help but take action on the spot. Sai, what are you going to do? The Anbu captain, who was familiar with Yamanaka Kei before, asked urgently. He is really scared. Today, Anbu has uncovered several spies from other ninja villages. If this guy Sisei is also like this, then this team leader who just gave a guarantee a few days ago. I want to help her. Yamanaka Kei pretended to muster up courage. Get out of here. Why are you causing trouble at a time like this? Captain Anbu's teeth were almost broken. He could understand the feeling of seeing someone you care about in danger and having your body move of its own accord. But you, a chunin, really have no idea about AC. Jinchuriki's heart, lonely and resolute, let him in, awaken the sleeping soul, oh yeah, today's rhythm, still gorgeous. The sound of 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee came from not far away. Behind him, several octopus tails, holding ninja swords like sharp spikes, drew streaks of light. With a quick flash of his figure, several enemies who were still resisting stubbornly were quickly defeated. Either die on the spot, or be captured alive. Killer Bee adult. The Anbu and Jainin around him all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. After Killer Bee dealt with the enemy, he simply waved at Yamanaka Kei, signaling him to move faster. Yesterday he was lying unconscious in a pit like a dead dog. Today, I can come out alive and kicking to support my companions. Jinchuriki's recovery ability is really outrageous. Well. Yamanaka Kei took a deep breath under the gaze of several Anbu, and then walked towards the direction of the wooden golem with trembling legs. Although in the eyes of these Anbu, he was clearly extremely scared. But his movements were not slow at all. While calling out the wooden golem's name loudly, he ignored the fact that the two-tail chakra was also beginning to erode his body due to its close distance. One hand gently pressed on the little head of the wooden golem. Matatabi, is it fun to mess with my little loli? Magic. Third Brothers Ecstasy Bureau. Revised. Using illusion to counter illusion, forcibly changing or covering the enemy's illusion, is a method that can only be performed when your mental strength is several times that of the enemy. Didn't the two-tailed Matatabi voluntarily indulge in the illusion and not want to wake up? If you have the guts, don't wake up in this life. Chapter 96. In a fertile field full of blooming wild flowers, the two-tailed Matatabi was happily playing with the other tailed beasts. The furry Kurama, the lazy Jiki, the cricket pupa Chmei, the lazy Seiken, the lively Koku. Sage of 6 Paths sat in the fertile flower fields, quietly watching them play and fight. Matatabi's nimble tail gently whipped Four Tails Sun Wukong's back. The angry little monkey chased it madly. It reluctantly gave up after a while, and was so angry that it turned around and went to provoke Chmei, who was not as fast as it. Chmei, who was still a caterpillar, was so angry that he kept spitting silk, but he didn't hit Sun Wukong, but instead covered Three Tails with the net. The honest Three Tails Isabu sighed helplessly and looked at the instigator, the two-tailed Matatabi, with resentment. The air is filled with the scent of freedom and joy. But in the next moment, the entire space underwent earth-shaking changes. The figure of the Sage of Six Paths disappeared, and in his place appeared a man wearing a heavy golden turban, a knee-length robe glittering with gold, and jewels on his hands. At this moment, the other tailed beasts also transformed into giants wearing white scarves and colorful robes. The reason why they are called giants is because their size is slightly larger than the two-tailed Matatabi. You know, even if the tailed beasts are just in their larval stage, their size is dozens of times that of humans. This is the first time I have encountered a human of this size. The two-tailed Matatabi subconsciously took a step back, an ominous premonition coming to his mind. Name, Matatabi. Occupation, House Cat. Entries, 9 lives, purple, two-tailed cat demon, purple, Suanbi demon fire, purple, quick reaction, blue, hunting, blue, light and agile, blue, yin-yang eyes, blue. Yamanaka Kei, who was secretly watching the two-tailed Matatabi in the spiritual world, glanced at the other party's entry and no longer paid too much attention to it. Compared to Nine Tails' luxurious configuration of 1 red, 3 purple, 2 blue, 1 white, and 1 grey. The 3 purple and 4 blue of the second-tailed Matatabi are somewhat not impressive enough. With just 1 red entry 9 Maha, he can instantly turn a bunch of entries at the second end into ashes. It is no wonder that people in the previous life often said that the tailed beasts were divided into 2 types, 9 tails and other tailed beasts. Namashi little cat, now we are going to start catching you, please don't be caught by my servants, otherwise, in the illusion space, the Sage of Six Paths transformed into a human, put his hands together, bent slightly and performed a strange gesture. After standing up, he shook his head and said something. Before the two tails could figure out what was happening, he waved at the 8 giants beside him that were transformed from the tailed beasts. The next moment, 8 humans, who were much larger than Matatabi, pounced on the bewildered two-tailed Matatabi. The big blue cat had no idea what it was about to encounter and subconsciously dodged a few times. However, it was pinned down in the fertile field by the experienced 8 men. Yamat butterfly! Sharp screams echoed throughout the illusion space. Yamanaka Kei decisively closed his perception of the illusion space, and through the yin escape energy, he looked into the spiritual world of the wooden golem. In the grey spiritual world, countless pairs of eyes stared at the wooden golem who was squatting on the ground with his knees hugged. The little girl didn't dare to look up at the pairs of eyes around her that were filled with hostility, disgust, fear, and hatred. She just stared blankly at the only colorful double roku chessboard in front of her. Every time the chess pieces on the board are moved, the scene of Yamanaka Kei and the wooden golem playing that day is reflected. The little girl in the picture smiles very happily every time. When seeing such a scene, the wooden golem in the consciousness space would also have a faint smile on his face. Only. Yamanaka Kei looked at his somewhat unreal figure in the picture, and doubts arose in his heart. What does this mean? If it is a memory scene, it shouldn't appear that the characters are deliberately blurred. Such a statement seems more like confirming that it is not his real appearance. Oh my god! Where did I reveal my flaws? Yamanaka Kei was a little confused. He never expected that his disguise, which he thought was flawless, would be exposed by the wooden golem. I was puzzled. Relying on communication in the spiritual world, the outside world cannot sense it and it will not take too long. We have enough means and trump cards to deal with all possible situations. Yamanaka Kei's spirit body returned to its original appearance and sat cross-legged in front of the wooden golem. Uncle! I knew you would come. Wooden golem belatedly discovered Yamanaka Kei, who was sitting opposite her. After tilting his head and looking at her for a few seconds, his originally dull eyes became as bright and shining as a pearl in the ocean. A bright smile also bloomed on the young little face. How did you recognize it? Yamanaka Kei smiled and spoke. In fact, he himself was not sure whether he would rush over so recklessly if he had the chance to choose again. The trust from wooden golem made him feel a little heavy. Big Cat says your soul is much more delicious than it looks. The wooden golem grinned with his teeth bared, with a hint of pride on his face. Aren't you afraid? Yamanaka Kei raised an eyebrow, recalled the entry page of the second-tailed Matatabi, and sighed inwardly that it was a bad idea. Yin-yang eyes, strange eyes that can see souls. With the Pure Land controlled by the Old Man Six Paths, this entry seems to be useless whether in combat, assistance, or strength enhancement. But it just so happens that this thing is the nemesis of transformation-type ninjutsu. Damn it! The original book doesn't say that the two-tailed Matatabi has such ability. Uncle, you are really young and very handsome. The wooden golem blinked his big eyes and just smiled and shook his head in response to Yamanaka Kei's question. Young and handsome. The smile is as clean as the sky after the dust has settled after the rain. It's even more beautiful than she imagined. Thank you for the compliment. Yamanaka Kei flicked the wooden golem's forehead. I didn't realize that this little girl is also a beauty lover. Hey hey. Wooden golem covered his forehead with both hands, his cheeks slightly red. Want to go out? The big cat was too excited today. I seemed to have eaten something I shouldn't have. I couldn't muster up the energy and couldn't suppress it. It's okay. Uncle has already taught it a lesson for you. It won't make trouble again for a long time. Yet. So, is it okay if I get into trouble? No, you are not in trouble. You are a very good kid, wooden golem. I am proud of you. Woo, woo-ah-wah. When wooden golem heard these words, all the grievances and loneliness he had been holding for a long time burst out at this moment. She rushed into Yamanaka Kei's arms and burst into tears. Although I really want to take you out like this, it's not good to hurt others. Uncle. I'll give you a little gift as an apology. I hope your future will be bright, full of hope and beauty. Yamanaka Kei finished speaking, and the wooden golem's consciousness gradually fell into darkness. In reality, the two tails chakra on her body quickly returned to the iron armor seal on her abdomen. I also let out a muffled groan and completely passed out. Medical team. Killer Bee stood outside the barrier with his arms folded, a barely perceptible smile on his tight lips. As Eight Tails Jinkraki. He cares about the two wooden golems who are also Jinkraki far more than anyone else. But because of this, he did not use the power of Eight Tails to help the wooden golem suppress the two tails. He knew exactly what the Jinkraki needed. After this accident, he believes that the future of wooden golem will be smooth sailing. Chapter 97. The two whose bodies were severely corroded by the two tails chakra began to receive emergency treatment from the medical class ninjas at wooden golem. If Yamanaka Kei hadn't reacted quickly, he would have immediately wrapped his arm tightly with medical bandages after the medical ninjas took over the wooden golem. With Sage Body's recovery ability, he would probably have recovered before the medical ninjas came up to check. This recovery power. Yamanaka Kei glanced at his bandaged right arm and hand. He has always been pursuing a clean-cut way through a game, but he has never experienced the recovery speed of Sage Body. That's rapid healing visible to the naked eye. If other people saw this, it would be strange if the truth wasn't exposed. Jinkraki's injuries healed quickly. Your concern is the best medicine, oh yet. Killer Bee's rap is still so bad that it makes people want to roll their eyes, but he himself doesn't seem to feel it at all. Instead, he sings quite happily. Hey! I violated orders and left home. Yamanaka Kei still vividly plays the role of a cautious middle-aged ninja. The somewhat depressed and helpless expression made Killer Bee's smile a little more sincere than before. Able to ignore his own safety and rush here as soon as the accident happens. He has already felt this kindness. A whole, love and courage are the best qualities, idiot, no one will blame you, you are a great ninja, the rhyme seems to be wrong, Write it down and change it. Killer Bee took out a notebook and a brush from his pocket. With octopus ink spitting out of his mouth, he focused on studying his own rap rhythm in the small notebook. Yamanaka Kei secretly sighed that this guy's train of thought was indeed different from that of ordinary people. And won't the words written in octopus ink fade away over time? Wouldn't Eight Tails ink work? The dozen or so genin who were in charge of the battle just now began to quickly deal with the battle scene. The living were taken away directly for interrogation, while the bodies were pieced together awaiting further inspection and intelligence gathering. The 6 Anbu who were previously responsible for maintaining the barrier always guarded the 2 wooden golems. Seeing that the medical team had finished emergency treatment, they prepared to send Jinkraki to Cloud Shinobi Hospital. The Anbu team leader who knew Yamanaka Kei before came up and took him along without saying a word. Jinkraki's status is still unstable. God knows what will happen after waking up. Only a fool would let go of a guy who could stop the Jinkraki from going berserk. The smell of hospital disinfectant is not pleasant. Yamanaka Kei waited until Wooden Golem's condition gradually returned to normal before he found a bed for the patient and took a nap. A chaotic and noisy night passed. When the rising sun replaced the bright lights all night long, it illuminated this village in the clouds. The Cloud Shinobi ninjas, who have always been extremely decisive in their actions, have basically eliminated the known hidden dangers in the village. although Anbu is still interrogating the assassins who were caught last night. But the overall environment has gradually stabilized. This morning, orders were also sent out from the rakeage office building to count and prepare logistical supplies. Perhaps it was because of the continuous major actions in the village that affairs were very busy and the clarion call of war had begun to sound. The third rakeage AI did not come to visit the wooden golem in person. Just let Anbu convey a message to Yamanaka Kei to take care of the order from wooden golem temporarily. Yamanaka Kei, who had originally planned to go home in the morning, had to stay in the hospital and accompany wooden golem to recover from his injuries. Dad! Muse Ai's suppressed shout came from outside the door. Yamanaka Kei glanced at the sneaky boy, nodded to Captain Anbu beside him, stood up and walked out of the ward. Muse Ai walked around him twice and breathed a sigh of relief. Just a minor injury? Not bad. I almost thought I was going to collect the family member's death in action compensation. Bang! Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Kei slapped the boy on the back of the head. If you can't talk, just shut up. Every day, my head hurts just by looking at you. Hey, Dad, you are this. Muse Ai covered the back of his head with one hand and raised his thumb with the other. The expression on his face showed pride. This morning, when he was frantically asking about his father's whereabouts, a young Anbu roughly told him what happened last night. Single-handedly stopping the Jinkraki from going berserk, this kind of feat is something Shinin can brag about for the rest of his life. That's a must. Yamanaka Kei raised his chin slightly, looking like he was very pleased with the praise from his son. Didn't you ask the medical ninja to treat this injury? I am no longer old. I should use medical ninjutsu, which is a technique that stimulates my body's cells, as little as possible. You also know that you are old? Dad. If I'm not going to say anything, I'm going to say it to you. Next time you do something, can you tell me where the deposit slip is first? I'll be in a panic when you leave the house. UFG. Bang 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 bang. The scene of loving father and filial son began to unfold again in the hospital corridor. Dad. I made an appointment with my friend to ask the construction team for the price, so I'm leaving now. Muse Ai felt from the force of his punches and kicks that his father was not really angry, so he ran out of the hospital leaving behind a few words. Yamanaka Kei gave an apologetic smile to the young nurse who was covering her mouth and laughing beside her, then turned around and walked into the ward again. The wooden golem, who was originally sleeping soundly, has now opened his eyes. Looking at Yamanaka Kei walking into the ward, a bright smile appeared on his little face. Did I disturb you? Yamanaka Kei sat down on a chair nearby, and seeing you wooden golem shaking his head, he asked again. Would you like to eat something? Feeling his empty stomach, wooden golem responded with an embarrassed look. I ate breakfast while taking care of wooden golem, whose body was eroded by the two tails chakra and who couldn't even lift his arms. Yamanaka Kei, who had nothing to do, started telling stories to the little girl to pass the time. Perhaps because of what happened last night, the Cloud Shinobi higher UPS have more trust in him. That afternoon, Yamanaka Kei received a letter of appointment as a special Jainin written by the Raikage himself, as well as a letter of appointment as the chief instructor of the ninja school. Like Konoha, the principal of Cloud Shinobi's ninja school is also AI, the cage of the village. The nominal vice principal is actually the actual manager of the entire ninja school. The position of the head teacher is above that of the teachers, and his function is to assist the vice principal in managing the ninja school. He is definitely a backup vice principal. He has already stepped into the circle of Cloud Shinobi's upper echelons. Even qualified to attend high-level meetings. No. I'm a Konoha Shinobi, and I became a high-ranking official in Cloud Shinobi village. Yamanaka Kei was completely stunned when he received the two appointment letters. How did he become a high-ranking member of Cloud Shinobi out of nowhere? Moreover, as the head instructor of the ninja school, he probably won't have much chance to leave the village. How can I find an opportunity to fake my death? Oh shit! Something bad has happened. Such concerns continued until a week later, when wooden golem was fully recovered and allowed to be discharged from the hospital. Yamanaka Kei is about to leave for the ninja school to take up his post. Troy, a magnet-style bloodline Genkai ninja, came to him and hoped that he could be a member of the team and carry out one last mission with the team. This time, Troy will lead the team to cross the vast sea southeast of the Kingdom of Thunder. Survey the sea conditions, confirm the material supply routes and temporary garrison locations, and eliminate all hidden dangers on the road for the subsequent movement of the large ninja force. Although the original owner of Yamanaka Kei's appearance, Sisei, had questionable strength, he had been a ninja for decades and had experienced the First and Second Ninja World Wars. I am famous for my caution and carefulness, and my experience is far richer than that of ordinary ninjas. The lives of thousands of companions are at stake. Troy naturally didn't want to miss out on such a great mission partner. Yamanaka Kei readily agreed to the other party's request. After hurriedly placing all of his original belongings on the table at home, he followed Troy and left Cloud Shinobi Village. As a special Jainin who died in battle, he did justice to the original owner of this appearance. Fighting on the sea, it makes sense that no one would find their bodies after they die. Right? Hehehe, I'm still too kind. Chapter 98. In the Land of Thunder in December, there have been several light snowfalls. Although this place is not like the Iron Kingdom, when winter comes, the earth will be completely covered by ice and snow. But the temperature is undoubtedly much lower than that of the Fire Kingdom. Ordinary people would never start a war in this season unless they had no choice. But ninjas are not ordinary people. Because of the existence of chakra, even a genin who has just graduated from the ninja school can easily cope with most extreme weather conditions. Therefore, neither Third Raikage AI nor other Cloud Shinobi high-ranking officials have ever considered the weather issue. Facing the chilly sea breeze, 4 members of the Trojan squad, including Yamanaka Kei, along with another standard squad led by Jainin. The 8 of them set off from the southeast port of the Land of Thunder on a boat. Check all the islands on the route to the Water Kingdom. It took more than 10 days to complete the search of the waters of the Kingdom of Thunder, enter the territory of the Kingdom of Sea, and prepare to land on an island near the Kingdom of Water and leave the island. The Sea Kingdom is located between the 2 great powers, the Thunder Kingdom and the Water Kingdom. Once Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi start fighting, unless one of the sides can invade the other side's territory in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the Sea Country would probably become a war zone between the two, just like the Rain Country during the Second Ninja World War. And the outlying island, which has an extremely important geographical location, will also become a battleground for both sides. The ship approaches the port of the outlying island. When they were still about a nautical mile away, Chunin on the observation deck discovered the Mist Shinobi ninja warship hidden among the many ships in the port. Yamanaka Kei, who had been expecting the enemy to appear, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. The outlying island is the last stop of their mission this time. If no more enemies appear, he will play the role of an enemy and help himself get offline. He glanced at the Cloud Shinobi ninjas on the ship who began to use the transformation technique to disguise themselves, changing their appearance into sailors, fishermen, etc. Yamanaka Kei took advantage of the fact that there were no ninjas with keen perception in the team. He formed seals with both hands and used the transformation technique while silently performing the perception ninjutsu. With a diameter of 10 kilometers, the perception ninjutsu that can see up to 5 kilometers away quickly swept across the port. There were a full 15 chakra auras at the port, which made him raise an eyebrow in surprise. Looking out to the fairly prosperous port from afar, Yamanaka Kei held the side of the boat with one hand, a smile of interest on his face. Of these 15 chakra auras, 14 are very unfamiliar. The remaining dish left a deep impression on him. Gloomy, dark, and bloody. This was definitely the Blood Dragon Eye ninja who was attacked by Wooden Golem more than half a month ago. Blood Dragon Eye. Tisk. Yamanaka Kei glanced at the chest where the 3-tomo Sharingan sealing scroll was stored. My hands are a little itchy. This trip to Cloud Shinobi yielded very little, and if I don't bring back some local specialties, it would be a shame to come all the way here. The ship slowly approached the shore and stopped at an empty spot in the port. After discussing the details of the operation in advance, except for the 2 Chunin who were guarding the ship, 6 people, including Yamanaka Kei, disembarked while maintaining the transformation technique, and prepared to go to the island to investigate the situation. The corner of my eye swept across the seemingly calm sea. Yamanaka Kei followed Troy, who was leading the group, and headed toward the town behind the harbor. In the small port, dozens of sailors and ordinary people dressed as porters were busy loading and unloading cargo. There seems to be nothing unusual. But they were faintly shrouded in the special Yin escape aura of the Blood Dragon Eye. I saw Yamanaka Kei and his group walking by. These people stiffened slightly, and a faint red light flashed in their eyes. Some of them moved a few steps towards the group as if unintentionally. Among them, a sturdy man who was carrying a wooden box seemed to be standing unsteadily. He staggered and fell towards Troy, who was leading the group. Something is not right. Troy glanced around vigilantly and spoke urgently to the team member beside him. He dodged the opponent and moved back more than 10 meters. Yamanaka Kei and others saw this and followed Troy's steps to dodge. The sturdy man who fell to the ground did not explode. While repeatedly apologizing to the group of people, he bent down to pick up the scattered goods. Obviously, the manipulator behind the scenes does not want to reveal his secret so quickly. It's just that some people don't seem to have very good patience. Boom! A deafening roar came from behind everyone. The ship that Yamanaka Kei and others were on was shattered into pieces by the explosion that rose into the sky. A mist shinobi ninja with a turban on his head and a white mask on his face swept the Tuchnin guarding the ship, who jumped up in panic due to the explosion with a strange sword in his hand. The next moment, the explosion was heard again. The Tuchnin who were holding kunao to resist had their arms blown into pieces of flesh. Under the impact of the explosion, it fell towards the sea. Oink oink! A weapon like a steel drill broke through the water and, controlled by a thin steel wire, shuttled back and forth like a spirit snake. The two fallen Chunin were directly sewn together. The steel chisel fell into the water. The thin steel wire tightened in an instant, and the two men's bodies were immediately torn into pieces, dyeing a large area of the sea red. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, are they Jinpachi Murashi, the wielder of the explosive sword Hibu, and Kurikawa Kushimaru, the wielder of the long sword sewing needle? Yamanaka Kei curled his lips, his eyes full of disgust. Among Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swords, in his opinion, the most valuable one is undoubtedly the large sword Samehada. Secondly, the thunder blade Fang, the double blade Flounder, and the beheading sword are somewhat desirable. As for the remaining ones, blunt knives for cutting, long knives for sewing, and explosive knives for splashing. What a garbage! A man who has a hammer attached to an axe claims that he can crush all defenses. One is a sharpened steel drill with a steel wire tied to its butt, which is said to be able to pierce all enemies and sew them together. There is also the most ridiculous exploding knife Flying Foam, which is used to summon a detonating tag, which explodes when swung or thrown out. The special move is the self-destruction that blows up the knife along with it, which is said to be able to kill the immortal. This is an outrageous boast. Break through defenses and pierce through everything? Go bump into Susanoo? And blow up the immortal body? Conan's 600 billion detonating talismans didn't kill anyone. Can a knife really turn the world upside down? Hehehe. Magnet Style Ninja Troy, I heard that you are the nemesis of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kurishan Kushimaru, with a shaman hairstyle and wearing an Anbu mask, carrying a long sewing knife on his shoulder, let out a creepy laugh, and slowly rose from under the sea that was dyed red by blood. And on the surrounding sea, 12 ninjas wearing mist shinobi forehead protectors appeared at the same time. 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, plus 3 standard Jainin teams, and the Blood Dragon Eye ninja hiding in the dark. Such a configuration, at least in terms of apparent combat power, is far superior to Troy and his group. Dozens of residents who were under the spell of the Blood Dragon Eye had scarlet light flashing in their eyes, blocking the way for everyone to reach the island. Mist Shinobi's men blocked the route out of the sea again. A fierce battle is about to break out. Tisk is Kirigaku planning to divert the conflict to the outside world like Sand Shinobi. As soon as Yamanaka Kei took one look at the lineup in front of him, he knew that after losing Uchiha Madara's remote control, there had not been much turmoil in Kirigaku. Otherwise you will be unable to take care of yourself. There was no way Kirigaku could send out a lineup like this to deal with Cloud Shinobi's threat of war. Come to think of it, just like Sand Shinobi has Cho and Ebis as the 2 mainstays, it can still function even if the 3rd Kazekage dies. Mist Shinobi also has highly respected elders like Yuanchi. Both sides faced similar dilemmas and made similar choices. I can't say I'm your nemesis, but as a user of Magnet-style Bloodline Limit, it shouldn't take much effort to deal with guys like you who rely on ninja tools for their skills. Troy took out a storage seal scroll from his waist and held it in his mouth. As the chakra smoke rose, his left and right hands each held several magnetic square shurikens. Wait for the right moment and prepare to break out. Nikai, don't be too impulsive. Yamanaka Kei bent his body slightly, and as he held the kunao with his backhand, he lowered his voice and said something to the young Jainin beside him who was eager to try. I have already started thinking about how I should die so as to appear more heroic. The young Cloud Shinobi Jainin named Nikai was slightly stunned when he heard this and subconsciously looked towards Troy. Seeing him nod imperceptibly, he swallowed with a gulp. Elder brother, didn't you just say that you could defeat the other party without much effort? I'm ready to rush. This would have been a shame if Brother Sisei hadn't spoken up, I won't be the first one to be delivered later. There was a look of looking at a fool in Troy's dead fish eyes. Young man, do you know what trash talk tactics are? The two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the opposite side are both well-known figures in the ninja world. If the two sides started fighting, the most optimistic outcome would be that he could barely hold back the two men by relying on his magnet style's control over ninja tools. The remaining 3 standard Jonin squads, 3 Jonin, 9 Chunin, and the Genin. You have a new Jonin, a special Jonin who was promoted based on merit, and 3 Chunin with you. Don't you have any idea whether you can handle it? What's more, the group of dazed people behind them who were blocking the dock looked strange. Who knew if there were any enemies in secret? Why don't you run away and wait for others to collect your body? Nikai's 2 remaining subordinates looked speechlessly at their team leader Jonin who couldn't even figure out how to play the duel. I secretly decided that if I could go back alive this time, I would definitely brainwash my Jonin. Otherwise, God knows when they will be lost together with me. Chapter 99. I hope you can still say something like this later. Hihi. Kurikawa Kushimaru, the user of the long knife and sewing needle, had a slightly cold look in his eyes. The long knife and sewing needle in his hands were slung across his back, and his hands quickly formed seals, and thick mist spread out. Water style. Mist shinobi technique. Scream. Howl. Desperately wait for the moment of death. Watch your intestines burst, watch your companions fall one after another, watch the blood stain everything around you. It's fun, right? You are looking forward to it, right? The sound of Kurishan Kushimaru twisting and perverting, and getting extremely excited, made the people of Cloud Shinobi shudder. Troy's eyes narrowed. He originally wanted to delay a little. Take the opportunity to magnetize the ground under your feet. When the battle starts later, you can also use the magnetized ground to gain some geographical advantages. But the enemy acted too decisively, obviously knowing his methods well enough to not give him such an opportunity at all. Whoosha's sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the right rear. Holding the explosive knife Fiamo, with a cruel grin on his face, Mori Shinpeki swung his knife at the last Chunin in Yamanaka Kei's team. Troy waved his hand and a series of square shurikens flew behind him. A special shuriken with magnet style attached that can magnetize an enemy or its weapon as long as it hits it. And his subsequent attack containing magnetic force will attract the magnetized enemy, making it impossible to avoid. Boom! Amid the violent explosion, square shurikens flew everywhere. Above the storage scroll in Troy's mouth, puffs of chakra smoke burst out one after another, and his hands also left a trail of afterimages. Countless square shurikens, like flowers scattered from heaven, flew into the fog in all directions. Ding ding! The 2 slight sounds of metal clashing made a gleam of light in Troy's eyes. 2 giant square shurikens, each more than half a person's height, immediately appeared in his hands. He turned around and threw them at the enemy that had just been marked by magnetism. Crash! The 2 water clones dispersed under the attack. More water clones quietly condensed and took shape in the thick fog. Tisk Mist Shinobi, each of you is a lowly ninja. You have the advantage in numbers but still use this tactic. Yamanaka Kei grumbled to himself. He pretended to be ready for battle and slowly began to make seals with his hands. Lightning style. Web spider. He slapped the ground with one hand, and the lightning style chakra turned into a spider web like lightning, quickly spreading towards the surroundings shrouded in thick fog. Crackling snort. Several suppressed groans came from all around. A large number of water clones also dispersed under lightning style's attack. The newly promoted Jonin Nikai and the remaining 3 Chunin, who had been ready for a long time, immediately launched their ninjutsu in the direction where the lightning and the sound came from. But the enemy was equally quick. After using various means to block these ninjutsu, they retreated back into the thick fog. One after another, the water clones disintegrated in the thunder and lightning, but failed to hit the enemy who had already hidden again. The next moment, 2 water tornadoes shot up from the left and right. There was a strong chakra reaction in the sky, and several sharks formed by water style rushed down from above everyone's heads. Faced with the long-planned attack by the Mist Shinobi ninjas, everyone could only dodge. The formation that was gathered together was also divided and destroyed by the enemy. Ding 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 ding! Intensive attacks followed. One after another, the Mist Shinobi ninja launched a series of attacks that left the enemy no time to breathe. Yamanaka Kei pretended to be embarrassed and rolled forward to avoid it, then raised his right arm to block the enemy's kunai that was cutting his neck. Nikai and another Chunin, who chose to dodge in the same direction as him, stood up and quickly formed hand seals with him back to back, using lightning style to force back the two ninjas who attacked from behind. The crackling sound of lightning style has not yet subsided. Water blades, water needles, shurikens and kunai attacked from all directions. Everyone's vision was obstructed, and facing the attack from the thick fog, they could only dodge hastily for a while. In just less than a minute, the three of them had already suffered several wounds. "Senior, what should we do now?" At this time, Kai decisively gave up thinking on his own and threw the problem to Yamanaka Kei. Perhaps it was because of the previous reminder. He now has full trust in this senior who is slightly weaker but more experienced. "Be prepared to follow my orders and break out." Yamanaka Kei glanced at Kai speechlessly. Is this guy really a Jainin? Cloud Shinobi's Jainin, is it that only strength matters, not brains? Just now they were not only passively taking the beating, but also waiting for the enemy to move. Through the threat of Troy, the magnet-style bloodline limit ninja, the enemy's top combat power is pulled into position to prepare for the next breakthrough. Good. Nikai's brain has stopped working. Just like when he was the Chunin, whatever the leader Jainin said was the final word. Boom. A loud explosion, accompanied by the whistling sound of square shurikens, came from the direction where Troy and others had just moved. The small square shurikens that were previously scattered by Troy, either falling into the sea or piercing the ground, were pulled by the magnet style and turned into a swirling storm of shurikens. Directly forced back several mist shinobi ninjas who were attacking continuously. Kurishan Kushimaru and Murashi Shinpeki, who did not dare to touch these square shurikens with their ninja swords, also retreated a distance. Run! Yamanaka Kei let out a low shout, formed seals with his hands, and cast Thunder Illusion, Lightning Column. Intense lightning emanated from his body, penetrating the thick fog. He pointed out the direction in which Troy and others were going, as they were preparing to break out. The moment Kai finished his words, the light of lightning style in his hands flickered and he rushed forward. Another Chunin followed closely behind him. After receiving the signal, Troy immediately used all his strength to activate magnet style and headed towards the direction where Yamanaka Kei was. Kurishagashimaru and Murashige Shinpeki, who had already retreated a distance, took action at the same time. Kurishan Kushimaru swung the long knife and sewing needle in his hand and pointed them directly at Yamanaka Kei, who was as bright as a light bulb. Yamanaka Kei raised his hand to block, and staggered to take the sudden attack. Troy, who was rushing over, saw this and kicked the long knife stitch, hoping to take the opportunity to magnetize the opponent's weapon. A sharp blade flashed and chopped straight towards him, who was in the air and unable to dodge. Troy was about to block the attack with his shuriken, but his pupils shrank slightly when he saw the long sword clearly. Exploding knife and flying foam. That guy, Mori Shinpeki, didn't have time to launch an attack and actually threw his explosive knife over first. Walk. At the critical moment, Yamanaka Kei grabbed Troy's belt, turned around and threw him towards Kai. The flying droplets from the blasting knife also fell into the air. Boom. Under the strong impact of the explosion, Yamanaka Kei tried his best to curl up his body and endured the blow. His body was forced to retreat, and after rolling to avoid it, he bounced up without stopping, blocking the kunai attack from behind, then bent sideways and moved forward instead of retreating, avoiding the water blade that came silently from behind. The two Cloud Shinobi Chunin who had just followed Troy were just a little slow to react and were affected by the explosion of the explosive knife foam. Face the Mist Shinobi Ninja surprise attack that follows. One man had a kunai piercing his temple and died instantly. Even though the remaining man barely avoided an attack, he was slashed in the abdomen by another Mist Shinobi Ninja, and his intestines spilled all over the ground while he was dodging. The impact of the explosion dispersed the thick fog surrounding the explosive knife droplets for a moment. Troy saw that Yamanaka Kei was in critical condition and wanted to rush back to rescue him, but he heard the urgent shout of his old teammate. Retreat quickly. Looking at the figure with his back to him, he formed seals with his hands and released lightning-style web spider again to block the enemy's pursuit. Troy felt the determination and perseverance of his teammates. He formed seals with his hands and used a large magnet-style shuriken storm to once again block the enemy's pursuit, then gritted his teeth and rushed towards the direction of Kai's breakthrough. Perfect. Perfect. I can finally die. Yamanaka Kei looked at the thick fog that was gathering again, the smile on his face harder to suppress than axe. After unleashing another large-scale lightning style, he pretended to be running out of energy. Staggering and dodging the attacks of the surrounding Mist Shinobi ninjas, he took the initiative to approach the position of Mori Shinpeki, the user of explosive blade. Wellay Jinpachi, who originally wanted to chase Troy, saw the enemy coming to him, so he swept the enemy away without thinking. Magic. This is not technique. When Yamanaka Kei's eyes met Jinpachi Mori's, he used a Sirank illusion to briefly confuse the other party's vision. The storage scroll chakra in the left hand exploded with smoke. The body of the original Sisei crashed directly into the explosive knife foam. He himself used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear into the thick fog. Boom! A large piece of broken limbs and flesh exploded. Born in the village of Blood Mist, Jinpachi Mori, who is cruel by nature, has a cruel and bloodthirsty hideous smile on his face. He didn't even look at the body that was scattered all over the place. He turned around and chased after Troy and others who had escaped together with Kurisan Kushimaru. Drop significantly changes the fate of supporting characters, slightly interferes with the development of the world line, obtains, entry extraction opportunity ×1, entry gift opportunity ×1. With the help of the entry Silent Walker, he concealed his own aura. Yamanaka Kei, who used the water transformation technique to merge into the sea water, held a piece of ship wreckage with the Flying Thunder God mark engraved on it, and watched the Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi go away. Hearing the system prompt sound in my mind, I blinked in confusion. Whose destiny was changed by this? Troy? Nikai? Chapter 100. The original book never mentioned the specific way Troy died. But Nikai's death was clear. This unlucky child did not die in the Third Ninja World War, but was killed by the exploding bugs of the Xianyuan clan in a fit of impulse when he went to Sujino country with the 4th Reikage AI to snatch the ninjutsu scroll. It should be him. After a little thought, Yamanaka Kei knew that the person whose fate had been changed must be Nikai. As a veteran ninja, Troy has been in the ninja world for many years and is accustomed to separation and death. Even if his teammates sacrificed themselves to save him, he would only be sad for a while at most. Only a young man like Nikai, who has just become a Jainin and has little experience, would change his character and subsequently his fate because of the death of his teammates. It's better than nothing. Yamanaka Kei smacked his lips and quietly moved under the sea using the hydration technique. He quickly approached the area where the Blood Dragon Eye Ninja was previously sensed to be. In the residential area on the edge of the outlying island port. The whites of the eyes of a young man were blood red, with a pink-purple horizontal line across his dark red eyeballs. He sat on the sofa with a calm expression. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, he sipped it leisurely. The fierce battle that just took place at the dock seemed to have no effect on him at all. Miyashiro Flame? Yamanaka Kei pushed open the half-open door. Looking at the character in front of him who was somewhat similar to the image in the original work but obviously much younger, Yuyagi-en, he became even more confused. Didn't this guy massacre his entire clan because his wife was forced to death by his own people, and then took his daughter Chino to become a businessman? How did you get here? Mist Shinobi's ninja is really useless. He didn't kill you. But, is it lucky or unlucky that you found this place? Yuyagi-en looked at the middle-aged ninja standing in front of the door. With a scornful smile on his lips, Blood Dragon Eyes met Yamanaka Kei's eyes and directly launched the Blood Dragon Eyes illusion. Buzz! The invisible Yindun energy spread in the small hut. The sticky, dark, and fishy smell of Yindun made Yamanaka Kei frown slightly. The thought of experiencing the Blood Dragon Eye illusion disappeared immediately. Too lazy to waste time talking to the other party, he just used the magic mirror of heaven and earth to bounce back the Blood Dragon Eye illusion. Looking at Yuyagi-en who was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Yamanaka Kei took out a glass bottle only half the size of his palm from the sealed scroll. Wrap the surrounding area with water style to prevent leaving marks. He walked straight up to the other person and raised his hand to take his eyes. Ah! A shrill scream came from the hut. Yamanaka Kei calmly washed his bloody palms in the light blue water ball surrounding Miyashiro-en. Looking at the crystal clear blood longan in the glass bottle, he nodded with satisfaction. My eyes. I can't see. In severe pain, Yuyagi-en barely managed to break free from his own illusion. He hasn't wailed yet. Yamanaka Kei once again presented a self-created A-level illusion, magical heaven and earth. Having lost his blood dragon eye, Yuya-Jo-en was instantly caught in an illusion. Although his expression kept changing between pleasure and pain, he was unable to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. As the illusion wore away, his expression gradually returned to calm. Yamanaka Kei picked up the opponent's belt with one hand. Throw the bloody water ball into the sea to erase all traces. After summoning the falcon Pidgeot with the summoning technique, it flew straight to the southwest of the island. He looked back at the direction Troy and the others had fled. Yamanaka Kei let out a long breath. At the place of his adopted son Musei, the plant breeding farm had basically been built before he set off, and the livestock cubs, feed, workers, etc. had all been arranged. With the remaining savings on the desk, I can continue to run the business no matter what. Cloud Shinobi has one less ninja, and Konoha has one less opponent. Hello, I'm fine, hello everyone. Perfect. In addition to the backup plan left by Wooden Golem on the day when the two-tailed Matatabi went berserk, he also made a lot of arrangements during the week he was recuperating in the hospital. Just wait for the news of his sacrifice to get back. Once the activation conditions are met, the temporarily sealed information will be gradually unsealed. When the little loli grows up, she probably won't repeat the same mistake and get caught by the undead duo. Cloud Shinobi had one less usable Jinchuriki, and Konoha had one less potential threat. The difficulty of Tsutsuki Chinexion's plan to save his mother increases by 1. Well, that's perfect too. Come on, let me see why you cheated my little loli. Yamanaka Kei placed one hand on the top of Miyashiro-en's head and used the memory reading technique to quickly check the other person's memory. In fact, he has always been suspicious of the assassination of the Wooden Golem. Calculated according to time. When he assassinated the Cloud Shinobi high-ranking officials, Uchiha Madara had just died, and Mist Shinobi was in a state of leaderlessness. There is no way I would have the time to come to Cloud Shinobi village. But the results of Anbu's interrogation of the survivors also pointed to Mist Shinobi. Now, Miyashiro-en has indeed been mixed up with the ninjas of Mist Shinobi. Could it really be that this was the order Uchiha Madara gave before his death? Unaki, you are amazing. Yamanaka Kei's mouth twitched slightly after reading the memories of the past year of Uyagi-en. This is different from the original novel, where the entire clan was slaughtered and the author took his daughter away from Hell Valley. Now, Uyagi-en has just gotten married not long ago. Because the living environment of the Blood Pool clan is extremely harsh, in order to earn supplies for his wife and clan members. More than a year ago, he began to frequently accept tasks in underground gold exchange offices. After working for a few months, he was soon noticed by big customers because of his outstanding skills and good reputation. I often receive some well-paid tasks from big customers. There are many ninjas like him in the underground gold exchange office. By chance, someone vaguely saw the Mist Shinobi ninja forehead protector that was inadvertently revealed by the big customer. Therefore, all of them thought that their employer was actually Kirigakuer. If it wasn't for this time, the mission of assisting the Mist Shinobi ninja in fighting the Cloud Shinobi would be impossible to conceal. I'm afraid Yuyajo-en wouldn't know either. In fact, their biggest customer has always been Uegakuer. In the original work, Reikage once accused Noki of frequently hiring bounty ninjas to do things. In a war where no effort is spared, there is nothing wrong with such behavior. Can have Rock Shinobi formed an alliance with Mist Shinobi? Yamanaka Kei took his hand away from Miyashiro-en's head. He temporarily gave up the idea of silencing the other party. In the original work, during the Third Ninja World War, Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi were indeed allies. If it weren't for the fact that after the Third World War, Rock Shinobi had a brainstorm and suddenly turned against Cloud Shinobi when they were working together to fight against him, the Green Gorge tragedy would have happened. Considering the geographical location of the two, I'm afraid this alliance will last until the Fourth World War. I wonder what the bandaged man and the mustache man's expressions would be if they knew. Yamanaka Kei kept complaining in his heart. Second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu, however, fought to the death in the First Ninja World War. Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, it's no exaggeration to say they are enemies forever. How many years have passed and the two ninja villages have formed an alliance? In the original work, it is understandable that Uchiha Madara did this. After all, he has nothing to do with the second Mizukage Hojiki. Whether to form an alliance depends entirely on interests. Yamanaka Kei had always believed that during the Third Ninja World War, the Third Reikage led his men to suddenly attack Rock Shinobi's rear, forcing Rock Shinobi to form an alliance with Mist Shinobi. But now it seems that these two ninja villages have been colluding with each other for a long time. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Yamanaka Kei sneered. I shook my head, too lazy to criticize anything anymore. After all, the lower limit of Konoha's high-level officials is much lower than that of Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Falcons fly faster than eagles at high altitudes. In the case of bringing an extra burden. After flying for 2 full days, the exhausted Pidgeot finally arrived at the coast of the Land of Fire with Yamanaka Kei on board. Release the summoning technique and let Pidgeot go back to Konoha's breeding house to rest. Yamanaka Kei carried the flames of the God City and continued to move towards Konoha. I started to think about it in my mind. Should we let Ui Kurane and Clam sign a summoning contract later? His little apprentice had a great talent for illusion and was also born with water attribute chakra, but he had never properly developed it in the past. If you work hard, even if you can't become the second Hojiki Huanyu, you can learn by analogy and greatly improve your upper limit. The key is that someone can summoning the clams afterwards. He no longer had to carry every captured prisoner back thousands of miles. It's so painful to carry someone on the road. Drop the fate of an important supporting character is greatly changed, and the development process of the world line is shifted. Obtain, fate-related entry extraction opportunity ×1, random green entry upgrade opportunity ×1, entry gift opportunity ×1. It seems that the news of my death has been reported back to Cloud Shinobi Village. In between rushing, the system prompt sounded again in Yamanaka Kei's mind. The bad mood of traveling with a burden changed 180 degrees the moment I saw the reward. Destiny-related entries. Minato's strong luck, Jiraiya's master of destiny. He also wants to be a child loved by the will of the world. System, come on, just draw it. Chapter 101. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green entry Fate-Defying Apprenticeship. Fate-Defying Apprentice, green. The fate of the living is full of ups and downs, while the fate of the dead is as bright as a meteor. Life is unpredictable and fate is changeable. Actively interfere with and change the fate of others. You can absorb a small amount of the scattered power of the ownerless fate when the fate of others changes drastically to improve your own luck. This effect. Yamanaka Kei frowned and pondered for a moment before he understood how this thing worked. According to the entry, when a person's destiny is drastically changed, a new force of destiny will be generated in him, while the original force of destiny will dissipate and temporarily become an ownerless force. This power is illusory and elusive. But apprentice against fate can absorb these ownerless forces of fate and transform them into good fortune. What luck! Isn't it included in the standard package of Destiny Child? Good. Yamanaka Kei grinned, and without saying anything, he chose to activate the entry. Here he just changed the fate of the wooden golem. Although his current location is thousands of miles away from the wooden golem, maybe the power of destiny can cross these thousands of miles? No matter how small the possibility is, it's not impossible. Besides, if the absorption distance is limited, he can be more careful when changing the fate of other people in the future, right? Buzz. The moment Fate-Defying Apprentice was activated, Yamanaka Kei felt an inexplicable sense of clarity and comfort flowing through his body. The world was still the same world, but it seemed much more vivid in his eyes. And a force that he could not describe was also pulled by the power of the entry, coming from the direction of Cloud Shinobi Village and quickly merged into his body. Did it really come over? The absorption distance of this entry is amazing. While praising the entry, Yamanaka Kei also secretly praised his own wit. Fortunately, he activated Fate-Defying Apprentice first with the mentality of giving it a try. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Although I cannot really feel how much my luck has improved, I also cannot tell what level it is at now. But as long as this entry exists, if you change the fate of more people in the future, are you still afraid that you won't become the most beloved child of the world consciousness? And Yamanaka Kei glanced at the random green item upgrade opportunity on the system interface, and his heart became more and more excited. Currently, he only has 3 green entries: Master of Supporting Role, Medicated Milk, and Fate-Defying Apprentice. Take a gamble? That's what Tsunade does. A 1 in 3 probability. What's the difference between that and a certain loss? Host, Yamanaka Kei. Occupation, Ninja. Activated entries, Time Traveler, red, 0 frame start, red, Immortal Body, red, Yin Style Master, purple, Water Style Master, purple, Insight into Time and Space, purple, King of the Ninja World, blue, Silent Walker, blue, Handsome, blue, Fate-Defying Apprentice, green, Medicated Milk, green, Ominous Struggle, black. Inactivated entries, Cricket Pupa, white, Crisp Skin but Strong Life, white, 9 Treasures in 1 Ladder, blue, Poor Person, grey, Master of Supporting Role, green, Complete Childhood, grey, Kill Sisters Turnaround, white, Magical Girl's Transformation, purple. Entry copy, 1 term extraction, 1 entry gift, 9 item downgraded, 2 entry reset, 1 random green entry upgrade chance, 1. There are only 3 green entries in total. Yamanaka Kei has 9 opportunities to give away entries, so he can definitely give away the Master of Supporting role. As for the remaining green entry medicated milk, there are many ways to deal with it. One is to use entry copying to copy an entry related to medical ninjutsu and merge medicated milk with the new entry. But this loss is indeed a bit big. Although destiny-related entries are very important, the opportunity to copy them is also very precious. Back in Cloud Shinobi Village, Yamanaka Kei was reluctant to use it to copy the third Reikage thread entry. How can we waste it on this? The second is to downgrade the entry, directly downgrading the green entry to a white entry. The disadvantage is that his medical ninjutsu may not be usable in the future. Moreover, it would also be a long way away from his goal of developing his own self-reincarnation. 3 reset entries. See if you can give this entry a higher rank. This thing has some gambling attributes in it. In case it is still green after reset. Laugh at Tsunade, understand Tsunade, become Tsunade, let's bet. Yamanaka Kei thought about it for a while, and finally decided to give it a try by resetting the entry. Now he is also a person blessed with destiny-related entries. Who knows, maybe you'll just get extremely lucky. Friendly reminder, the fate-related entries cannot interfere with the operation of the system, and the probability of entry reset is completely random. I don't want you to talk nonsense. Reset the green entry medicated milk for me. Reset completed, congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue entry bliss milk. Bliss milk, blue when performing medical ninjutsu. The nature of the ninjutsu will undergo many magical changes, allowing the person being treated to experience all kinds of bliss in the world, avoiding the negative pain caused by treatment, and improving control over yang escape. When learning, studying, improving, and creating medical ninjutsu, efficiency is improved, control over medical ninjutsu, chakra control, treatment speed, and treatment effect are improved. I knew it. I'm not dark today. Yamanaka Kei felt the large amount of medical knowledge poured into his mind, as well as the vast amount of medical ninjutsu practice memory, and his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. What does it mean that when the time comes, heaven and earth will work together, and when luck arrives, all things will move forward together? That's it. Although the medical ninjutsu at the blue entry level is still a little far from independently developing ninjutsu such as self-reincarnation. But isn't this a big step forward? When you get the chance in the future, refer to similar techniques more often. Then go to dear sister Tsunade and get some of her treasured medical ninjutsu books. One word. Stable. Let me think, who should I give this Master of Supporting role to? Yamanaka Kei's figure quickly shuttled through the dense forests of the Land of Fire. After traveling for most of the day, he finally used space-time insight to vaguely sense a spatial coordinate located 100 kilometers away from Konoha. After leaving your own Flying Thunder God coordinates on the tree trunk beside you, he formed a seal with one hand and performed a space spell. Together with Yuya Shiroen, he moved to the location of that space coordinate. Ultra-long distance space transfer. Chakra consumption increases exponentially. But for Yamanaka Kei, who now possesses the sage body, such consumption is not worth mentioning at all. Looking at the 4 characters Sword of Endurance engraved in a hidden corner of the rock, he sighed at Minato's foresight. Yamanaka Kei secretly decided that he must carve the coordinates of his Flying Thunder God in every corner of the ninja world. Although space-time perception cannot allow him to sense the coordinates of Cloud Shinobi Village while he is in Konoha. But as long as there are enough coordinates, getting from Konoha to Cloud Shinobi Village is just a matter of using the Flying Thunder God technique a few more times. Once again, he sensed the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, which was closer to Konoha. This time, Yamanaka Kei brought Miyashiro-en directly to the dense forest less than 1 kilometer away from the Konoha gate. Looking at the towering gate of Konoha from afar, I don't want to expose the Flying Thunder God technique too early. He carried Yuya Shiroen and walked along the road obediently. Chapter 102. Time goes back to 1 hour ago. In the Reikage's office in Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Reikage AI looked at the 2 people standing in front of him, Wooden Golem and Muse AI, and spoke in a deep voice. Half an hour ago, the front line sent back news that the Advanced Disaster Relief Team was ambushed by Mist Shinobi when landing on the island of the Sea Country. In particular, Janin Sisei was killed. The Wooden Golem stared at the Third Reikage blankly. It seemed as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Tears flowed silently down my cheeks, and the world before my eyes became hazy and blurry. Reikage-sama, my father. Musei's mind was blank, tears streamed down his face, and he opened his mouth several times, but he had no idea what to say or what to ask. His retirement application has already been approved. He is no longer a ninja, but is suddenly notified by Anbu to come to the Reikage's office. On the way here, he thought of many possibilities and was mentally prepared. But when he actually heard the news of his loved one's death, he seemed not as strong as he had imagined. In the battle against the Mist Shinobi, Sisei Jainin showed no fear and formulated the best tactics to fight the enemy, protecting the inexperienced Nikai Jainin and successfully rescuing the endangered Troy Jainin. In order to create an escape opportunity for his teammates, he took the initiative to stay behind and successfully delayed the enemy ninja's pursuit, and finally died heroically. He is the hero of Cloud Shinobi Village. An excellent ninja who has implemented the will of thunder. Tutai, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. Hero. Musei burst into tears and could only wipe his tears with his sleeves. Recalling the smug expression on my father's face when I admired him, he felt more and more sad. In fact, he doesn't worship heroes that much. He only worships his own father. Liar. You are all liars. Uncle promised me. Whispered by the wooden golem. Like a poor little animal that had lost its only support, it looked at everything around it in a daze. On her body surface, the two-tailed Matadabi's flame-like azure-tailed beast chakra covers its entire body. Two tails made of chakras swayed behind her. The tailed beast chakra shows signs of going berserk. By the wooden golem. Calm down. The Reikage frowned, emitting the terrifying aura of a cage-level powerhouse. But now, wooden golem could not hear what he said, nor could he feel the aura from him. There was a crackling sound like cloth tearing in my mind. Her consciousness instantly entered the depths of her sea of knowledge. A young man with dazzling blonde hair, wearing a Konoha Jainin vest, was currently sitting on top of the two tails Matatabi. While saying something to Airway, he patted its head rudely. The big cat, which was originally considered to have a bad temper in wooden golem's mind, was now lying on the ground with its head drooped, not daring to resist at all. Seen coming in by the wooden golem. Its body stiffened for a moment, and it slowly covered its big face with its two big cat paws. Uncle. The wooden golem tilted his head and spoke softly with some uncertainty. Some sealed memory details flow back. There were also various sealing techniques, tailed beast control secrets, and training experiences that kept flashing in her mind. Are you happy to know that I'm not dead? Yamanaka Kei jumped down from the top of the two-tailed Matatabi and walked out of the cage formed by the armor seal. He came to the wooden golem and rubbed her little head. Big liar. The wooden golem pouts pitifully. Stand on tiptoes slightly to make the touch on top of your head feel more real. Now that you have the power of the two tails to cover you, it's hard for the Reikage to find out that you are abnormal, but over time he will eventually notice that something is wrong. I'll make this short. Yamanaka Kei patted the wooden golem's little head. The clone he left behind was sealed by iron armor and consisted of a large amount of Yundun energy and some memories. Although limited by his own poor sealing skills and the not-so-powerful iron armor seal. In terms of total amount, it is estimated that not as much as Namikaze Minato left in Naruto's body in the original work. But thanks to his mental strength, which is many times stronger than Namikaze Minato, the quality is much higher. As long as you don't squander this power, it can accompany wooden golem for a long time. In the Reikage's office, Third Reikage AI looked at the wooden golem with empty eyes as his tailed beast's chakra quickly receded, and sighed slightly. Wooden golem is indeed a good candidate, and Sisei is also a trustworthy man. His previous transfer order was actually largely intended to reduce the dangers faced by Sisei when he was on missions outside. Let it accompany Jinkriki to grow. Who could have thought that Sisei would fall on the way to his last mission? Fraud. The wooden golem lowered his head and muttered again. Without saying hello to anyone, he turned around, pushed open the door of the Reikage's office, and walked out. Reikage adult. He took a step forward on the platform and looked at the wooden golem's receding figure nervously. It's okay. She won't let Sisei down. The voice of the third Reikage AI reached the ears of the wooden golem clearly. The little girl paused for a moment before continuing to walk out. Did you hear that? The Reikage is calling you. Yamanaka Kei's voice echoed in the wooden golem's heart. Uncle, I'm so nervous. Don't be ridiculous, the wooden golem muttered to himself. She lowered her head, not letting anyone see her expression, and walked home without saying a word. Raikage-sama, I am leaving as well. Musei wiped the tears from his eyes and bowed to the third Raikage. Live a good life. The Raikage opened his mouth, but only managed to utter these 4 words. As a ninja, Sisei has fulfilled his mission excellently. As a father, Sisa wanted his son to live a peaceful life. Then as the Raikage, he would also choose to respect. After Musei forced a smile and agreed, he turned and walked out of the office door. Third Raikage AI spoke again, giving instructions to Dode beside him. Tell the logistics department to pay attention. If necessary, give priority to purchasing products produced by their farm in the future. Yes. Tutai nodded in acceptance and quickly wrote down the matter in his notebook. Tell the sealing squad to pay attention to the situation of wooden golem today, and notify the family of the next ninja who died. Third Raikage AI stood in front of the office window. Looking at the rolling sea of clouds outside the window, the hands holding the railing couldn't help but exert a little force. The railing made a teeth-grinding creaking sound and quickly twisted and deformed. Kirigakuer. Assassination in secret, active provocation, and ambush in advance. Very good. Since you don't take our Cloud Shinobi Village seriously, I'll start with you. Block 2 of Cloud Shinobi Village. The wooden golem walked faster and faster, and finally trotted all the way back home. He closed the door of the room and covered himself with the quilt. After she heaved a sigh of relief, she puffed her face and complained. Uncle, I don't know how to act. What if someone finds out my flaws in the future? Ding ding ding, Uncle, Little Sunflower's class has started. Yamanaka Kei spoke of his many years of experience in disguise in a strange tone, as if he was telling a story to a child. At this stage, even the wooden golem failed immediately and laughed out loud. Others will most likely just think that the little girl was overly stimulated. In the future, with him guiding me, it's just a play, no big problem. Uncle, why don't you take me to Konoha? The wooden golem holds his chin with both hands, expressing his innocent fantasies. It's a good idea. I, your uncle, will work hard and see how many years it will take to accomplish it. Uncle is so lame. How about you work hard on yourself and become a perfect Jinchuriki, then come find me. Hehe, okay. Chapter 103. In the Hokage's office. All 4 of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito Kado Homura, are present. Looking at the weak Yagi-en in front of him, all 4 of them looked solemn. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat dissatisfied with Yamanaka Kei for delaying his return to the village for more than 20 days. But when he heard the information that Kirigakuer and Uegakuer had formed an alliance, it seems that he has forgotten his previous thoughts. Shimura Dans, who was called over temporarily, frequently cast admiring glances at Yamanaka Kei. Just because Kirigakuer's assassination of the two-tailed Jinchuriki was too coincidental, we made bold guesses and carefully verified them. Finally, they obtained such important intelligence and brought the informant back directly. This young man is better than he thought. No. Why is this old man looking at me like that? Yamanaka Kei felt uncomfortable when Shimura Dans saw him. Haven't seen you for over a month. Danzo no longer has the bandages wrapped around his head, and he no longer looks as disheveled as he did in the Konoha hospital. Although he has lived in the roots for many years, he is still filled with a gloomy aura. After the face is fully exposed, it actually looks a lot more pleasing to the eye. Damn! Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen can't satisfy this guy? Yamanaka Kei felt unhappy in his heart. Subconsciously, I glanced at the entry above the other person's head. Name, Shimura Dan's occupation, ninja entries, Ghost Bud 2nd level, purple, Wind Style Control, blue, Brainwashing Expertise, blue, Illusion Grandmaster, green, Water Style Grandmaster, green, Seal Grandmaster, green, Do Whatever It Takes, white, Ruthless and Brutal, white, Offensive and Defensive, white, Big Brain, black. Katra Level 2, purple, relying on the forbidden technique Katra, with the assistance of the top scientists in the ninja world, he integrated the 3-tomo Sharingan and the blood of the Kizuki clan to develop a pseudo-double bloodline limit. Yin Escape Affinity, Illusion Talent, Mental Strength, Insight, Illusion Resistance, Water Style Affinity, and Water Style Talent are greatly improved, and the difficulty of practicing the Kizuki clan's secret techniques is greatly reduced. Note, maintaining this state will increase the consumption of life energy. What the hell is this? Evolved? Yamanaka Kei looked at the purple entry above Danzo and complained madly in his mind. It's just a little over a month. How could this old dang allow Orochimaru to come up with something like this? Moreover, in the original book, doesn't the Gyuluo technique require special time and location to be performed? Danzo happened to come across? Or is it just 2 bloodline limits, and it doesn't need to be as troublesome as Hirako fusing 5 bloodline limits? Otherwise, did Orochimaru, the crazy researcher, solve these problems? It seems like I need Kryptonian. Yamanaka Kei looks at the notes at the end of the detailed entry. Danzo was confident that he had made the corresponding preparations. Otherwise, given the old guy's life-thirsty nature, it would be impossible for him to sit here quietly and discuss things with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Compare to Danzo's original entry. Today, the old guy not only has an additional purple entry Ghost Bud Loyal level 2, but also 2 additional green entries, Illusion Grandmaster and Water Style Grandmaster. In the past, when I was old and weak and my strength had seriously declined, I was very crazy. The strength has suddenly increased so much. Isn't this heavenly? Etc. Brother, where are you? Yamanaka Kei's eyes were fixed on the white entry Offense and Defense. Just taking a look at the detailed explanation of the entry gave me goosebumps on my arms. Understood. The white entry brother, you smell so good has undergone a transformation and has become both offensive and defensive. This old guy. Who did this attack on? His eyes swept over Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kaido Homura covertly. Seeing that there was no change in the entries of the two, Yamanaka Kei's mind suddenly thought of the charming ant snake. Probably, no way. At this stage, Orochimaru's bottom line should not be that flexible. Who is the victim? Yamanaka Kei was extremely curious. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he really wanted to cast an illusion on Danzo and ask him who he had caused trouble for. Jing, go back and rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out smoke for a while before giving orders to Yamanaka Kei. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will take my leave now. Yamanaka Kei nodded and was about to exit the Hokage's office to go home and kiss Pepper. Shimura Dans on the side suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Shimura Dans took out a scroll from his bosom and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked straight at the old fellow. He spoke with a serious face. This is what you want? My roots really need a ninja like Yamanaka Kei. Yamanaka Kei was stunned for a moment and almost shivered on the spot. Damn it! Before leaving the village, didn't Narashikaku say that you were just testing each other on a daily basis? Stop it, Azang, you have to be serious. Please. Think about it, I am a die-hard Hokage, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. He is also Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's fiancé, and has helped Kushina more than once before. We have different positions, okay? Also, didn't you suspect that I had attacked you before? Please continue to be skeptical, okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pick up the scroll Danzo placed in front of him, and smoked in silence before speaking again. We'll discuss this later. Jing, you go back first. Yes. Yamanaka Kei is a decisive man. After walking out of the office door, he immediately made a hand gesture with one hand to connect to the back door of Konoha's perception barrier. He quickly found Narashikaku, who was enjoying a drink with Yamanaka Inoichi and Akamichi Choza in Sanmihu. Continuous body flicker technique. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the Sanwiaho private room, grabbed Narashikaku by the collar, and began to shake him hard. Tell me. Did you sell me out? I don't believe you didn't guess that Danzo really wanted me to join the route. No, Danzo wanted me to join the route, was it you who instigated it? Stop. I'm going to vomit if you keep shaking. Narashikaku was held and swayed around, and the wine in his stomach almost came out. Akamichi Choza and Yamanaka Hai, who were standing by, looked at each other guiltily when they heard what Yamanaka Kei said, picked up their glasses of wine and took small sips. They didn't know how to explain it, so after looking at Nara for a long time, they decided to give up thinking any further. The external brain is here, don't panic. FK. Look at the expressions on your faces. None of you ran away. You all participated. Are you still human? When Yamanaka Kei saw the reactions of the 3 people, he realized that his guess was correct. I almost couldn't help but give them some fatherly care. He clenched his fists, glared at the 3 of them fiercely, and let go of Narashikaku's collar. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Ahem, Jing, actually, I think entering the route isn't that bad. Narashikaku carefully chose his words and expressed his thoughts. As the new Jainin squad leader, he has come into contact with many secrets about the route, and he has even investigated the matter that Yamanaka Kei asked him to investigate before. Cruel, heartless, brutal, and even inhumane. But which ninja village can be free of these dark sides? But by joining the route, he enjoys the same treatment and status as Orochimaru, and is not controlled by the seal of the tongue. As long as the third generation abdicates and Orochimaru becomes the fourth Hokage, wouldn't he be the next leader of the route? To put it another way, even if you feel you can't adapt and want to quit, without the control of the seal of the tongue, and a greeting from the third Hokage, can Denzo still hold him back? Is it necessary to resist so much? You want me to be the second dark of the ninja world? Yamanaka Kei had a weird expression on his face. He had never thought about this path before, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed, okay? Not really, not really. There is indeed a lot of dirty work at the root, but if you go, you don't have to do it yourself. Wouldn't he still be blamed if he became the person in charge? And with Denzo's current offensive and defensive status, who the hell dares to have much contact with him? Both offensive and defensive. Narashikaku always felt that this was a familiar word coming from his brother's mouth. It seems a little bit strange. Chapter 104. After all, according to official data, Narashikaku is a ruthless person with an IQ of over 190. Having grown up with Yamanaka Kei, he understood what it meant to be both offensive and defensive with just a little thought. Okay, Danzo? This was such a shocking secret that it shook his entire worldview. There was an extremely strange expression on his face. Narashikaku scratched the goosebumps on his arms and winked at Yamanaka Hai, who was standing beside him. After years of cooperation, Yamanaka Hai, who had already developed a tacit understanding with him, immediately used the telepathic technique to connect the minds of several people. Narashikaku's voice just echoed in everyone's hearts. The number of ninjas in Konoha has now exceeded its carrying capacity, and the ninja family forces in various departments are also intertwined. Yamanaka Kei frowned as he listened to Narashikaku's analysis. Generally speaking, high-level positions in Konoha are now overcrowded. In order to mobilize Konoha's power to the maximum extent possible and actively respond to the upcoming war, the third generation cannot easily break the current balance. This is why, although he and Namikaze Minato were allowed to sit in on high-level meetings, they were never granted real power. Once Konoha joins the war, as he is in the normal sequence of the ninja team, he will inevitably go to the battlefield as a spearhead under command. With his strength, he can certainly stand out in the war, just like Namikaze Minato in the original work, and his status and position will quickly rise. But his identity as a member of the Yamanaka clan was destined. His ceiling is far lower than that of a civilian genius with a clean background like Minato. Moreover, success or failure depends on strength. The Konoha high-level officials were well aware that his strength had surpassed Jiraiya, and many Konoha ninja clans also knew the news. During the war, you may suppress your fear in your heart, but what about after the war? Want to prevent this from happening? Joining the route and becoming a senior route member is undoubtedly a good choice. Even if Denzo really has some other thoughts in secret. Yamanaka Kei's strength, coupled with the support of Inoshika Ch, and Kushina as a combat deterrent. With more planning, it is not difficult to gain actual control over the routes. Strength, influence, and the route's unscrupulous style of doing things. Who dares to mess with Yamanaka Kei? If Orochimaru can successfully become the fourth Hokage after the Third Ninja World War, you will be the iron assistant of the Hokage, second only to one person in status. Narashikaku made a summary and painted a bright future for Yamanaka Kei. If there is still one person below me, I will step on him once. Yamanaka Kei responded unhappily in his heart before speaking again. That's a good analysis. Don't analyze it next time. I have news for you. On the third day of my mission, I killed a tough guy. Who? Which ninja village? Konoha. Uchihamadara. Narashikaku opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, the scene of the duel between Yamanaka Kei and Uchihamadara came through the telepathic technique. Susanoo that blocks out the sun, the birth of the devastating tree world, the wooden golem that wreaks havoc in all directions, the fierce collision of fire style and water style. Even though I had read the information recorded in the clan's history books more than once, I had never actually seen this scene. The shock to his soul was so great that Narashikaku's eyes almost popped out. Akamichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, who were standing by, even dropped the wine glasses in their hands onto the table. They opened their mouths several times but remained silent. A hole. If you had such ability, you should have said so earlier. Narashikaku grabbed Yamanaka Kei by the collar, his eyes were bloodshot. Ahem, I just had a small breakthrough in my strength recently. Yamanaka Kei coughed dryly and pushed away Narashikaku, who was too excited to control himself. Didn't he have this level of strength before he went to find Uchiha Madara? How do you say this? Jing, do you want to be the fourth Hokage? As long as you ask, we will start to help you immediately. Don't make a fuss. What's the point of that position? You. Just think about it, if I were to sit in that position, who would be the busiest person? Narashikaku's eyes twitched when he heard that, and his expression began to change. He knew Yamanaka Kei's personality very well. This guy is only a little diligent when he is practicing. At other times, he would rather lie down than stand. Once the other party becomes Hokage, there is a 99% chance that he, the squad leader of Jainin, will be treated like an animal. And it's not just him. Anyone with a higher IQ in the Nara clan probably won't have a chance to breathe. Even the Akamichi and Yamanaka clans will become the main force in the work. But the opportunity for the Inoshika-CH clans to rise is right in front of them. Consider how the Sarutobi clan has developed over the years since Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of third Hokage. He was really unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity so easily. Don't even think about it. The Senju clan is gone, and the Uchiha have been marginalized by the village. You never know when they'll be killed. The Sarutobi clan, Yamanaka Kei patted Narashikaku's shoulder. In an environment like the ninja village, any supermodel development of any ninja clan will eventually bring about a strong backlash. No matter whether it is those in power, other ninja clans, or civilian ninjas, no one wants a ninja clan to dominate them for a long time. Narashikaku was silent for a long time before he let out a long breath. Everything that rises must decline, and everything that reaches its extreme must turn around. The benefits visible to the naked eye are certainly tempting, but they and Yamanaka Kei cannot live forever. Just like the third Hokage will age and abdicate. The family will eventually be passed on to the next generation of young people. If the burden is too heavy, decline is inevitable. Okay, now that we've finished talking about the business, let's have some fun. Yamanaka Kei glanced at Narashikaku, Akamichi Choza, and Yamanaka Hai with malicious intent. These guys, without even saying hello, were planning to let him get into the route. Even if it's for his own good. But they arranged everything for him without even discussing it with me. How could I let it go so easily? When Akamichi Choza saw Yamanaka Kei's eyes, he shuddered violently. The fat on his body trembled 3 times. Having grown up together, he knew very well what kind of person this guy was. Jing, you know me. My brain has never been very good. This idea is definitely not mine. Narashikaku looked in disbelief at Akamichi Choza, who was the first to abandon him. Before he could question why his best friend was so disloyal, Yamanaka Hai on the other side also spoke up. Jing, you understand me. I am just a sieve in front of you. If Luju had told me earlier, how could you not know? You guys. Narashikaku was shocked. We agreed to be good brothers for life. We share the good times and the bad times. We were drinking together, and you guys abandoned me? Ninjutsu, mind Ranshin technique. Yamanaka Kei formed a seal with one hand and used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Narashikaku, who realized that something was wrong and was about to run away, was directly controlled to the spot. Hashido Made. Jing, let's talk it over. Yoshino is still at the front desk. Leave me a way out. Narashikaku looked horrified. It seemed as if he had already anticipated what terrible thing might happen next. Hey, don't worry, I've been learning medical ninjutsu pretty well lately. Magical Heaven on Earth. Chapter 105. The door to the private room was opened by Yamanaka Kei. Narashikaku, who was hit by the specially customized magic heaven and earth, could no longer resist the invasion of illusion. He stood up from his seat with drunken eyes. With a sultry look on his face, he took the fan ornament from the wine cabinet. She started to dance in a coquettish manner, singing as she danced. Ah, dodo dodo, I heard that the left and right sides should drink. The left side drinks Momo drinks Dodo Dodo, next the right side drinks Sakura-chan drinks Dodo Dodo, Momoko Ueyama and Sakura Yanagi. I'm going to die. Is he being misled by an illusion and thinking he is wandering on a Dofu street? Akamichi Dingza and Yamanaka Kei's expressions changed drastically. He wanted to run away, but found that Nara Yoshino, who heard the noise at the front desk, had already poked her head out of the private room door. Excuse me, Momoko and Sakura-chan, are you Momoko Ueyama and Sakura Yanagi? Nara Yoshino stood at the door of the private room with a smile on her face, looking at Nara Shikaku, who was playing with the fan in a fancy way, and asked the people in the room in a soft voice. As the actual manager of Sanwiahu, she greets and sees off customers in the store every day, but she is not the kind of woman who knows nothing. The drinking song, coupled with the addresses of Momoko and Sakura-chan, almost instantly reminded her of the two beautiful geishas on Adofu Street. She dances very well and her movements are very skillful. It seems that he goes there quite often. Oh Yoshino-san, I just got back from a mission and I'm anxious to see Kushina, so I'm going home now. Yamanaka Kei smiled and waved to Nara Yoshino, then dodged and left the private room directly through the window. Ahem, I suddenly remembered that I didn't turn off the faucet before going out. Yamanaka Kei reacted very quickly. He made up an excuse and left through the window. Me too. Before Akamichi Dingzuo finished his words, he had already disappeared into the private room. He turned around and looked with pity at Nara Shikaku, who had just woken up from the illusion and was sweating profusely. He sighed inwardly. It's not that he is not loyal, but this situation is really hopeless. If he stayed a few more minutes, he might get involved too. Nara Shikaku's wife is difficult to deal with, is the one in his family easy to deal with? Yoshino. Listen to my explanation. I was just caught in a genjutsu by that kid Yamanaka Kei. He also used the Shinran's technique to control me, and I couldn't resist. Nara Shikaku hurriedly began to explain. Well, are you done? Nara Yoshino raised her hand tenderly and wiped the sweat off the nervous Nara Shikaku. It's over. Then go to the warehouse and find a washboard to kneel on. There are a lot of people outside, so don't disturb the business. Nara Shikaku was about to struggle again when he saw his wife's face gradually becoming serious. He hurriedly got up and went to the warehouse to find a washboard. Now I am kneeling in the warehouse anyway. If this makes his wife angry again, I won't know where I'll have to kneel. Ueyama Momoko, Yanagi Sakura, it seems like they still have some energy left in their kidneys. They even have the energy to drink flower wine. Nara Yoshino laughs coldly. She knew that Ueyama Momoko and Yanagi Sakura were just girls who sold their art but not their bodies. But men are creatures. If they dare to play with vegetarian food today, who knows when they will dare to play with dirty food. Don't hollow out his kidneys. Wouldn't I have to live in fear every day from now on? Yamanaka Kei returned all the way to the Yamanaka tribe's land. He saw the smoke rising from his own home in the distance and couldn't help but smile. It is said that for a newly married couple, a day apart feels like a long time. Although he had not married Kushina yet, he went on a mission just after they started living together. No matter who it happens to, they would probably be haunted by it. I'm back. Kushina, who was busy in the kitchen, heard a familiar voice and turned to look at Yamanaka Kei, who was changing shoes at the entrance. A look of deep surprise appeared on her pretty face without any makeup. Without even having time to put down the spatula in her hand, she threw herself into his arms, slipping on her furry little fox slippers. He held Kushina and turned around twice. Yamanaka Kei didn't wait for Kushina to say anything, but simply lowered his head, expressing his inner thoughts with practical actions. Kushina closed her eyes slightly, hugged her beloved's neck, and clumsily responded to this passionate feeling. More than 5 minutes passed. Kushina, whose clothes were in disarray, blushed and grabbed Yamanaka Kei's hands. Tsunade's sister will be back soon. She hasn't left the village for such a long time. Yamanaka Kei looked constipated. According to Tsunade's personality, wouldn't he have been back in the village for less than 10 days before disappearing again? It's been a month, why are you still at his house? Although just the water-style inheritance of the Senju clan is enough for him to provide Tsunade with food, clothing, housing, and transportation for the rest of his life. But he just wanted to have some fun with his girlfriend at home. What's wrong with that? The Hokage has issued a confinement order, not allowing Sister Tsunade to leave the village. Kushina stuck out her tongue and nudged her boyfriend's chest with a cute look on her face. She greedily breathed in the atmosphere that made her feel at ease. How about we go to Senju's old house? No, no, there's no point in going back to the old house. This isn't good. Why? Yamanaka Kei let out a long sigh. He could understand that Tsunade was forbidden to leave the village, as war could break out at any time now. Even though he suffered from hemophobia, he was unable to treat the wounded personally. But as long as she is in charge of Konoha Hospital, it is the best reassurance for the vast majority of Konoha shinobi. There was no way the third Hokage would let her wander around the world. I don't lock my room door at night. Kushina's cheeks flushed, and she quickly went into the kitchen. With a click, the kitchen door was locked. He Yamanaka Kei laughed softly, humming a little tune and walked towards the bathroom. Take a shower now. This step can be skipped at night. Perfect. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door, and Yamanaka Kei, who was about to run a bath, turned around in confusion. Walk to the door and push it open. The captain, Niu, who was wearing Anbu clothing and an Anbu mask, spoke to him. Hokage-sama asked me to ask for your opinion on whether you are willing to join the Anbu training department. If you join, you will serve as the deputy director, and your main responsibilities will be the training of Anbu reserve members, the guidance and assessment of Anbu further studies, and the arrangement of daily internship tasks. If you are not willing to join, Hokage-sama will refuse the Hokage assistant-sama on your behalf. After saying a long string of words, Niu, who was usually concise and would not speak unless necessary, let out a long sigh. It's still too difficult for him to give people verbal instructions. Join in and thank Hokage-sama for me. Yamanaka Kei glanced at Kushina, who was busy in the kitchen, and directly agreed to work in Anbu's training department. Anbu training department is what the root department is formally called, with Shimura Dans as the director. As the powerful deputy minister in charge of the training, further studies, assessment of reserve members, and the distribution of root tasks. It's legitimate to de-emphasize Danzo. Moreover, what Narashikaku said before was correct. If you want to put an end to all the dark plots behind the scenes, you must master the power to make others feel afraid. Dark Ninja World, 2nd Generation Nabe Cage? Tisk Play? Chapter 106. Jing, who came just now. Kushina used the back of her hand to cool her still hot cheeks and asked through the kitchen door. Anbu, my appointment letter should be here soon. Hey? Didn't you just get transferred to the regular combat team? Where will you be assigned next? Guess what? If you guess right, you get a prize. If you guess wrong, you get to kiss me. Hehe, I'm not stupid. Anbu came to inform me that it should be a more important department. You just came out of the analysis class, it's unlikely that you will be transferred back. It must be the intelligence department or the perception barrier class. That's not right. Come on, admit defeat and open the door for a kiss. Oh, didn't you just come here? Kushina looked at the locked kitchen door, which was easily opened by Yamanaka Kei using the key made of earth attribute chakra. Her pretty face, which hadn't cooled down completely yet, turned red again. How can it be the same? Yamanaka Kei hugged Kushina's waist. Start tasting delicious again. Old couples may find this thing boring, but young lovers can never get enough of it. The smell of burnt food reached their noses. Kushina punched Yamanaka Kei's chest twice and hurried to try to save the food in the pot. Now tell me where you are going to be appointed. Don't guess anymore. No guess, no guess. I don't want to fall into the same trap twice. Didn't you just say that you are not stupid? Humph, just because I'm not stupid, I won't guess. You bad guy, you keep making me guess, it must be a place I can't guess. Kushina wrinkled her nose and made a face at Yamanaka Kei. Her cute and lovely appearance makes people want to pinch her delicate face. It's a root. Yamanaka Kei smiled and spoke. Kushina opened her mouth slightly, and the spatula in her hand lost its grip and fell into the pot. She turned back to look at her boyfriend with a worried look on her face. I don't have the seal of eradicating tongues, and I'm the deputy minister with real power. The third generation guy probably wants to use me to check and balance Danzo. As for Danzo, he probably has his own little ideas, but it's not a big problem. Yamanaka Kei explained. If you want to deal with Danzo, remember to call me. I recently reached an agreement with the Stinky Fox. Hehe, then I will show you what an invincible golden body is. Kushina's eyes were frighteningly bright. Raise your right arm and try to flex your biceps. But those arms are slender and white, and they really don't look very powerful. Instead, it makes the criminals feel cute. If the sound of the door opening had not been heard, the little tomato in front of him would have been unable to escape the clutches of the criminals. Kushina, there's one more kid to eat, cook one more bowl, Jing. Make some arrangements later, sister is a little bored these days, you know. Tsunade, with a little katsuyu on his head, walked into the living room barefoot. He pulled Yamanaka Kei, who was in the kitchen. If she hadn't been busy all morning and was really hungry, she would have wanted to skip the meal and just go out and have some fun. Las Vegas. What a wonderful place that made her dream. I understand. Yamanaka Kei looked at the pretty face that was originally very beautiful. After Tsunade's winking, it looked even more vulgar. He sighed helplessly. Damn. Can't you just put this face to good use? And the tone of your voice, if someone didn't know, they would think I was going to take you to a prostitute. Senior Jing, Senior Kushina, excuse me for interrupting you. Hitaki Kakashi changed into the slippers prepared for guests at the entrance, walked into the living room with dead eyes, and bowed to Yamanaka Kei and Kushina seriously. Don't look at me. This guy lost another teammate on a mission. The third generation guy asked me to help him out, but I know nothing about it. I heard you're back, so I brought you back for you to try. Tsunade half lay down on the sofa beside her with an impatient look on her face. It is true that she is a medical ninja, but Kakashi's problem is not physical, nor is he mentally traumatized. It was obvious that he was feeling unhappy because of the death of Senior Sakumo. What's the point of giving it to her? It would be better to let Yamanaka Kei perform a few more illusions. No Hara-rin is dead? Or is Obito dead? Yamanaka Kei's eye twitched and he turned to look at Kakashi, who looked listless. An unknown Konoha shinobi. Kakashi felt uncomfortable being stared at by Yamanaka Kei, so he turned his head away and answered in a low voice. Minato-sensei has been carrying out difficult tasks lately. Their team couldn't keep up with teacher Minato's pace, so they were naturally left behind. 10 days ago, the third Hokage suddenly asked them to join forces with another team to carry out a mission. Chunin, the leader of that team, did not listen to his advice and acted recklessly with Obito, and the team members were not strong enough. Isn't it normal for two people to die? The task was finally completed by him. He didn't understand why this responsibility fell on him. Tell me about the process. Yamanaka Kei felt relieved when he heard that it was not Nohara-rin and Obito. Since I had nothing to do, I asked about the whole story. Kakashi looked directly into Yamanaka Kei's eyes and remained silent. According to the Konoha Shinobi Management Regulations, C-level missions are required not to be disclosed to irrelevant personnel. For B-level missions, one must first report to the Hokage's office and obtain approval from the Hokage. Starting from the moment the Hokage-sama issues you a mission. Yamanaka Kei thought he didn't know where to start, so he took the initiative to request a time slot. Confidentiality regulations. Grass. Yamanaka Kei, who was almost choked to death by these 4 words, was actually so angry that he laughed. To be honest, I've been a ninja for so many years. He always talked casually about tasks below A level, and quietly about S-level tasks. This is the first time I see Kakashi being so stubborn. Organize the wording. He took the initiative to speak again. I think your problem right now is a lack of effective communication. You need to take some language arts classes first, and then you can work on your concept problem. Kakashi frowned slightly, but nodded in agreement. Tsunade, who was lying on the sofa waiting for dinner, almost couldn't help laughing when she saw Kakashi starting to torture Yamanaka Kei. Very good. Finally, she is not the only one suffering. Before dinner, let me give you a piece. Yamanaka Kei held his forehead with one hand. For the first time, he felt how strenuous it was to communicate with others. Magical Naraku seeing technique. Revised. Seal with one hand. A modified D-level illusion directly pulled Kakashi into the illusion. Glancing at his system interface, Yamanaka Kei gave instructions to the system. System, give Master of Supporting role to Kakashi. After all, it is a green entry, so if you want to give it away, you definitely can't give it to a cannon fodder player. Moreover, Kakashi's way of speaking is so irritating that when he finally comes up with something, it's so choking that it's really frustrating for him. A light green light that only Yamanaka Kei could see quickly merged into Kakashi's body. Kakashi, who was in the illusion and whose emotions fluctuated violently and whose expression began to change constantly, did not notice anything unusual. What kind of illusion did you cast on him? Tsunade saw that Kakashi had just been under the illusion for less than 2 seconds, and then he covered his abdomen and fell to the ground in pain, and raised his eyebrows to ask. The revised Narakumi technique, in addition to the effect of psychological fear, also adds interference to the 5 senses of vision, hearing, and pain. The difficulty of operation is probably above B level. The strength of the illusion, well, anyway, he can't solve it. I'm asking about the content. The care and love from my father. As expected of you. When Tsunade heard that it was a father beating his son, the curve of his mouth widened a little. I was tortured by this brat for the whole morning. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.